instigating more chaos in the region. And also, this source told Tasnim that they have information, intelligence information, that Israel is intending to attack Al Fujairah port in the United Arab Emirates anytime soon, within the same understanding that Israel is doing some job there to instigate and stoke fire in the region for purposes that are related to the goals of Israel of burning the whole region. Aside from that, we have attacks constantly here in Tehran, except for the last couple of hours. But before that, for 24 hours, there have been constant bombardments across the country, including in Isfahan, near or outside the nuclear facilities there. Here in Tehran, we have seen pictures of streets that have been severely hit by some of those airstrikes, and we have seen bodies in the streets and cars that have been damaged and so on. So the authorities here are saying that there is more and more hurt inflicted on civilians across the country. The Ministry of Education saying that 175 students have been killed. Reports of scores of people killed here and there, and also the types of targets are developing or changing from clear military facilities to institutions and facilities that are related to the daily lives of civilians, including 9 hospitals that have been hit, some police stations that were surrounded by residential buildings, causing damage to the civilians in those buildings and so on. But this is only, the Iranians are saying, this is only strengthening their resolve and their intention to continue to resist and to inflict damage on the enemy. And within that framework, they are talking about widening the scope of their attacks, not only in Israel, but also across the Gulf region.
Mohammed Val in Tehran, thank you for that. Let's bring in Noor Odeh in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Noor, an interesting line relayed there by Mohammed from this Iranian official accusing Israel of being behind the attacks on the energy infrastructure in Saudi, accusing Israel of stoking the fire in this region. Are we hearing anything from Israeli authorities, and what's the latest from there?
No, we haven't had any response from Israeli authorities about that particular Iranian statement. Of course, the Israeli spokespeople have been very careful to point out that it's not just Israel that's under Iranian attack, that countries in the region as well, trying to paint a picture of the Arab countries, the Gulf countries, and Israel facing the same threat. And at the same time, publishing statements also tallying up the amount of firepower that Israel has used on Iran in the past 3 days. 1,000 combat sorties, according to the Israeli army, that dropped 2,500 bombs on 600 separate targets. The message from the Israeli army is that they expect the number of Iranian missiles coming to Israel, targeting Israel, to diminish in the coming days as these strikes continue, because they are targeting Iran's ballistic missile program, ballistic missile stockpile, and its ability to produce more in the future. This as the state of emergency is extended, and as ministers have been informed that the war on Iran is expected to take weeks, not days. And of course, that itself will produce all sorts of stresses on the Israeli public and the economy, and will require the Israeli government to provide answers about how it plans to deal with all of that, to deal with the diminishing stockpile of air defense missiles, for example. Hence that reference to expectations of calmer days ahead.
Noor Odeh in Ramallah, thank you for the updates. Now, joining us here in the studio to discuss these latest developments is Faisal Al-Mudaka, Editor-in-Chief at Gulf Times here in Qatar. Paul Musgrave is Associate Professor of Government at Georgetown University, also in Qatar. And in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh, we have Abdulaziz Al Ghashyan, Senior Non-Resident Fellow at the Gulf International Forum. Gentlemen, thank you all for joining us. Some fast-moving developments these last few hours. Faisal, let me start with you. The Iranian strategy now seems to have shifted to targeting the Gulf region's energy assets, not just U.S. assets in the region. Just how dangerous a moment is this, in your view?
You know, I think the Iranian government have a disconnection from reality. They live in a bubble, and they think alone, and that's one thing. I want to refer on Araqji interview yesterday when he bombed Oman and bombed Qatar, and then he called the foreign ministers and telling them, well, this order has been done before. So are they working on a will? So my personal observation that there is a disconnection between the political party and the revolution
Which is quite concerning, isn't it?
Very concerning, because and again, imagine three layers of leaders has been dead.
Decapitated.
Yeah, and then you have maybe the third layers are acting on a reckless. Going back to the energy, Iran have done this during the Iranian history, which they called it the Vassals' War, where they used oil. So it's part of their philosophy of using energy, and they are not hiding it. They are doing it. They said that we're going to close Hormuz. It's not the first time. So and again, they have this a very strange argument that we are targeting Qatar, but we are not targeting the base, even though His Highness, all the leaders of the Gulf have insisted to the United States that this bases will not be used as a third party. But it seems that there is a disconnection from reality or denial of reality.
Right. Abdulaziz, before I bring you in, I just want to show our viewers the energy installations and transport facilities Iran has targeted these last few hours. Explosions were reported at Ras Laffan Industrial City in Qatar. It houses two major LNG refineries as well as energy processing infrastructure. The Ras Tanura plant in Saudi Arabia is one of the world's largest oil refineries. It handles more than 500,000 barrels a day. And in Dubai, debris from an attack fell near Jebel Ali port, disrupting energy and logistics operations. In the Gulf of Oman, a projectile hit an oil tanker transporting crude, while another tanker caught fire after an attack in the Strait of Hormuz. Abdulaziz Al Ghashyan in Riyadh, are we in a new escalation phase now with Iran targeting these energy infrastructures across the region?
Well, firstly, thank you very much for having me, and it's good to join you and join your guests. I would say we are heading towards we're heading towards that. You know, we're heading towards some sort of escalation, and it's unfortunately taking a trajectory that's not very healthy, and it's very concerning, and it's something that I think all GCC states wanted to avoid. There were I think the $1 million question that's been asked here, and I wonder if you all agree with me or not, but the $1 million question that's been asked is really, what is the threshold of GCC states? What will it be for them to really enter into the operation and begin to attack Iran? And I think, to be honest with you, firstly, there is no real direct or clear-cut position on this. It will be very much of an assessment. Secondly, I think it will also be depending on two variables. One variable will be the duration of the war in itself, which today, listening to Donald Trump and the Secretary of War, the duration seems to be going on for some weeks, which is concerning, which means that these operations will continue. Secondly, I think the intensity of these operations by Iran to attack this infrastructure is another concern. These things seem to be increasing. We just don't know. However, I think if these operations are going to increase, then we're going to see a sort of GCC forward defense, some sort of operation where they will go and will try to assert deterrence and try to basically signal and create a precedent of defense that if Iran, since all these things that I think the Iranian regime is doing is signaling some sort of precedence that they will take action if they are hit. We the GCC also have to create some sort of precedence that this cannot be tolerated.
Okay.
So I think this is the discussion and the dilemma that we're facing now.
Let's bring in Paul Musgrave. What do you make of what Abdulaziz said there? And what do you think? He asked an important question. What is the threshold for GCC countries now that their assets, their infrastructure is directly being hit by Iran?
Well, I think that there's a lot of steps that Gulf states can take before they directly engage in the U.S.-Israeli war. For one, just as Britain is now allowing its bases to be used against missile launchers and missile sites in Iran, GCC states might want to consider allowing the U.S. to use bases and airfields here, which are already being attacked, to carry out similar missions. They could also re-intensify their ability to bring in external powers. We heard Prime Minister Starmer saying that Gulf leaders had lobbied him to have Britain take a more active role. And of course, they can intensify their diplomatic efforts. But taking a direct role in this war would breach yet another red line. And I think that's something that people would be very, very cautious about.
Faisal, your thoughts. What is the red line for Gulf states and how do they respond to Iranian attacks? I mean, they have to at some point defend themselves, right? But how do they defend themselves without directly getting involved into the conflict?
It's not our war. This is not our war. This is Israel and Iran war and the United States. And I think even between Israel and the United States, they have a different objective. Netanyahu is another a guy who lives in a bubble, who has a philosophy of Israel the Grand, and he has his own going from war to war and creating. He is as the Iranian part of this chaos. The U.S. I think and the Gulf share this nuclear weapon, and I think if you go back to the Omani deal, it's better than Obama. The Gulf shared the dialogue and peace. We are not into war. 50 years of chaos in this region. Iran can be better. They have oil, they have gas. I mean, they should go back to reality. That's what
Qatar has been a key mediator in the talks and a key mediator in this region. Are there, Faisal, lines of communication open right now between the Iranians and Qatar? And is there still hope to de-escalate as far as the Qataris?
I think after this plain diplomacy is always open. I'm not an official, but I know going back, we seen the bad side from Israel and Iran, right, in Qatar here. The problem that each time we reach to a deal, which was, historical wise, and Hamas, Qatar have stopped the 12 days war. I think the gate of diplomacy is open. The GCC, there are 6 countries, they share the same objective. And I think it is possible. It is possible.
Abdulaziz, do you agree with that? Are the gates of diplomacy still open as far as Saudi Arabia is concerned?
Well, I think when it comes to, firstly, I just want to say before I answer that question, I agree with a great deal of what was said before. I think what the Saudis and the ruling elites in the Gulf monarchies have in their advantage is wisdom, forbearance, and restraint. And I think this is going to be exercised to the maximum. I think when it comes to the open door diplomacy or the diplomacy, I think diplomacy, we have seen in the region that it is an essential tool of security, not necessarily out of love and not necessarily out of just trying to really seek out as any kind of normative approach, but diplomacy, and this rapprochement that preceded this, the era that we're finding ourselves in now, was really motivated by security. So I think that will not change. What I do think will change will be the mode of diplomacy. I think before, there was a diplomatic rapprochement, at least from the Saudi perspective, of really engaging Iran and knowing that Iran, trying to accommodate some of the security anxieties that Iran had. Now, I think Saudi Arabia invested a great deal of effort and energy in that process. A process really that one can say was akin to a psychologist treating some sort of patient with severe anxiety disorder. It was a very meticulous process. But I think now the Saudis and others are very furious that all that diplomacy was upended. And it was upended, just to speak to what the gentleman, both gentlemen were saying earlier. It was not only because of Iran, it was also because of the strikes of Israel and the United States.
Indeed.
This is why they were lobbying hard. before not to do this.
Right.
So right now, I think there's going to be a posture that's going to be more geared, or diplomacy that's going to be more geared towards de-escalation, keeping threats at bay, but also an international diplomacy that's going to try to galvanize people, isolate Iran diplomatically, or apply pressure on it, but also increase its posture in the region. And I think personally, we are heading towards a gradual militarization, because the assertion of deterrence is not going to be via alliances. I think it's going to be via capabilities. And I think this is where we're heading now.
Gentlemen, I want to play you a short soundbite of President Trump, who spoke a little while ago for the first time since the operation, the U.S.-Israeli operation against Iran began. He says that the U.S. plans for Iran were ahead of schedule. Let's take a listen.
Somebody said today, they said, oh, well, if the president wants to do it really quickly, after that he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media, I think he'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now, I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through. We also projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour, so we're ahead of schedule there.
Paul Musgrave, did you get a sense from President Trump there that he had a clear game plan, a longer-term plan?
No, I don't think he does. Over the course of the day, from President Trump, from Defense Secretary Hegseth, we've seen the United States open the door to potentially having boots on the ground, which initially was something the United States would not happen. The timeline has lengthened from 2 weeks to 4 weeks, maybe 5. President Trump has said that the greatest strikes are ahead of us, and he offered several different rationales for what's going on, from the nuclear program to sinking the Iranian Navy. This does not say to me there's a single plan.
Do Gulf countries have the leverage with the Trump administration right now to tell him basically, you need to hold the brakes here, we need to reassess the situation? Do they have enough leverage at this point?
I think that the Gulf states have a lot of leverage. I don't think that anyone has the leverage to stop the United States right now. Stopping this would be difficult politically for the president. What they can do is incline the United States to do certain things instead of others, to build a coalition, to maybe change the targeting set, change the order of those priorities. Because one of the things that we living here in the Gulf have realized is that Iran's conventional capabilities are pretty fierce on themselves, and moving towards something that degrades those capabilities might be in the interests of the people living here, and also might push toward a ceasefire or an acceptable outcome for all parties.
All right, Faisal, what leverage do Gulf countries, does a country like Qatar have today to de-escalate the situation?
The North Field, the stop of the North Field, it became
This is a gas pipeline that Iran and Qatar share, of course.
It fueled Japan, it fueled China. It's already creating a world crisis. This field, and also Ras al-Nur, this never happened since 1973. Are the U.S. is ready to push it for 90 days to increase, and with the inflation we have? I don't think Netanyahu will supply some gas to the world. So this is very, very critical moment. Secondly, I think things to watch also is President Putin calling His Highness and condemning the Iranian, which is the biggest ally of Iran.
Indeed.
So those two things, I think, can change the reality and change the schedule. All right,
Abdulaziz Al-Ghashani in Riyadh, your final thought. What leverage do Gulf countries have today to de-escalate this situation, and can it be de-escalated?
In my opinion, and I'll make this very brief, I think the leverage that the Gulf states have is really trying to leverage their ability to invest in the United States, their financial leverage, to be a hub in the region of investment and facilitating investment worldwide. I think this is precisely where the leverage is. But this has to be delivered in a manner and communicated in a manner that kind of necessitates regional security. This is precisely, I think, the approach that they will try to use. This is the leverage that they, I think, have. And I think by communicating to Donald Trump and telling him, listen, you have, you're someone who likes to do business And this is really not good business for us, which means it's not good business for you. And I think that's the angle that where people will use their leverage that we have here.
All right, Abdulaziz Al Gashian in Riyadh, thank you very much. Faisal Al Mudaka in Doha and Paul Musgrave, thank you to all three of you for joining us on Al Jazeera. Meanwhile, there have been more Israeli strikes on Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Earlier, Israeli attacks killed at least 52 people, including a senior Hezbollah official. At least 151 people were injured. There have also been Israeli strikes across southern Lebanon. The Israeli army says it targeted more than 70 Hezbollah facilities, including weapons storage facilities. Israel says the attacks are in response to the rockets and drones Hezbollah fired into Israel earlier on Monday. The group says its attack was in response to the assassination of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. After the strikes, Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaf Salam says he has banned all Hezbollah military and security activities. Al Jazeera's Zina Khodr was reporting from Beirut when some of those Israeli strikes hit the capital.
Well, we just saw that strike come in. The Israeli army has threatened to carry out a series of airstrikes in numerous areas across Lebanon, singling out, for example, every branch of Qard al-Hassan. This is a financial institution belonging to Hezbollah, saying that they will target all their branches across the country. Behind me, you see the smoke. This is Beirut's southern suburbs, a cluster of neighborhoods which is now largely empty. Since the early hours of the morning, the hundreds of thousands of residents who live in this area have left. We've seen, there's another strike. Let's see where. Yes, Israel really keeping up this pressure, promising, saying that it is launching an offensive against Hezbollah, expecting a few days of fighting, saying that it intends to intensify the strikes, increase the strikes, and promising Hezbollah that it will pay the price for firing a barrage of rockets across the border in the early hours of the morning in retaliation for the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. So Israel stepping up its military campaign, threatening to target many areas. When they issue these evacuation orders, basically what it means is that it is causing mass displacement, further displacement, forcing families to make way to safer areas. And this in itself is pressure.
18:30 GMT, 9:30 p.m. in Doha. If you're just joining us, you're watching Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran. A reminder of the latest developments. U.S. President Donald Trump has said the Iran operation is likely to last about 4 weeks, but the U.S. will do whatever it takes to destroy Iran's missile capacity. He said his objective is to ensure that Iran never develops nuclear weapons. Tehran has targeted energy infrastructure in Gulf states, triggering a surge in global gas and oil prices. Qatar's state-owned petroleum company has halted all production of liquefied natural gas, LNG, after attacks on 2 of its facilities. Across the border in Saudi Arabia, the kingdom has shut its biggest domestic oil refinery as a precautionary measure. 2 drones targeted Aramco's Ras Tanura facility, but were intercepted. And Iran has targeted sites across Israel. The Israeli military says missiles were intercepted above West Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and Eilat. At least 10 people have been killed since Saturday. And Israel has launched new strikes on Lebanon's capital, Beirut. It says they are in response to the rockets and drones Hezbollah fired into Israeli territory earlier on Monday. The group says its attack was in response to the assassination of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Let's get an update from our correspondents in Beirut and Ramallah. Let's go first to Noor Odeh in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So, Noor, missiles are going on in both ways. Israel is also under fire. Bring us up to speed with what's been happening there.
Well, fully, Israel is under fire from Iranian missiles. There were also drones reportedly that came from Lebanon. Israel announcing that it will expand its war fronts to Lebanon to crush Hezbollah, in the words of senior Israeli officials. The war on Hezbollah, according to those officials, will continue as long as it takes. The war on Iran will continue for weeks, and the state of emergency has been extended. Now, Israeli towns across Israel and across the occupied West Bank in illegal Israeli settlements, Israelis have had to go to the shelter repeatedly today. The most of the areas that were impacted were coastal. The pictures that we were allowed to see by the Israeli military censor came from Ashkelon, where more than 24 Israelis were injured. Only one was described in moderate condition. Overall, in the past 3 days, about 900 Israelis were treated by medical services, but a much smaller number of them remain in hospital receiving treatment.
Noor, thank you for the updates. Let's now go to Heidi Pett in Beirut. Heidi, there have been more strikes on Lebanon's capital this evening.
Yeah, there was another wave of strikes a short while ago targeting Lebanon's capital. We heard it across Beirut. These are significant explosions. They're heard not just in Dahia, the suburbs in the south of the capital that are being directly targeted, but the windows and the ground are shaking across the capital tonight. And of course, there were multiple waves of strikes today as well. Israel said that it was targeting Qard al-Hassan, which is a Lebanese financial institution linked to Hezbollah, but which also many people here use as a bank for loans and their personal financing. So the latest update that we have for the strikes that have hit across Lebanon today coming from the government is that 52 people have been killed and 154 injured. There are thousands of people displaced. You can see them around downtown Beirut, people who fled Dahia, and also some people who've actually made it up from the strikes, fleeing southern Lebanon as well. They're sleeping on the Corniche and around Martyrs Square, but they're also making their way to shelters which have been opened in schools, because many of the schools in Beirut are closed today, and they're now sheltering the thousands of displaced people.
Heidi Pett in Beirut, thank you. Mohammed Val, what's the latest from where you are in Tehran?
Fully, we don't have any new reports about bombardments, but that's just for the last couple of hours. 24 hours before that, continuously bombardment happened here in Tehran and also in other cities. Here in Tehran, we have seen pictures of damage in the streets, civilian areas and so on, cars destroyed and even bodies in the street. The government here talking about the increasing number of civilians being killed, 175 people, all of them students according to the Ministry of Education. That's over the last couple of days, most of them in that school in Minab. But also here, scores of people reportedly killed in Tehran in different areas, including in the Niloufar, Square in Tehran. 9 hospitals have been hit with damage there inflicted on civilians. And at the same time, we have reports of bombardment on the city of Isfahan, particularly near or at the nuclear sites there, which is a dangerous situation there, considering the probability of hitting some of those components of the nuclear sites there and so on. But at the same time, also Iran is defiant, and it's talking about strikes across the region, including even on an allied tanker called Athenova that has been hit by 2 drones in the Strait of Hormuz, and it is still burning there, according to Iranian sources. Interesting line from Tasnim news agency citing an informed source in the Iranian government saying that Iran hasn't targeted Aramco facilities, and that also it has intelligence information that Israel has been behind that attack, and that it is also intending to attack Al Fujairah port anytime in the United Arab Emirates for the purpose of stoking more fire in this war and creating more amount of anger across the region against Iran. The Iranian President Pezeshkian has issued some orders to the government institutions saying that, the country is under attack, but the country is capable of continuing to provide basic amenities and basic necessities for its people.
Okay, Mohammed,
and that those institutions
let's leave it
should
there for
continue.
now. We'll check in with you later. In the meantime, we're going to take you to the Israeli military spokesman who's giving an operational update. Let's listen in.
The stability of the Iranian regime. We have targeted the primary intelligence agency of the regime. We have also targeted posts of the Revolutionary Guard Corps and all facilities of the regime. Tonight, Hezbollah launched missiles to Israel, and they will pay a heavy price for that action today. I have discussed with the Chief of Staff the northern borders. We will end this battle that will not end by striking Iran, but when Hezbollah pays the price and would be held. Our priority is to defend you all the time. As the Chief of Staff stated today in the morning, we will not end this battle before we eliminate the threat from Lebanon. During the night, the Israeli our air forces have flown over Lebanese airspace, and we have targeted Hezbollah posts and killed key leaders in Hezbollah ranks. So we have also continued a series of attacks that targeted economic facilities of Hezbollah that manages Hezbollah funds over years. Financial civil institutions in Lebanon that have been utilizing Lebanese money to support terrorist organizations. Hezbollah exploits Lebanese to support their terrorist attacks and to exacerbate the economic crisis in Lebanon. They don't defend Lebanon or Iran, but they are working to sabotaging Lebanon. Our forces in the air and in the sea continue their attacks against Lebanon. This evening, I would like to commend your steadfastness and your responsibility. Your steadfastness and your strong morale is a strong element for our success. I would like to ask you to listen to the directives by the home front that will save your lives. The military will not stop. We will continue our march forward on a multi-front war. We identify our targets and we hit strongly against our enemies. The military operations, and this will lead us to eliminating the existential threats against us. This anniversary, this ritual that passes from one generation to another, these words are very important. We need to continue to stand fast. That will pass across generations of Israeli people. Happy anniversary despite these circumstances. Thank you. To the questions. Question: what is the scale of attacks and how did it impact on Iranians' capacity or capability to attack Israel? We have launched strikes to eliminate existential threats. The missile capabilities are existential threat. We have targeted missile manufacturing facilities and to their manufacturing supply chain. The Iranians, they continue to manufacture them, and they sought to manufacture hundreds of missiles in a month. We will continue to target such facilities. Our Air Force has performed strong attacks against such facilities in collaborations with the Americans. Question: until now, the military didn't identify a clear objective of the war against Lebanon. Yesterday, Hezbollah launched missiles against Israel. They know the price. So we have warned them previously, and they will pay a heavy price. That's why we will continue to attack them. Today we were with the Chief of Staff at the northern borders, and we will not back down until we meet our objectives of disarming Hezbollah or destroying Hezbollah. We'll continue until we disarm Hezbollah. Question: was there an issue in the intercepting missiles in the Beit Shemesh incident? Answer: once again, I would like to say that the military embraces the families in these difficult times. Definitely, we have launched intercepting missiles against the Iranian missiles, and this defense system has proven itself over and over again. However, we are now conducting an investigation in this regard. The Home Front is investigating the incident, and they seek to develop their capabilities. Here, I would like to remind you that our defense systems are the best in the world. However, our citizens need to heed the home front directives. Question: will Israel expand its operations in Lebanon to include ground operation? Answer: the Chief of Staff was at the northern border and he inspected our brigades. He has approved our plans. We have reviewed all eventualities and courses of action to strip Hezbollah of its weapons. Question: regarding Iran's attacks against several countries in the region, how will the military deal with this situation? Recently, in the recent days, and we have been saying that Iran is not a problem to Israel only, but rather a regional and international problem. They are targeting all their neighbors, and they constitute a problem. In the recent years following Abraham Accords, we are working with the regional countries
That was the Israeli military spokesman, Brigadier General Efi Defrin, giving an operational update, focusing a lot on Israel's operations in Lebanon. Israel launched new strikes on Beirut, the Lebanese capital, on Monday, killing at least 52 people and injuring 149 others. The Israeli military spokesman saying there that Israel will not end this before it eliminates the threat from Lebanon. He said Israel targeted Hezbollah positions and killed key leaders of Hezbollah, and it also struck economic assets of the Lebanese armed group. So the Israeli military spokesman there giving an update on Israel's operations in Iran and also in Lebanon. We've also heard from the United States Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who gave this update earlier on the US's operation against Iran.
This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it. We hope the Iranian people take advantage of this incredible opportunity. President Trump has been clear, now is your time. To Iranian security forces, choose wisely. President Trump has also been clear about your fate in either direction. To the media outlets and political left screaming endless wars, stop. This is not Iraq. This is not endless. I was there for both.
Let's discuss this further now with Harlan Ullman, who's chairman of the Kilowan Group and a former U.S. Navy officer. He's joining us from Washington, D.C. Mr. Ullman, thank you for being with us. We've heard mixed messages from the Trump administration. What is the military strategy in the U.S. right now? the U.S. says it's targeting military sites in Iran, but when Hegseth spoke there and when he was asked whether this could involve American boots on the ground, he left it an open question. What are we to make of that?
That the administration does not have a clear-cut strategy or what it is trying to do. Obviously, the impact of the military strikes are to disarm Iran from its weapon systems, its missiles, its ships, and its ability to fight. But that is not a strategy, it's a tactic. President Trump reportedly has not taken boots off the ground, off the table yet. And there's a possibility, I say possibility, that if the United States decides that it needs to do something, it could try and occupy Karg Island, which is in the northern part of the Persian Gulf, which is a major oil shipping place for the Iranian fleets. But at this stage, it's unclear. The original mission of regime change seems to be going into the distance, because how you effectuate a regime change from the air is not certain and really never has happened before. So I think the administration is taking a pause right now. I'm told that the attacks have let up somewhat in Tehran and in Iran. We're doing bomb damage assessment to see what targets are left that we can go back and strike again. And I think the administration is trying to come up with a message that it can present to the American public as to what it's doing in Iran, why it's doing it, and then what happens next.
Is the Israeli strategy more clear-cut to you? Israelis have focused on an aerial campaign bombing Tehran intensely. They've also targeted Lebanon and Hezbollah this Monday. Is their objective more clear?
Well, their objective is to decapitate the leadership, period. That's also not a strategy, it's a tactic. And my guess is they may be considering using ground forces to go back into Lebanon, because you're not going to be able to destroy Hezbollah, or for that matter, Hamas, from the air. You need ground forces. Now, whether the war will expand that much, I have no idea. I think from the Iranian perspective, and you've not asked this question yet, I think the Iranian view right now is to try to be as disruptive as possible to oil and financial markets, to hurt the United States, to hurt Donald Trump. And so now that Trump will be seeing the markets in disarray, and that may cause the Americans either to change their strategy or indeed to reconsider what they're doing.
Yeah,
But,
and that was going
as
to
I
be my
said,
next question on Iran. Iran's priority, as you said, on the military front seems to be to extract costs where it can against U.S. interests and allies. But how long can Iran sustain this?
I think for a considerable amount of time. Obviously, they're going to run out of weapons. I'm not sure they can manufacture enough Shahed drones to make up what they're using, but they don't have to. All they need to do is to block the Strait. The Houthis may block the Red Sea. And by closing the Strait of Hormuz, or at least threatening the oil refineries, then I think that's a way of exercising a blockade. After all, 1/5 of the oil traffic, energy traffic, goes through the Strait, and energy markets are going to be affected by that. Insurers of ships are not going to be wanting to insure ships. So I think that there's a way that the Iranians can impose great costs without necessarily having to use military force to do that.
The defenses set up in recent weeks, can they mitigate the risks posed by the Iranian retaliation?
No. The risks are very real, but they're very largely psychological and perceptual. What we don't understand is the fact that Iranians are Persians. Persians are very, very proud people. They're defiant. And my guess is that this attack probably has caused more people to rally around the flag. Now, there's a very other interesting point here. I'm not sure that killing Khamenei will be a good thing for the long term. Obviously, he was a dreadful person, and nobody's going to mourn his passing. But right now, we seem to have reaffirmed the position of Ali Larijani. He is an extremely smart, wily person. What people do not know is that he has a PhD. He wrote his dissertation on Immanuel Kant, the great German philosopher, and his daughter may still be practicing medicine in America.
Right.
This is not a mullah. This is somebody who's very, very crafty. And by putting him more in control, we may have sort of tipped the odds in Iran's favor, having gotten rid of Khamenei, who was 86, who was tired, who was old, and this guy could be a serious issue.
All right, big picture, Harlan Ullman, difficult to say what's going to be happening militarily day by day. What could a sustained conflict look like?
It would be tit for tat. We're going to run out of targets. We're going to run out of a lot of our exquisite weapon systems, such as Standard Missile 6 that's used against incoming ballistic missiles. And so it could be a war of attrition. We could be keeping our forces out there doing strikes on a daily basis, on an ongoing basis. We're going to be running out of targets. And this, unfortunately, could lapse in some kind of a persistent war, not necessarily peace, but where both sides try to attack each other, and we're in a constant situation of a semi-war, let me put it that way. So I don't see what the outcome could be. The only path right now that the Americans have, it seems to me, is to declare victory and go home. We can say we've eliminated Iran's nuclear capability, we've eliminated their military capability, so what's the purpose of all this? But under those circumstances, I think domestically, Donald Trump will have a huge problem explaining to the American public what we did, because there was no imminent threat, no matter what the administration says. Iran was not enriching. And there's some very, very strong arguments to believe that Iran thought that the negotiations that were ongoing over the nuclear issues had a good chance of sustaining themselves. Otherwise, why would the Omani foreign minister not have come to Washington? And why did both sides, the Americans and Iranians, send their technical teams to, or were supposed to send their technical teams to Geneva today? So Mr. Trump is going to have some huge problems explaining what he's done and what he's going to do.
Thank you so much. Very interesting to talk to you and hear your views about this. Harlan Ullman, a former U.S. Navy officer, joining us there from Washington, D.C. Now, the conflict is affecting energy prices. European gas prices have surged by nearly 50% after Qatar's state-run energy company halted LNG liquefied natural gas production. The suspension follows Iranian attacks on two major facilities. Qatar shares the world's largest natural gas reservoir with Iran. Oil prices are also up. Brent crude was trading at about $82 a barrel on Monday. That's the highest since January last year and up 13% from Friday's close. Let's discuss the implications of this with Janiv Shah, who's Vice President of Oil Markets and Downstream Analysis at Rystad Energy. Thank you for being with us. Are markets reacting more to actual supply losses or to the fear of escalation in the region, in the Strait of Hormuz and the broader Gulf infrastructure?
Good evening. Thank you for having me on. I think that's a fantastic question to begin with. The market is not trending or trading upon an absolute risk rather than more of a fear of risk, right? So we do have an Iranian-led blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, which of course transports around 20 million barrels a day of material, 16 or so million barrels a day of crude, and the balance 4 to 5 million barrels a day of products. But it's the fear of how long this blockade will last for, and that is what the market is looking at very closely. The longer this goes on, the longer the disruption continues for, the longer the backlog and the longer the freight rates will have to be extended beyond what the current high points are. So yes, we do have Brent up and WTI, but they have been overshadowed very much so by the products markets.
What's going to be the immediate impact, a medium-term also and long-term impact on consumers, and which regions of the world are likely to be worse affected by disruptions?
Well, it's around 85% of crude exports that transit through the Strait of Hormuz actually find their home in Asia. This is Indian, Chinese, South Korean, Japanese, etc. refineries who consume this from a quality angle and perspective of the design capability and capacity. So these medium sour barrels are very highly in demand for gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel production and supply into the global market. So these are the countries, these are the regions and the refineries who are most likely to be impacted very quickly, short term, by the loss of crude. The rumored and the potential loss of crude in the global system. From a product angle, it's likely to be the European system, who is lacking the benefit of any diesel, gas oil imports from the Persian Gulf, as well as anything that's happening on the jet side within Singapore, and of course fuel oil. Now, fuel oil is a great story. It's up 70 on the day, and that's a fantastic one from a gain perspective as well.
All right, Genevieve, best case and worst case scenarios. If the conflict remains regionally contained but tense, what's your outlook for the next 3 to 6 months?
If it's contained regionally, yes, there is potential of extended crude loss and product loss within the global system, but prices will definitely remain fairly well supported. Worst case is if this goes to a larger, overblown global basis in conflict, then we do have a severe loss of system capacity, not just from supply, but also from refining and other infrastructure within the region as well.
Thank you so much for talking to us. Thank you for your insight. Genevieve Shah joining us there from London. Now, an emergency meeting has been held at the International Atomic Energy Agency. It follows concerns over U.S. and Israeli actions towards Iran in recent days. The IAEA says nuclear facilities haven't been targeted in the same way they were last June. Bernard Smith reports from Vienna.
So Russia and Iran called for this emergency meeting of the IAEA because they want its board to address what they call the unprovoked acts of armed aggression by Israel and the US on Iran.
It is for the second time that they invade our countries during negotiations. Today, we are supposed to hold technical meetings here in Vienna. Based on such deceptions and unfounded allegations, they targeted or peaceful, safeguarded nuclear facilities.
The Iranians say that one of its facilities at Natanz has been targeted again, although the IAEA's Director General says he's seen no evidence that attacks on the scale of those last June have been carried out this time.
We haven't seen major military activity targeting the nuclear facilities. We have been looking at different satellite images. There might be something there, but not significant.
The IAEA says Iran has 4 declared uranium enrichment facilities, but it has lost continuity of knowledge about stockpiles. There's 440 kilos of enriched uranium at 60%. It takes just a small technical step to get it to 90% and weapons grade. The IAEA has no one on the ground in Iran. It needs to know where that uranium is. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Vienna.
It's 19 GMT, 10 p.m. in Qatar. You're watching Al Jazeera live from Doha. I'm Fuli Batibo with our continuing coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel and Iran, which is rapidly expanding across the region. Speaking in the past few hours, U.S. President Donald Trump has defended his decision to attack Iran and said the military operation could take more than 5 weeks.
This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime.
President Trump said the U.S. will do whatever it takes to destroy Iran's missile capacity and nuclear program. He said Washington is ahead of its time projections in the conflict, saying it eliminated Iran's top leadership in a matter of hours. A day of escalation has seen Tehran target energy infrastructure in Gulf states, triggering a surge in global gas and oil prices. Qatar's state-owned petroleum company has halted all production of liquefied natural gas, LNG, after attacks on 2 of its facilities. Across the border in Saudi Arabia, the kingdom has shut its biggest domestic oil refinery as a precautionary measure. 2 drones targeted Aramco's Ras Tanura facility but were intercepted. Iran has also targeted sites across Israel. The Israeli military says missiles were intercepted above West Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and Eilat. At least 10 people have been killed since Saturday. In Iran, Israeli strikes have continued for a 3rd day. These are attacks that hit the capital, Tehran. The U.S. and Israel have hit infrastructure across Iran. This is the aftermath of an attack which destroyed a police station and the surrounding residential area. The Red Crescent says more than 550 people have been killed and hundreds injured in Iran since the U.S. and Israel attack began on Saturday. Rescue workers have been searching for bodies in the rubble in the aftermath of attacks across the country. Israel has also launched strikes on Lebanon's capital, Beirut, as well as the south of Lebanon. It says they are in response to the rockets and drones Hezbollah fired into Israeli territory early on Monday. At least 52 people have been killed in Lebanon, including a senior Hezbollah official. The group says its attack was in response to the assassination of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Al Jazeera has a team of correspondents around the world covering the latest developments in Tehran, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, Beirut and Doha. First, we bring in our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett in Washington, D.C. So, Kimberly, we've heard from President Trump for the first time since the attack on Iran began. He's talked about how the war is going and how long it could potentially last.
And he's also explained why he launched those strikes. He said that back after the first round of U.S. strikes against Iran in June of 2025, he says that obliterated the nuclear program of Iran, that it began to rebuild, ignoring warnings from the United States. It was pursuing a nuclear weapons program, the president alleges. He also said that the conventional missile program that was underway and operational in Iran was being used as a shield for the nuclear program, which was not only growing very rapidly, but he said soon could have a weapon that could hit the United States. He also outlined what he says are the objectives for the operation dubbed Epic Fury.
Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their Navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
Donald Trump also explained why he gave up on diplomacy, saying that a deal, or even though we know that following the talks in Geneva and the Omani foreign minister saying a deal for peace was within reach, Donald Trump said that there was a deal. In fact, he said there was one 2 times, but then he claims Iran backed out. And that's when he said, I can't deal with these people, and launched the military operation.
All right, Kimberly at the White House. Let's bring in Mohammed Jamjoon in Doha. Mohammed, how much has concern grown in this region in the aftermath of these attacks on energy infrastructure here in Qatar and Saudi Arabia?
Well, what's happened today, and right now I'm talking about 2 specific attacks. One attack directed towards Qatar, another attack directed towards Saudi Arabia on energy infrastructure in both countries. This is something that's put in very stark relief just how much of an impact this could have, not just short-term, but also long-term in the region and globally. Of course, first, we should remind our viewers of what happened in Qatar. You have Qatar's state-owned petroleum company. They announced that they halted all production of liquefied natural gas. We should remember that Qatar is the world's largest producer of liquefied natural gas. That was as a result of Iranian attacks on 2 of its facilities. After that announcement was made, you had prices surging in Europe and Asia. So prices surging globally when it comes to energy. That causes a huge amount of concern. Let's also talk for a moment about what happened just across the border in Saudi Arabia. You had the Saudis announcing that they had temporarily shut down some units of their Ras Tanura oil refinery. That, of course, is the biggest domestic oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. It's part of Aramco. That was after a fire broke out as a result of drone strikes from Iran targeting that facility. Those 2 incidents really, really concerned people, not just in the region, but globally as well, as to what could happen when it comes to energy prices, when it comes to energy production. Nobody wants to see a prolonged energy market disruption. Right now, the concern is that is something that could be more of a possibility now than it was just a couple of days ago. We've seen over the course of the past few days, as these attacks escalated, now there are attacks that are targeting energy infrastructure in a region where, when it comes to Gulf countries, Arab countries, one of the things they prided themselves on the most was the stability of the energy market, to be able to export those energy products to the rest of the world in a safe and stable manner. Now that is something that is being called into question really again putting into stark relief just how much of concern there is when it comes to escalations in this conflict going forward. Folly?
Mohammed Val in Doha. Let's head to Tehran now. Mohammed Val is in Iran's capital Fars. The US and Israel continuing their attack on Iran. Mohammed, what have been the latest targets and what's the damage?
Yes, the most outstanding target mentioned today is Isfahan, near the nuclear facilities, but also other cities, and particularly strikes that hurt civilians. We have some new statistics coming from the Iranian authorities about civilians killed in the last few days. The people who killed in Isfahan until now, 47, and you have 45 people in Kurdistan. You have 20 people in a part of Tehran, not all the city, and you have 175 schoolgirls killed in Minab, in Hormozgan. These are just some of the major incidents that happened over the last 3 days and affected civilians. So there is this fear that the war is going to develop into something that is primarily punishing Iranian civilians, even though the Americans are claiming that it is a war that is helping the Iranians liberate themselves. On the other hand, Iran is reacting strongly across the board. We have a report about they are calling it the 8th wave. The eighth announcement in this 12th wave of the so-called Operation True Promise 4. And in that wave, they talked about shutting down until now 27 drones, including 7 just today, very advanced drones. This is aside from interceptions and counterattacks across the region, including against a tanker in the Strait of Hormuz that they said has been hit, an allied tanker that is burning now on fire. But we have interesting also lines from the Tasnim news agency citing an informant source in the Iranian government saying that Iran hasn't been behind the attacks on Aramco, and also that they have intelligence information that Israel has been responsible for those attacks in order to stoke this war further and to create more chaos in the region, and also that there are intelligence reports about an imminent attack on Al Fujairah port by Israel in the same context. So Iran is once again confirming that it is ready for this war, that it can continue it. Ali Larijani today talked about the need for Iran to defend its 7,000-old civilization, and saying that Iran hasn't initiated a war against any other country during the last 300 years, but it is well prepared for this moment. It has been expecting it, and it is going to stay the course until it blows a final crushing defeat to its enemies.
Mohammed Val in Tehran, thank you. Noor O'Day in Ramallah. We've heard from President Trump, who said that this conflict could last 4 to 5 weeks. What's the view from Israel, and how is that going down there?
Well, we haven't heard public reactions yet, but the Israeli government is now preparing the public for weeks of confrontation with Iran, and this will no doubt have ramifications. The Israeli army says that it has conducted over 1,000 combat sorties over Iran. Now, it has been reassuring the public that the focus of these airstrikes on Iran are the ballistic missile capabilities in the country, the factories, the stockpiles, the ability to produce or to store those missiles that can reach Israel. But these missiles have kept coming. And in fact, we've seen quite a number of warnings and sirens going off throughout the day. More than 24 Israelis have been injured today in Ashkelon. Only one of them moderately. That's the one location cleared by the Israeli military censor. In all, 960 Israelis have been injured since Israel launched this war on Iran. 150 of them remain in hospital. And in the back of everybody's mind, Foley, is if this war lasts more than the 12 days that it did in June, how much more can Israel handle? Because after 12 days of confrontation in June of last year, Israel's stockpiles of defense systems, of defense missiles, were running critically low. And this is a very important point, and that's why the main message from the Israeli government today, to the public at least, is that they expect to have command over the skies over Iran very soon, and that the number of Iranian missiles reaching Israel should be diminishing in the coming days. That will be critical for the Israeli government to maintain public support.
Noor O'Day in Ramallah, thank you. Now, there have been more Israeli strikes on Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Earlier, Israeli attacks killed at least 52 people, including a senior Hezbollah official. At least 154 were injured. There have also been Israeli strikes across southern Lebanon. The Israeli army says it targeted more than 70 Hezbollah facilities, including weapons storage facilities. Israel says the attacks are in response to the rockets and drones Hezbollah fired into Israel earlier on Monday. The group says its attack was in response to the assassination of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. After the strikes, Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaf Salam said he has banned all Hezbollah military and security activities. Let's get an update from Beirut. Heidi Pett is there for us. There were more strikes this evening on the Lebanese capital. Heidi, bring us up to speed with the situation on the ground.
Yeah, just before sunset today, we saw another wave of strikes. It's echoed across Beirut. You could hear and feel them even in downtown where I am. And those strikes were once again hitting the southern suburbs of Dahia, which have been the focus of the bombing campaign in the capital. But of course, there's been extensive targeting of the south of Lebanon and also the Bekaa Valley towards the Syrian border today. More than 50 locations hit. And as you mentioned, 52 people killed. Among them, Israel says, a senior Hezbollah intelligence official, and more than 154 people injured. The impact that is being felt across the country, of course, is about the displacement crisis. Once again, thousands of people across Lebanon are fleeing their homes in the face of bombing or forced displacement orders from the Israeli military. And some of these people are actually, they remain displaced since the last war, which, you know, the ceasefire that was brought in November 2024. Some people have still not been home since then. And so the country is straining to deal with. Schools in Beirut have been closed today. The students are not, they're not taking lessons, but instead they've been opened up as shelters for people who are coming in from the south and Beirut's southern suburbs as well. The question now is, how will Hezbollah respond to this ban on its military and security activities by the Prime Minister? They have said, they understand that Lebanon as a state has the right to decide between war and peace, but they think that people who defend against what they term the occupation should not be dealt with harshly.
All right, Heidi, thank you for the update. That's Heidi Pett reporting there live from Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Now, President Donald Trump, speaking at the White House earlier, said U.S. plans for Iran were ahead of schedule.
Somebody said today, they said, oh, well, the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media, I think he'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now. I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through. We also projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour, so we're ahead of schedule there.
Let's discuss this further now with Harlan Ullman, who's chairman of the Kilowan Group and a former U.S. Navy officer. He's joining us from Washington, D.C. Thank you once again for being with us on Al Jazeera. What is your understanding of the U.S. military strategy? We heard there from President Trump, who said this could go on for 4 to 5 weeks. Defense Secretary Hegseth was asked whether this could involve American boots on the ground. He left that an open question. Where is the U.S. going with this?
Nobody really knows. It's not the military strategy, it's the overarching strategy. And very, very recent reporting from the White House suggests that the White House is in some confusion. In a classified briefing that took place on Capitol Hill, the Pentagon told the staffers that there was no imminent threat. This completely contradicts what the president and Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, have said. And all this amounts to real confusion as to where the administration is heading and what it's meant to be doing. And so at this stage, we're really almost in strategic freefall. What the military is doing is quite clear. The U.S. military, and I'll come back to that in a second, in conjunction with the Israelis, are taking out all sorts of military targets. And that will continue. But for the time being, the reasons for this attack are in confusion. Now, it's interesting, Benjamin Netanyahu on television just said he shows deep appreciation of the United States for joining Israel, which suggests to me that Israel seems to think it was the senior partner and may have had a much stronger role in precipitating these attacks than may have been recognized.
And so who do you think is leading this campaign right now, Israel or the Americans?
I think Israel. I think that Israel has convinced, I think Netanyahu has convinced Trump to take this on board. The Israelis were key in the decapitation strikes, and I think this is very much playing out the way Israel would like. And so, unfortunately, I think that it's very much the tail waving the dog.
Yeah. Harlan Ullman, the Iranians now, the strategy there has, it seems, shifted to targeting not just U.S. bases in the Gulf region, but countries in the region's energy assets, as we saw in Saudi and Qatar earlier today. Why do you think Iran has shifted its strategy, and what does it indicate to you about how far they're willing to take this conflict?
I don't think they've shifted their strategy. It has to be an economic one to impose as much pain and hurt on the United States and the West through energy and stock markets to force the United States to back down. I don't see whatever else Iran could do. They can't invade anybody because they don't have a substantial military. If they try to cross the Persian Gulf, we would sink all those ships that they might have, or landing craft. And so this has got to be an economic strategy that is designed to impose as much pain on the United States and the West to hope that they back down. And I will repeat that Ali Larijani is a very competent guy, no matter how vicious and mean he may be. And this is not an Ayatollah who's in charge. And so I don't think that the administration, or I don't know if the administration took that into account. But right now, I would say that the situation in Washington is a bit confused as to what the White House is going to be doing. And the fact is that the president made his talk at the awards today for the Congressional Medal of Honor to 4 recipients still continues to confuse when he says we may be at it for another 4 weeks. But the reasons why we are doing what we're doing are not clear. And as I noted earlier, the briefings that people on Capitol Hill received seem to be in direct contradiction as to the imminence of the threat, which is not going to help the message that the White House needs to send to the American public.
And as you noted earlier, Alman, military power can degrade capabilities, restore deterrence and raise costs, but it's not necessarily a reliable tool for engineering political transformation that the Israelis and Americans are looking for in Iran.
I went through this in Vietnam, where I served for nearly 2 years. I was certainly an observer and did a little bit on the margins in terms of the second Iraq war. And I have been to Afghanistan a number of times. And don't we ever learn? Do we not ever learn? And I'm afraid the Trump administration has made the same mistakes going back to Jack Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson and Richard Nixon in Vietnam. So what we're doing there remains to be seen, but I don't understand why we've done what we've done when the attack was not imminent. And one hopes that this turns out for the better. But at this stage, the White House, as I said, is in some degree of confusion.
All right. And we're looking at, as we speak, Harlan Ullman, live pictures of the Iranian capital, Tehran, where traffic is running. It looks pretty much normal despite the Israeli and U.S. attacks on Tehran. Traffic looking very fluid there. And it would seem that Iranians are defiant, remain defiant, despite the attacks on Iran by the U.S. and Israel, and perhaps also in support of the Iranian regime, which is in place. The supreme leader has been killed, but the system remains in place. We've seen some cars there with flags being waved, and Iranians wanting to show perhaps that life goes on and that they are supporting their government. Thank you, Harlan Ullman, for speaking to us. Now, Britain has said its involvement in the conflict in the Middle East is strictly defensive. But early on Monday, a suspected Iranian-made drone struck a British airbase in Cyprus, raising questions about how insulated the UK really is. Sonia Gallego reports.
The day the conflict in the Middle East reached UK's sovereign territory, an Iranian-made Shahed drone struck inside the British airbase in Cyprus overnight, followed by 2 more. Both were intercepted. But the attack sent shockwaves across the eastern Mediterranean island, where Greece is now sending frigates and fighter jets as regional tensions mount. The UK moved additional air assets to the base in recent days, while waves of Iranian drones and missiles hit countries across the Gulf. The government had initially resisted deeper involvement, but the scale and breadth of the assault on British allies forced a reversal of that decision.
It is clear that Iran's outrageous response has become a threat to our people, our interests, and our allies, and it cannot be ignored.
Pressure also came from the US, with President Donald Trump saying he was very disappointed that Prime Minister Keir Starmer had blocked American use of Diego Garcia military base in the Indian Ocean. A criticism echoed by Starmer's political rival, Reform UK leader Nigel Farage, himself a longtime ally of Trump and a prominent voice on the British right.
I do believe the American president and the Israelis are right in what they're doing, and I find the actions of our Prime Minister, or the inactions, perhaps I should say, of our Prime Minister, frankly pathetic.
Starmer had announced over the weekend that the US could use British bases, including Diego Garcia, for defensive strikes on Iranian missile sites. But the UK's legacy in the region from the 2003 invasion of Iraq is never far from mind, still recent enough to make even limited involvement feel consequential. While critics say the delay in granting the US access may have weakened Britain's position, what is certain is that Iran's targeting of a British airbase marks a turning point in the UK's role in this widening conflict. Sonia Gallego, Al Jazeera.
Let's now bring in Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim, who's reported extensively from Iran to discuss the latest developments in Iran. I know you've got a lot of good contacts within Iran right now. What is happening internally? There's been an appointment, a new appointment of an IRGC commander. Who is he and what does it tell us about where the system stands right now?
Reports coming from Iran suggests that General Ahmed Vahidi has been appointed as the commander of IRGC. And for those who don't know Ahmed Vahidi, he was the deputy commander of IRGC, and prior to that he was the Minister of Interior. During Ahmadinejad's time he was a defense minister. He's a long-time soldier, and he kind of evolved in the defense industry in Iran, or the sector, in different positions. Also, he oversaw the formation of the Quds Force in the 90s, before Qasem Soleimani became the head of this. So he has different experiences within the defense and security institutions, but in several areas, inside Iran and outside Iran, as a Minister of Defense, as a Minister of Interior, and also as someone who is in the military. However, he's known to be someone very wild.
Wild?
Yes.
Okay. In what sense?
In the sense of, first of all, he's someone who came from the field to the strategic area in the past. And Khamenei was always trying to restrain him. And that's why we didn't see him getting back to become the head of IRGC. But now that everyone was killed, he was the guy who became this person. Because they're always kind of concerned that in case he is in this position, he's not controllable.
So what direction then is he likely to take Iran and the system?
Well, I think we're seeing what direction, because he's been in charge since the day everyone was killed.
Okay, interesting then that we're seeing now Iran also attacking the energy infrastructure of Gulf countries. So it would seem that a system is in place internally, Ali. What is its threshold for survival today?
Well, it's clear that the Iranians wanted to turn the table. Trump came with a war alongside Netanyahu, assuming that this is going to be a limited war. It's going to be controlled. It's going to be contained. The Iranians wanted to say, no, this is not going to be contained. And rather than it being a regional conflict, now they are turning it into a global crisis. It's seriously a global crisis with all what's happening in the energy sector, the closure of the Hormuz Strait, the attacks on the several energy facilities. Plus now we're hearing of attacks on Cyprus and the Lebanese front.
Briefly on the Lebanese front, how does that play into what's happening in Iran? We've seen Israel strike Hezbollah today. What does that suggest about the expansion of the conflict?
Well, it's clear that the moment that Hezbollah announced they are attacking Israel, even though it was a very small attack yesterday, it's clear that Hezbollah are inside the war, and Lebanon now is inside the war. I think that within the coming hours, we start seeing a different performance from the Lebanese front. And this is a kind of a message to the Israelis that even if we are far, I mean, for the Iranians, even we don't have borders together, once again, we can establish borders together through Hezbollah. And we can launch missiles and drones from a very close geography, whereas Lebanon and Israel on each other's border. And this will create more danger. So I think this is the game here.
A dangerous moment, no doubt. Ali Hashim, thank you very much for your insight. While the conflict is affecting energy prices, European gas prices have surged by more than 50% after Qatar's state-run energy company halted LNG liquefied natural gas production. The suspension follows Iranian attacks on two major facilities. Qatar shares the world's largest natural gas reservoir with Iran. Oil prices are also up. Brent crude was trading at about $82 a barrel on Monday. That's the highest since January last year and up 13% from Friday's close. Gaurav Sharma is an independent energy market analyst. He says consumers will feel the effects of high inflation, mostly because of gas prices rather than oil.
The market is currently spooked about how this may unfold. Will it be weeks? Will it be months? Now, first and foremost, it manifests itself in the oil market, which saw a jump of somewhere between 8 and 10%, depending on the vagaries of where the trade takes us once U.S. volumes are meaningfully online. Now, the issue here is, if we had this crisis, say, 10 years ago, we'd be talking $150 oil prices. The reason we are just about somewhere in the 80 plus horizon is because there's quite a lot of crude out in the market. Natural gas, however, is another matter. We are dealing with very tight markets. There are various pulls on LNG from Qatar and from elsewhere. And it's a very tight market because the Europeans, the Asians are competing for cargoes. Now, if there is a prolonged outage in Qatar, that is very, very bad news. So I'd say gas here is sort of a bigger story than crude oil. I think if you're looking at a prolonged conflict, now let's say this extends beyond, say, the fortnight that the U.S. Defense Secretary or President Trump say that it might last. If it extends beyond that, we look at sort of like 5% increments or potentially touching maybe $100 week to week, slowly, gradually creeping up. In terms of gas prices, it's being felt immediately. The sort of spike was 4 times as much as crude oil, what we're seeing out in the Dutch market and the British market as things stand. Bring it all together, for the average Joe consumer, inflation is going to really shoot up in the short term. If this is a prolonged 5 to 6 month conflict, and we hope not, then I think the inflationary concerns can be mitigated.
It's 19:30 GMT. If you're just joining us on Al Jazeera, a reminder of the latest developments in the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. US President Donald Trump has said the Iran operation is likely to last about 4 weeks, but the US will do whatever it takes to destroy Iran's missile capacity. He said his objective is to ensure that Iran never develops nuclear weapons. Iran has targeted energy infrastructure in Gulf states, triggering a surge in global gas and oil prices. Qatar's state-owned petroleum company has halted all production of liquefied natural gas, LNG, after attacks on 2 of its facilities. Across the border in Saudi Arabia, the kingdom has shut its biggest domestic oil refinery as a precautionary measure. 2 drones targeted Aramco's Ras Tanura facility, but were intercepted. Iran has also targeted sites across Israel. The Israeli military says missiles were intercepted above West Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and Eilat. At least 10 people have been killed since Saturday. And Israel has launched new strikes on Lebanon's capital, Beirut. It says they are in response to the rockets and drones Hezbollah fired into Israel early on Monday. The group says its attack was in response to the assassination of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Well, we'll get an update from Mohammed Val in Tehran in just a moment. First, let's go to Beirut. Heidi Pett is in the Lebanese capital for us. Heidi, I understand 2 strikes on southern Lebanon in the last few minutes. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, in the last few minutes, we can confirm there were 2 strikes on villages in southern Lebanon. These, we assume, but we're still confirming, among the more than 50 locations which are subject to forced displacement orders across Lebanon at the moment. Most of them are concentrated in the south, but the Israeli military also issued individual warnings for buildings in the southern suburbs of Beirut and a couple of locations in the Bekaa Valley in the east of the country. And so what that has spurred is a wave of mass displacement of civilians who are fleeing either direct bombing, or if they have received those warnings or those forced displacement orders, they're clearing their homes once again in the face of threats from the Israeli military.
Thank you, Heidi, for the update. Heidi Pett in Beirut. And now to Mohammed Val in Tehran. Mohammed, what's the latest from the Iranian capital?
Fully, we have had some calm, at least here in the capital, Tehran, for the last 3 hours or so. But before that, there was no let-up for more than 24 hours in the intensive bombardment by Israel and the United States, particularly by Israel, that has announced that it is expanding its goals, its targets here in Tehran. We have seen a difference in the nature of targets over the last 3 days. At the beginning, it was huge facilities, military facilities, government headquarters. But then we have 9 hospitals that have been attacked over the last 3 days, particularly since yesterday. More and more hospitals being struck, and also police stations that are located inside the residential areas, causing damage to civilians. We have some new statistics about the most prominent cases of civilians being killed. We have 47 people in Isfahan. We have 45 people in Kurdistan. We have 20 people in a section of Tehran. We have seen pictures of civilians killed in Tehran, or at least people claimed to be civilians. And we have seen cars destroyed and a lot of destruction inside the streets in residential areas. 175 schoolgirls killed in Minab, in Hormozgan. So the authorities here are criticizing this development and saying that now it is the Iranian people that are bearing the brunt, the civilians bearing the brunt of this war. But at the same time, there are instructions from the president here, Pezeshkian, saying that the institutions, government institutions, are still intact, are still working, functioning, and are still helping people. He gave instructions that everything should be provided in terms of facilities, power, water, everything to the civilian population, and that the Iranians should be aware of what the government is capable of doing in protecting them and also in defending the country. There is a lot of reports from the military about this campaign that they have dubbed True Promise 4. And within that, there are, until now, 12 waves of attacks across the region, including against tankers in the Gulf, particularly in the Hormuz Strait, and also against U.S. facilities and bases in Gulf countries. But we have an interesting line from a Tasnim news agency quoting a source in the government saying that Iran hasn't been behind the attack on Aramco and that it was perpetrated by Israel in order to stoke more fire in the region and create more chaos and more anger against Iran. And that they have also some intelligence reports talking about an imminent attack by the Israelis on the port of Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates, also for the same purpose. Iran has talked about using new generations of hypersonic ballistic heavy missiles against Israel and other targets. So that's within the framework of what they have been promising, that day by day the world will see more strength here in Iran and more resolve to attack and deal defeating blows to the enemies.
Mohammed, thank you for the update. That's Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val reporting from Tehran. An emergency meeting has been held at the International Atomic Energy Agency. It follows concerns over U.S. and Israeli actions towards Iran in recent days. The IAEA says nuclear facilities haven't been targeted in the same way they were last June. Bernard Smith reports from Vienna.
So Russia and Iran called for this emergency meeting of the IAEA because they want its board to address what they call the unprovoked acts of armed aggression by Israel and the US on Iran.
It is for the second time that they invade our countries during negotiations. Today, we are supposed to hold technical meetings here in Vienna. Based on such deceptions and unfounded allegations, they targeted our peaceful, safeguarded nuclear facilities.
The Iranians say that one of its facilities at Natanz has been targeted again, although the IAEA's Director General says he's seen no evidence that attacks on the scale of those last June have been carried out this time.
We haven't seen major military activity targeting the nuclear facilities. We have been looking at different satellite images. There might be something there, but not significant.
The IAEA says Iran has 4 declared uranium enrichment facilities, but it has lost continuity of knowledge about stockpiles. There's 440 kilos of enriched uranium at 60%. It takes just a small technical step to get it to 90% and weapons grade. The IAEA has no one on the ground in Iran. It needs to know where that uranium is. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Vienna.
Joining us now to discuss this from Washington is Alan Eyre, who is a distinguished diplomatic fellow at the Middle East Institute and a former senior diplomat on the U.S. negotiating team for the 2015 nuclear deal with Iran, the JCPOA. Thank you for your time. Before this attack began on Saturday, there was cautious optimism that there could be a new deal with Iran. Do you think negotiations can ever resume on Iran's nuclear program, given what we've seen in these past 3 days?
Well, certainly not in the short term. I think that these military attacks have destroyed the possibility of negotiations resuming. But even before these attacks, the bottom line is that the two sides were not anywhere near reaching an agreement on the nuclear issue or other issues. The United States was demanding things from Iran that Iran was not willing to accept, and that's why negotiations eventually petered out.
But the Iranians had said that they were willing to freeze uranium enrichment. Why was that not sufficient for the Americans?
I think the American red line, as regarding the nuclear program, was Iran stopping enrichment, deconstructing its ability to enrich uranium, and for an indefinite amount of time. Iran was willing to suspend enriching uranium, but was unwilling to forfeit what it sees as its right to enrich uranium, and did not want to be dependent on other countries providing it uranium.
In the best case scenario, if negotiations were to resume, what kind of a deal could they come up with? One that is better than what was agreed in 2015. Can they ever do that?
Well, best case scenario by definition is they reach an agreement on the nuclear issue, on Iran's missile program, on Iran's support for proxies. These are all areas that the United States was insisting on at some point in the negotiations. That's not a realistic outcome. Best case at this point is that the hostilities stop as soon as possible, because already we're seeing, as your previous correspondents have noted, regional implications. But as it seems, it's more likely they will continue, at least for the near term.
Yeah, and the conflict increasingly resembling now a war of wills. Iran, as you said, appears focused on imposing costs on the U.S. and Gulf states. But what is your understanding of the messaging from the Trump administration right now? We seem to be getting mixed messages.
Well, the messaging is wildly inconsistent, so I would probably not pay too much attention to what the Trump administration is saying if you're trying to figure out what's going to happen. It looks probable that the U.S. will continue strikes for weeks. It's trying to paralyze the institutions that are running the Islamic Republic of Iran. I think the most insightful thing any U.S. official said today was General Kane when he said, "We're trying to stop Iran's potential to project power outside its borders." On Iran's side, they are trying to just withstand this assault while inflicting as much pain as they can on the U.S. and its allies.
We heard from President Macron of France today, who said that France will increase its nuclear arsenal, allowing the temporary deployment of nuclear-armed jets to European allies. How concerning is that? Are we looking at a new nuclear race here?
God forbid. I mean, yeah, it's all very concerning. That's the whole point about wars. People start them with discrete objectives, but they tend to spin out of control and escalate. And we're seeing that happen now. So the fact that Europe is now getting involved in trying to contain or control or direct the hostilities, yes, is an additional source for concern.
Thank you for talking to us and sharing your views. Alan Iyer from the Middle East Institute joining us there from Washington, D.C.
Thank you.
Now, the U.S. has changed its tone on the military operation in Iran. President Trump had previously spoken in favor of regime change, but early on Monday, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said that isn't the plan.
This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it. We hope the Iranian people take advantage of this incredible opportunity. President Trump has been clear, now is your time. To Iranian security forces, choose wisely. President Trump has also been clear about your fate in either direction. To the media outlets and political left screaming endless wars, stop. This is not Iraq. This is not endless. I was there for both.
In Kuwait, the Defense Ministry says 3 U.S. warplanes have crashed. The crews are safe. U.S. Central Command says Kuwaiti air defenses mistakenly shot down its jets, adding that the cause is under investigation. 4 members of the U.S. military have been killed in Iran's attacks so far. The chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, has warned that there could be more casualties.
I want to express my deep condolences and the condolences of the Joint Force to the Department of War personnel killed and wounded in actions thus far. As the Secretary said, they're heroes and represent the best of our nation has to offer. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve, and in some cases will be difficult and gritty work. We expect to take additional losses, and as always, we will work to minimize U.S. losses. But as the Secretary said, this is major combat operations.
And here's a look at energy installations and transport facilities Iran has targeted. Explosions were reported at Ras Laffan Industrial City in Qatar. It houses 2 major LNG refineries as well as energy processing infrastructure. The Ras Tanura plant in Saudi Arabia is one of the world's largest oil refineries. It handles more than 500,000 barrels a day. And in Dubai, debris from an attack fell near Jebel Ali port, disrupting energy and logistics operations. In the Gulf of Oman, a projectile hit an oil tanker transporting crude, while another tanker caught fire after an attack in the Strait of Hormuz. Cornelia Meyer is an energy analyst and CEO of Meyer Resources. She says disruptions to regional oil and gas production will hurt Europe and China.
Qatar is the third largest exporter of LNG, so it really does matter. It especially matters to Europe, which wants to wean itself off the Russian LNG and wants Qatari LNG and US LNG. So it does matter. And obviously, if you strike the biggest refining complex in the world, that does matter, but that is more sort of for domestic purposes. But what's really the big thing here is, when can ships safely pass through the Straits of Hormuz again? Because if you look at oil, crude and products together, 20% have to go through the Strait of Hormuz, and if you look at LNG, 20% have to go to the Straits of Hormuz. Oil, it's Asia that's affected. LNG, it's Europe that's affected. Crude oil is the commodity that's the most globally priced and globally traded commodity. So if the global indices for WTI, Brent, and so go up, it obviously also goes up in the US. So Americans will feel it at the pump. It does really also impact countries like China, because China is about 10% of China's crude imports come from Iran. 38% of all the oil going through the Straits of Hormuz go to China. So China and also other Asian countries are very much affected as well.
And U.S. stocks have dipped in early trade Monday, following in the footsteps of European and Asian markets. The growing conflict in the Middle East brought down airline and other travel-related stocks. Losses were partially offset by gains for defense and energy companies, but rising oil prices are fueling concerns about inflation and global growth. Jack Barton has more from Seoul.
After opening on Monday, Hong Kong's Hang Seng and Japan's Nikkei index fell sharply. They later pared back some of the losses, with gains for companies linked to defense and oil. Shares in Japan's two main airlines fell more than 6%, underscoring the fact that 90% of Japan's crude comes from the Middle East.
Peace and security in the Middle East, including energy security, are also of utmost importance to Japan. We will continue to make all necessary diplomatic efforts.
It's not just Japan at risk, as the price of benchmark Brent crude continues to rise. According to US government data, more than 80% of oil and gas passing through the Strait of Hormuz is destined for Asia, with India, China, Japan and South Korea accounting for almost 70% of crude oil passing through it last year. South Korea says it has enough oil stockpiled to keep prices stable for at least 7 months. And after an emergency weekend meeting, Seoul announced the creation of a fund worth about $69 billion to stabilize the stock market if needed. Analysts say volatility across Asian markets is expected to continue, as long as there is no clear resolution or goal to end the conflict, which has been expanding across the Middle East region. Jack Barton, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
The U.S.'s Central Command says it's destroyed the headquarters of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, stating it has, quote, cut the head of the snake. But Iran's military structure is notably complex. The country has parallel armies, multiple intelligence services, and several command structures, all answering to the supreme leader. Ali Hashem explains how the institutions operate and why they're structured as they are.
Iran does not rely on a single military chain of command. Its security system is layered, duplicated, and intentional. At the top sits the supreme leader, the commander-in-chief of all armed forces. Below that authority are two parallel militaries. The Artesh, Iran's regular army, is responsible for territorial defense, borders, airspace, and conventional warfare. Alongside it, there's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, known as the IRGC, and its role goes beyond defense. Given its ideological structure, it's responsible for protecting the revolution politically and militarily. Within the IRGC, the Aerospace Force controls Iran's missile and drone arsenal. This forms the backbone of Iran's deterrence strategy against Israel and the United States. Iran avoids merging these forces by design. Duplication here is a safeguard against coups, internal threats and sudden collapse. Inside the IRGC sits the Basij, a mass mobilization force used for internal security, crisis response and ideological enforcement. Iran also maintains parallel intelligence services, while the two main branches remain the Ministry of Intelligence that follows the government and the IRGC intelligence unit. There are around 16 services that operate under the Council for Intelligence Coordination. Beyond its borders, Iran projects influence through a specialized force. The IRGC's Quds Force manages Iran's regional networks, including in Lebanon, Palestine, Yemen and Iraq, and previously Syria. It operates with tactical flexibility but within limits set in Tehran. Military command is organized through separate entities known as Maqar. The Khatam al-Anbiya unit coordinates joint military operations during wartime and national emergencies, while the Muhammad Rasulullah bloc is responsible for defending Tehran and managing internal emergencies. Both the IRGC and the army maintain their own joint staffs.
All right, taking you to the United Nations, where the Iranian ambassador to the UN, Saeed Iravani, is speaking.
Launch a second deliberate and unprovoked military attack against the Islamic Republic of Iran. This was a calculated act of aggression. Major cities and densely populated civilians areas were targeted. Hundreds of innocent civilians lost their lives, many more were wounded. This is a flagrant violation of the Charter of the United Nations, especially Article 2, Paragraph 4, which strictly prohibits the threat or use of force against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of any state. It is a direct assault on the foundations of international law. The Security Council convened an emergency meeting on Saturday. The facts were clear. The aggression was clear, responsibility also was clear. In a reckless and unprecedented escalation, the United States and Israel deliberately targeted the supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran and many high military officials. Targeting the highest official of a sovereign UN member state is an egregious breach of international law and a direct attack on sovereign equality. Such conduct endangers the entire international system. The United States and the Israeli regime are deliberately targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure. The schools, hospitals, Red Crescent facilities, and residential buildings were attacked. On the first day of the aggression, the girls' school in Minab, a small town in Hormozgan province in southern Iran, was deliberately destroyed. As a result, 165 innocent school girls were martyred. I repeat it, 165 school girls martyred. Their bodies were recovered from a rubble after hours of rescue efforts. On the same day, similar attacks martyred several hundred students in other cities, including eastern Tehran and Abyek in Gazvin province. But just this afternoon, the ambassador of the Israeli regime from this very podium resorted to lies and fabrications, shamelessly denying and ignoring the crimes committed by this regime against children and innocent civilians in Iran. Yesterday, further strike targeted Red Crescent building, Motahari, Gandhi, and Khatam hospitals in Tehran, Abu Zaz hospitals in Ahvaz, 3 emergency checkpoints in Sarab, Chabahar, and Hamadan, as well as residential building in northern Tehran. This morning, missiles struck a densely populated residential area in Sanandaj in Kurdistan province, the full number of casualties is still being verified. These acts constitute aggression, they constitute war crimes, they constitute crimes against humanity. The United States cannot remain silent. The United Nations cannot remain silent. Accountability is not optional. It is deeply shameful and hypocritical that only the very first day of its presidency of the Security Council, the United States convened a high-level meeting on protecting children, technology and education in armed conflict under the agenda item maintenance of international peace and security, while at the same time launching missile strikes against Iranian cities and bombing schools and killing children. For the United States, protecting children and maintaining international peace and security clearly mean something very different from the UN Charter provides. Words about peace and protection cannot cover acts of aggression. Let's make no mistake, there was no imminent threat from Iran. Our nuclear program is exclusively peaceful. We were engaged in serious diplomatic negotiations. For the second time, the United States chose force over diplomacy and violated the Charter. There are no legal grounds that justify this attack. The so-called preemptive attack has no basis in international law. The prohibition on the use of force is absolute, except in self-defense against an armed attack. Iran is exercising its inherent right to self-defense under Article 51 of the Charter. Our response is lawful, necessary, and proportionate. We target only the military objectives of the hostile forces. We don't target civilians. We don't target the interests of neighboring states. Under international law, every state has a duty not to allow its territory to be used for acts of aggression against another state. Member states must exercise due diligence to prevent their territory from being used by foreign forces to attack other countries. Iran does not seek war. Iran does not seek escalation, but Iran will not surrender its sovereignty. The issue before the international community is clear. Can a powerful state attack another sovereign member of the United Nations with impunity? If the answer is yes, then the Charter is meaningless. If the answer is no, then this aggression must be condemned and stopped. Double standard will destroy the credibility of this Council. Silence will embolden further lawlessness. As long as aggression continues, Iran will defend itself decisively and without hesitation. The Security Council must act firmly, clearly, and without ambiguity. I thank you for your kind attention.
What was the rationale behind attacking other countries, including Iraq, the UAE, Qatar, and some other countries, Iraqi Kurdistan as well?
As I mentioned, we are not attacking the interests of our neighboring countries. We are defending ourselves. We are targeting the facilities and the bases and the assets of the United States in this country, in those countries which is out of the control of the host countries. Thank you.
One more question. That was the Iranian ambassador to the United Nations, Saeed Iravani, speaking to reporters there. He described the U.S.-Israeli operation against Iran as a reckless and unprecedented escalation, an egregious breach of international law, he said, which endangers the entire international system. He criticized the United Nations, saying the UN cannot remain silent. On Iran's response, very interesting comments from the Iranian ambassador there, who said Iran is lawfully and proportionately responding, and we are not attacking the interests of neighboring countries. Let's bring in Ali Hashem, who's reported extensively from Iran, joining us to uncover these latest developments. What we heard there from the Iranian ambassador to the UN is particularly interesting, especially regarding the Iranian response. What did you make of it?
Well, mainly the Iranians are working on several paths at the same time, parallel lines. One of them is setting the narrative. And what Mr. Iravani is doing in parallel with what foreign minister, deputy foreign ministers, all the officials are doing, they're trying to set a certain narrative with respect to their response, Iran's response to the Israeli-American attack on their country. Now, how they are framing this narrative is, in a way, it has, of course, its problems, it has its flaws, because there are grievances from the countries in the region that Iran is attacking their own very interests when it comes, for example, to the facilities, oil facilities or gas facilities here in Qatar or in Saudi Arabia or in several countries around the region. So these are the big gaps in the Iranian narrative when it comes to...
But what does this narrative suggest to you, Ali? Is it a case of wanting to say that we're in control, or is it, are they not aligned with what's happening in the field?
Well, I think the problem over here is the Iranians want, in a way, to defend their position, to send a message to these countries that this is not meant on you. We do not mean to harm your interests, but we need to make the Americans feel that the price is very high, because American interests is in having a stable economy in the world, global economy. American interest is in keeping this war limited. So the countering the American interest is by making this a global crisis, by creating a kind of a chaos and emerging from a limited war into a global crisis.
All right, Ali, thank you very much for now. If you're just joining us on Al Jazeera, it's gone past 20 GMT. I'm Fuli Batibo, and you're watching our continuing coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel, and Iran, which is rapidly expanding across the region. Iran's foreign minister has called on regional countries to pressure the United States to stop the conflict. Abbas Araghchi has been speaking to Iranian state media. Let's find out more with Mohammed Val, who's in Tehran for us. What have we heard from the Iranian foreign minister?
Well, fully, the Iranian foreign minister has just reiterated the lines that we have been hearing from the Iranian authorities over the last few days, particularly since the beginning of this campaign, that Iran has been ready for negotiations and has responded favorably to the call for negotiations several times, and that at the same time Iran has been aggressed against, has been attacked, even though it was progressing with the mediators towards a peaceful solution for this conflict, or for this discord with the United States and with Israel. But Iran is now in a position that it can't have any choice except to defend itself. Also, we have just listened to the ambassador, the Iranian ambassador to the UN, saying basically the same thing and criticizing the course of this campaign and what has happened so far, particularly the attack on civilians, the killing of children, of schoolgirls, and so on, saying this is not a legitimate war. This is a war of aggression against Iran, and Iran, after it has stretched a hand for peace for a long time, now it has only one choice, which is to defend itself, because it hasn't been given any other option in this conflict. And again, the same line about neighbors not being a target of Iranian aggression or so on, but because these are only acts of self-defense against US bases in those countries. Very clear stance here for now for the Iranian public about what the government is doing. And also the president today has reiterated that and said that the killing of children is not going to give victory to Israelis and Americans in this war, and that Iran has the right to defend its country, itself, its nation. The president said the institutions should continue to deliver the basic necessities and services to the people to ensure that continuity is in place, that the government is in place, that nothing is, that the enemy isn't capable of disrupting the normal course of life for Iran and its leadership and so on. We have seen also reports of the use of heavier weapons, heavier missiles, hypersonic ballistic missiles against targets across the region, including in Israel and other parts of the Gulf region. And that is consistent with the promise by the Iranian leaders over the last 3 days that more and more power from Iran will be shown to the world, and that Iran is going definitely to deal a defeating blow to its enemies.
All right, Mohammed, thank you for the update. That's Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val reporting there from Tehran. Let's take you through the other developments now. In the past few hours, U.S. President Donald Trump has defended his decision to attack Iran and said the military operation could last about 4 weeks.
This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime.
Trump said the U.S. will do whatever it takes to destroy Iran's missile capacity and nuclear program. He said Washington is ahead of its time projections in the conflict, saying the U.S. eliminated Iran's top leadership in a matter of hours.
Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their Navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
A day of escalation has seen Iran target energy infrastructure in Gulf states, triggering a surge in global gas and oil prices. Qatar's state-owned petroleum company has halted all production of liquefied natural gas, LNG, after attacks on 2 of its facilities. Across the border in Saudi Arabia, the kingdom has shut its biggest domestic oil refinery as a precautionary measure. 2 drones targeted Aramco's Ras Tanura facility, but were intercepted. In Iran, Israeli strikes have continued for a 3rd day. These are attacks that hit Tehran. The U.S. and Israel have hit infrastructure across the country. This is the aftermath of an attack which destroyed a police station and the surrounding residential area. Let's bring in Mike Hanna in Washington, D.C. Mike is at the White House. So we've heard from President Trump now for the first time since the attack on Iran began on how the war is going, according to him, and how long it could potentially last. Mike.
Well, this issue of time frame has been something that there's been speculation about since the conflict began. As you said, this is the first time that President Trump has spoken publicly live. His previous messages were recorded and put out on his social media page. But President Trump, in his comments today, spoke about 4 weeks or more as a time frame. Now, he had used this period previously in interviews with various news media, but now saying it could be 4 weeks or more, and it doesn't matter how long it takes because the U.S. will carry on until it achieves its objectives. Its objectives still fairly unclear, although he's speaking about the complete degradation of the Iranian military and whatever remains of his nuclear program. He also insists that he is still intent on creating some form of conditions within Iran for a popular revolution of some kind, which he was at one stage saying is the end of these operations, but he's moved away from that, looking at the total degradation of the Iranian military machine and the regime there as the end objective. But still, that is one of the time frames we've had. It changes from day to day.
It does indeed. Mike Hanna at the White House, thank you for that. Now, here's a look at the energy installations and transport facilities Iran has targeted. Explosions were reported at Ras Laffan Industrial City here in Qatar. It houses 2 major LNG refineries as well as energy processing infrastructure. The Ras Tanura plant in Saudi Arabia is one of the world's largest oil refineries. It handles more than 500,000 barrels a day. And in Dubai, debris from an attack fell near Jebel Ali port, disrupting energy and logistics operations. In the Gulf of Oman, a projectile hit an oil tanker transporting crude, while another tanker caught fire after an attack in the Strait of Hormuz. Let's bring in Axel Zaimovic in Doha. How much has concern grown, Axel, in the region in the aftermath of these attacks on energy infrastructure in both Qatar and Saudi Arabia?
Well, Foley, the concern is considerable because what we see here is an energy region under attack. We're talking about two different strikes, two different countries. Let me start with Qatar first. So what we saw today, following those attacks that you mentioned earlier, that the Qatar State Energy Company announced that it's halting all production of liquefied natural gas. And right after that announcement came through, we've seen energy prices surges across Europe and Asia, and that's why this is so significant. And just across the border on Saudi Arabia, we're also hearing that the Ras Tanura refinery, that's the biggest domestic oil refinery in the kingdom, they say they're shutting down some of the units following attacks by drones, by Iranian drones on their facility. But what's really unsettling here for many people, not just here, but across the world, it's what's next. Because if Iran is willing to attack Qatar's LNG facilities, but also Saudi Arabia's oil facilities, the question is, what about the calculation? Has it changed or not? Because we're talking about a region that supplies a significant portion of the world's energy. Qatar is the largest LNG producer in the world. Saudi Arabia moves millions of barrels of oil every single day. So the question is, if there is a prolonged disruption, it's not just going to be felt here in the region. Everybody else will feel the consequences.
Axel, thank you. Axel Zaimovic in Doha. Now, Gaurav Sharma is an independent energy market analyst. He says consumers will feel the effects of high inflation mostly because of gas prices rather than oil.
The market is currently spooked about how this may unfold. Will it be weeks? Will it be months? Now, first and foremost, it manifests itself in the oil market, which saw a jump of somewhere between 8 and 10%, depending on the vagaries of where the trade takes us once U.S. volumes are meaningfully online. Now, the issue here is, if we had this crisis, say, 10 years ago, we'd be talking $150 oil prices. The reason we are just about somewhere in the 80 plus horizon is because there's quite a lot of crude out in the market. Natural gas, however, is another matter. We are dealing with very tight markets. There are various pulls on LNG from Qatar and from elsewhere. And it's a very tight market because the Europeans, the Asians are competing for cargoes. Now, if there is a prolonged outage in Qatar, that is very, very bad news. So I'd say gas here is sort of a bigger story than crude oil. I think if you're looking at a prolonged conflict, now let's say this extends beyond, say, the fortnight that the U.S. Defense Secretary or President Trump say that it might last. If it extends beyond that, we look at sort of like 5% increments or potentially touching maybe $100 week to week, slowly, gradually creeping up. In terms of gas prices, it's being felt immediately. The sort of spike was 4 times as much as crude oil, what we're seeing out in the Dutch market and the British market as things stand. Bring it all together, for the average Joe consumer, inflation is going to really shoot up in the short term. If this is a prolonged 5 to 6 month conflict, and we hope not, then I think the inflationary concerns can be mitigated.
And Iran has targeted sites across Israel. The Israeli military says missiles were intercepted above West Jerusalem, Tel Aviv and Eilat. At least 10 people have been killed since Saturday. Noor Odeh is joining us now from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So, Noor, missiles are going both ways. Israel is also under fire. What's the latest from where you are?
Well, the Israeli military censor fully only cleared information and a video from Ashkelon, where about 26 or so people were reported to have been injured. Only one of them was described to be in moderate condition, but we know and we heard reports from eyewitnesses that there were impacts and explosions heard in cities across Israel, as far north as Tel Aviv and Netanya and Herzliya. But all in all, what has happened over the past 3 days is that Israelis stayed in the shelters or near them, looking at their days, their work days going by, at the state of emergency being extended, at Israeli leaders telling them that this is going to take weeks and setting the bar high, because Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, is talking about toppling the government in Iran. Now, he still enjoys public support for attacking Iran, but there are questions that are beginning to emerge about how he actually intends to do that from the air, and whether Israel's air defense system can handle weeks of war with Iran, with Iranian missiles raining on Israeli towns, especially now that Israel has also opened another war front with Lebanon, launching attacks against Hezbollah. And the most recent reporting from the Israeli Broadcasting Authority suggests that the Israeli cabinet was in fact discussing a preemptive strike, as they described it, on Hezbollah minutes before Hezbollah launched those missiles overnight and claimed responsibility, thus giving the Israeli cabinet the opportunity to declare this as a reaction.
Noor O'Day in Ramallah. Thank you, Noor, for the update. And there have been Israeli strikes across southern Lebanon. The Israeli army says it targeted more than 70 Hezbollah facilities, including weapons storage facilities. There were attacks in the capital, Beirut, as well. The attacks killed at least 52 people, including a senior Hezbollah official. At least 154 people were injured. Let's bring in Heidi Pett in Beirut for an update. So let's start with what's been happening in the south, because there were fresh Israeli attacks there just about an hour ago, Heidi.
Yes, just over an hour ago, 2 villages in southern Lebanon were targeted. These are not frontline villages. They're a little bit further back from the Israeli border. But we understand that there were 2 significant airstrikes just in the last hour. And they're among the more than 50 locations across the country which are subject to forced displacement orders at the moment. Most of those are in the south, but there's also one in the Bekaa. And of course, over the course of today, we've seen repeated orders from the Israeli military warning residents in the southern suburbs of Beirut, the Dahia, to vacate their homes or to leave specific buildings. And we've seen and heard across the course of today significant airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. You can hear them all across the capital when these huge explosions rock the city.
Yeah, and we have heard, as you said, more strikes on Beirut this evening. How is that affecting people there?
What we're seeing again is similar to the scenes that we saw during the last wave of fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. So that was September and October 2024. So people are leaving their homes. They're coming to areas of central Beirut. This morning, at dawn, I was out and about on the streets and people were sleeping in their cars. They were sitting on the streets shivering because it's been very cold here at the moment. Those people are now moving into schools. The schools across Lebanon, across Beirut, are mostly closed today, and they're being used as shelters for displaced people. But there are still a number of people on the streets as they're figuring out where to go, where they're allowed to be, and working out their own plans and figuring out how long they'll actually be displaced from their homes.
Heidi, thank you for the update. That's Heidi Pett, live for us in Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Let's discuss these latest developments now with Kenneth Kasman, who's joining us from Florida. He's a senior fellow at the Soufan Center. Thank you for being with us. I'll ask you about the regional implications of Israel targeting Hezbollah in a moment. I wanted to get your thoughts first on what President Trump has said this evening. He was speaking for the first time since the attack on Iran began, and he said that operations would continue as long as necessary and did not rule out sending ground troops. What do you make of that?
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. Yes, I've been on your network. I've been on other networks saying this looks like it's headed toward a ground confrontation. And Mr. Trump indeed confirmed that he has not ruled it out because inevitably, if you want to change Iran's regime, which he apparently does and thinks it's necessary, then inevitably you're going to need ground troops. It's very difficult to accomplish a change in regime with airstrikes, even very targeted airstrikes that we're seeing on IRGC and besieged bases and forces. very difficult to do just from the air. It really requires ground troops, and he appears to want to take out the regime. He's raised other mentioned other objectives short of that he might be satisfied with, but it's been clear from all his comments that he would like to see a new regime in power in Tehran.
A ground confrontation, you say, but how does he sell that to the American public?
Well, I've been talking with various contacts today about that. I think the Iranian attacks on the Gulf states have definitely helped that case. He can argue that he needs to send ground troops to take out the regime to protect Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to protect the oil, to protect other Gulf allies, to protect the region. He can say that he needs to take out the regime to prevent terrorist attacks. There's any number of rationales he could use. Obviously, many in Congress would be very skeptical of giving approval to that, so that would be a difficult sell. But he could make that argument, I think.
We are now also seeing, Kenneth, Lebanon being dragged into this with Israeli attacks on southern Lebanon, on Beirut. How high is the risk today of a regional spread of this conflict, if it hasn't happened already?
Well, we're already in a regional conflict. I wouldn't say there's a risk of it. It's already a regional conflict. Hezbollah, the Lebanon theater, again shows how Hezbollah is able to operate as a state within a state and drag all of Lebanon into a war with Israel. They've done it several times in the past. Now they're trying to do it again. This is why the U.S. was pressing Beirut, pressing President Aoun to take away all of its weapons, use the Lebanese armed forces to take away Hezbollah's entire weapon arsenal. And this, I think, justifies or proves Washington's case again that they've made to Beirut about that.
Right. We've heard the Lebanese government today banning Hezbollah's military activities, but is it in a position, the Lebanese state, to resist and to dictate to Hezbollah what it should be doing? And is Hezbollah in a position to resist a potential Israeli ground invasion?
Well, Hezbollah is not in a position to resist a ground invasion. They might be in a position to resist the Lebanese armed forces if the Lebanese armed forces moves against them. But resisting an Israeli ground invasion, remember, Hezbollah is much, much weaker than it was before. I think that would be difficult. But, I don't know that Israel wants to invade. Israel wants to concentrate with Mr. Trump on getting the regime in Tehran out of power, or at the very least making it unable to threaten Israel, unable to threaten the region. I don't think Israel wants to be diverted to another theater in Lebanon now.
All right, thank you for talking to us and sharing your views. Kenneth Katzman from the Soufan Center joining us from Florida. Well, as Israel stepped up its attacks on Lebanon, civilians are paying a heavy price. On Sunday, a journalist lost 7 members of her family in an Israeli attack. The strike occurred in the southern Lebanese town of Toul. Mayadeen Channel correspondent Fatima Fatouni reported directly from the scene of the attack.
We are now in front of a house where the Israeli occupation committed a massacre yesterday against an entire family in the town of Toul. This aggression targeted civilians in their homes suddenly and unexpectedly. This building consisted of 4 apartments. You can see the destruction inflicted on this building. 7 members of my family were killed, as well as another person from the area. My uncle and 6 other family members lived in this apartment.
An emergency meeting has been held at the International Atomic Energy Agency. It follows concerns over U.S. and Israeli actions towards Iran in recent days. The IAEA says nuclear facilities haven't been targeted in the same way they were last June. Bernard Smith reports from Vienna.
So Russia and Iran called for this emergency meeting of the IAEA because they want its board to address what they call the unprovoked acts of armed aggression by Israel and the US on Iran.
It is for the second time that they invade our countries during negotiations. Today, we are supposed to hold technical meetings here in Vienna. Based on such deceptions and unfounded allegations, they targeted our peaceful, safeguarded nuclear facilities.
The Iranians say that one of its facilities at Natanz has been targeted again, although the IAEA's Director General says he's seen no evidence that attacks on the scale of those last June have been carried out this time.
We haven't seen major military activity targeting the nuclear facilities. We have been looking at different satellite images. There might be something there, but not significant.
The IAEA says Iran has 4 declared uranium enrichment facilities, but it has lost continuity of knowledge about stockpiles. There's 440 kilos of enriched uranium at 60%. It takes just a small technical step to get it to 90% and weapons grade. The IAEA has no one on the ground in Iran. It needs to know where that uranium is. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Vienna.
Britain says its involvement in the conflict in the Middle East is strictly defensive. But early on Monday, a suspected Iranian-made drone struck a British airbase in Cyprus, raising questions about how insulated the UK really is. Sonia Gallego reports from London.
The day the conflict in the Middle East reached UK's sovereign territory, an Iranian-made Shahed drone struck inside the British airbase in Cyprus overnight, followed by 2 more. Both were intercepted. But the attack sent shockwaves across the eastern Mediterranean island, where Greece is now sending frigates and fighter jets as regional tensions mount. The UK moved additional air assets to the base in recent days, while waves of Iranian drones and missiles hit countries across the Gulf. The government had initially resisted deeper involvement, but the scale and breadth of the assault on British allies forced a reversal of that decision.
It is clear that Iran's outrageous response has become a threat to our people, our interests, and our allies, and it cannot be ignored.
Pressure also came from the US, with President Donald Trump saying he was very disappointed that Prime Minister Keir Starmer had blocked American use of Diego Garcia military base in the Indian Ocean. A criticism echoed by Starmer's political rival, Reform UK leader Nigel Farage, himself a longtime ally of Trump and a prominent voice on the British right.
I do believe the American president and the Israelis are right in what they're doing, and I find the actions of our Prime Minister, or the inactions, perhaps I should say, of our Prime Minister, frankly pathetic.
Starmer had announced over the weekend that the US could use British bases, including Diego Garcia, for defensive strikes on Iranian missile sites. But the UK's legacy in the region from the 2003 invasion of Iraq is never far from mind, still recent enough to make even limited involvement feel consequential. While critics say the delay in granting the US access may have weakened Britain's position, what is certain is that Iran's targeting of a British airbase marks a turning point in the UK's role in this widening conflict. Sonia Gallego, Al Jazeera.
Coming up to 20:30 GMT, you're watching Al Jazeera and our continuing coverage of the US-Israeli attacks on Iran. A reminder of the latest developments in the conflict. The Iranian foreign minister has called on regional countries to pressure the United States to stop the conflict. Abbas Araghchi has been speaking to Iranian state media. US President Donald Trump has said the Iran operation is likely to last about 4 weeks, but the US will do whatever it takes to destroy Iran's missile capacity. He said his objective is to ensure that Iran never develops nuclear weapons. Tehran has targeted energy infrastructure in Gulf states, triggering a surge in global gas and oil prices. Qatar's state-owned petroleum company has halted all production of liquefied natural gas after attacks on 2 of its facilities. Across the border in Saudi Arabia, the kingdom has shut its biggest domestic oil refinery as a precautionary measure. 2 drones targeted Aramco's Ras Tanura facility but were intercepted. Now, Iran's ambassador to the United Nations has been speaking. He says the attack on his country is a violation of international law. Saeed Iravani has called on the UN Security Council to intervene and reiterated Iran's right to defend itself.
Iran does not seek war. Iran does not seek escalation, but Iran will not surrender its sovereignty. The issue before the international community is clear. Can a powerful state attack another sovereign member of the United Nations with impunity? If the answer is yes, then the Charter is meaningless. If the answer is no, then this aggression must be condemned and stopped.
Let's bring in Mike Hanna in Washington, D.C. Mike, the Iranian ambassador there describing the U.S. attack on Iran as reckless and unprecedented, an escalation. How is the Trump administration seeing it and the way it evolves?
Well, we heard from President Trump a short while ago saying that things are proceeding as have been planned, essentially, also giving for the first time some kind of time frame, saying that this operation could last for 4 weeks or indeed longer, he added that, or longer. So we do not have anything definitive about how the administration sees how this is going to play out while an unseasonal snowstorm comes down here in Washington. But President Trump as well insisting that Iran was too late to come to a decision, that the intention of the United States now is to completely destabilize the Iranian military system, to completely destroy it, in fact, were his words. This includes any attempt at developing nuclear armaments, any attempts even for peaceful reasons, it would appear. And in particular, he mentioned Iran's long-distance missiles, its ICBMs, which President Trump insists were within days of reaching completion and ready for deployment, whereas his own intelligence is saying that these ICBMs, these intercontinental ballistic missiles, are some 8 years away before Iran is able to deploy any such weapon. So we heard all of that from the president. Significantly, that's the first time he's addressed the American people directly and live. His previous messages to the American people have been in the form of recorded comments on his social media page.
Right. And so he says the operation will last 4 weeks or more. How is that being received by the American public?
Well, it's still to strike home to the general American public. What we do know is recent polls indicate that only 20%, that's 1/5 of the American public, actually support President Trump's action. Another around 40% are completely opposed to it. The rest of the American population, according to these polls, are undecided at present. However, that undecided figure could well change if the casualty rate continues to rise. It was 4 Americans killed yesterday. Now, in the course of the day, there's another death being reported. So these are issues that will have an impact on President Trump's domestic standing, particularly if one remembers that he built his campaign for his first presidency and his second presidency on the basis that America will not get involved in wars in foreign countries, that it's America first. He should not be deploying soldiers to fight on foreign territory. Well, many of his supporters, or at least a significant number of them, greatly disturbed about the fact that he is the person to now put armed servicemen in harm's way.
Mike Hanna at the White House, thank you for bringing us the latest there. Well, the U.S. has changed its tone on the military operation in Iran. President Trump had previously spoken in favor of regime change, but early on Monday, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said that isn't the plan.
This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it. We hope the Iranian people take advantage of this incredible opportunity. President Trump has been clear, now is your time. To Iranian security forces, choose wisely. President Trump has also been clear about your fate in either direction. To the media outlets and political left screaming endless wars, stop. This is not Iraq. This is not endless. I was there for both.
And 4 members of the U.S. military have been killed in Iran's attacks so far. The chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, has warned there could be more casualties.
I want to express my deep condolences and the condolences of the Joint Force to the Department of War personnel killed and wounded in actions thus far. As the Secretary said, they're heroes and represent the best of our nation has to offer. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve, and in some cases will be difficult and gritty work. We expect to take additional losses, and as always, we will work to minimize U.S. losses. But as the Secretary said, this is major combat operations.
Well, let's speak to Harlan Ullman about this. He's the chairman of the Kilo N Group and a former U.S. Navy officer joining us from Washington, D.C. Good to have you back on Al Jazeera. Did you get a clear sense, Harlan, from the president and from the defense secretary of what the game plan is, the longer game plan?
No. It's very, very confused. We've gone from a regime change to a change in regimes to 4 weeks to I don't know what. But it's interesting because the war has only been going on for 2 or 3 days. What's also interesting is that the number of casualties, blessedly, is relatively small. 20 people possibly in Israel, 4 or 5 Americans killed, less than 600 Iranians killed, and the bulk of them were schoolgirls apparently, in which 150 were killed. So despite all the bombing, when you think there'd be huge amounts of casualties and loss of life, that is at least one positive aspect, that the number of deaths, to me, quite surprisingly, is relatively small. But obviously every death counts.
Right. But if the U.S. casualties were to rise, would the plan change? President Trump now says it could be 4 weeks or more. Would the plan change if the number of U.S. casualties was to go up?
The only way that would change would be if there was a catastrophic event, if one of our LCS ships, warships in the Persian Gulf, for example, were sunk and there were massive casualties. But the fact is that the casualty rates are likely to be very, very small. We may lose a couple of airplanes. I'm not saying that's not insignificant. But unless there's a major event with major casualties, you will recall that during the first Iraq War, the bulk of the American casualties when a Scud, that was an Iraqi missile, hit a barracks and 150 Americans were killed. We need something on the order, or Iran needs something of the order of a massive casualty event that would change American perceptions. But right now, the casualty rate is blessedly low, and I assume it will continue that way, as I said, unless there's going to be some kind of a massive failure.
Yeah, and the economic costs are also likely to rise. The Iranians now are shifting to targeting the Gulf region's energy assets, not just U.S. bases. What does that indicate to you about how far they're willing to take this?
Well, there are going to be 2 metrics, the Dow Jones average in Wall Street and the price of oil. And if they can drive the Dow down a couple of thousand points and the price of oil up many hundreds of points, they're going to be winning. And so we'll see. But this is an economic strategy targeted against the United States and Trump to impose as much economic harm, because that's really the only major weapon the Iranians have, unless they're going to think about invading Iraq, which I doubt. So this is an economic ploy on their part, and we'll see what it does to the stock markets and what it does to the energy markets.
Right. Let me ask you about Israel now and its strategy. There's been an intense aerial campaign on Iran. Israel also hitting Hezbollah in Lebanon. But as you told me earlier, military power can degrade capabilities and raise costs, but it's not really a reliable tool for engineering political transformation, is it, that the Israelis and Americans seem to want in Iran?
Of course not. And let me just tell you what Netanyahu's strategy is. Keep America engaged for as long as possible. The longer the United States is engaged in this particular war, dropping bombs and firing missiles, Netanyahu is really very much, I wouldn't say enjoying this, but profiting this. So that's the Israeli strategy. Whether they actually will have a land incursion into Lebanon to take on Hezbollah remains to be seen, but that would not surprise me if they did.
Harlan Ullman, always good to get your insights and to talk to you about this. Thank you so much for joining us today on Al Jazeera. Now, for a third day, as we've been saying, Iran has continued its attacks right across the region. U.S. bases, ports and energy facilities have been targeted. Umi Kulsum Sharif has the details.
Iran has continued to attack several areas right across the Gulf. Energy facilities have come under attack. Now, these are the energy facilities that have taken a hit. We've seen an oil refinery in Kuwait, one in Saudi Arabia. We've seen oil ports in Oman, the UAE, and facilities in Qatar that have taken a hit. Here's a look at what's happened in Saudi Arabia. An Iranian drone was intercepted at a major oil refinery. The concern is the falling debris and the damage that it can cause. So here's what's happened here. The Aramco Ras Tanura oil refinery had a fire. It was contained, but authorities decided to shut the biggest domestic oil refinery as a precaution. Now in Qatar, we're seeing two facilities that have also come under attack: the Ras Laffan oil refinery and the Maisid power plant. Now, Qatar Energy, the state-owned petroleum company, says it has stopped complete production of liquefied natural gas and other products because of these attacks. Now, this is important because it can have global ramifications when it comes to gas supplies. Qatar is one of the biggest producers of LNG, and it operates the biggest gas field along with Iran. This is North Dome, South Pass, and this area closer to Qatar is what it operates. And this area closer to Iran is operated by Tehran. But there's no production happening right now. We also spoke of the oil tankers that have been hit on March 1st in the Strait of Hormuz, an important passageway. An oil tanker took a hit. There's a fire on board. People were injured. And another ship was hit in the Gulf of Oman. One person has been killed. Now, the U.S., 6 Arab and Gulf states have condemned the repeated Iranian drone and missile attacks. They've reaffirmed their right to self-defense.
And in the last few minutes, Iran's Revolutionary Guards commander has said that the Strait of Hormuz is closed and Iran is to set any ship trying to pass on fire. This is according to Iranian media. So Iran now saying that the Strait of Hormuz is closed and threatening to set any ship on fire that tries to pass the waterway. We'll have more on this when more information comes through. I spoke earlier to Abdulaziz Kashian, a senior non-resident fellow at the Gulf International Forum. He says that if Iran continues to target infrastructure of GCC countries, it may force them into an active military response.
We're heading towards some sort of escalation, and it's unfortunately taking a trajectory that's not very healthy. And it's very concerning, and it's something that I think all GCC states wanted to avoid. I think the $1 million question that's been asked here, and I wonder if you all agree with me or not, but the $1 million question that's been asked is really, what is the threshold of GCC states? What will it be for them to really enter into the operation and begin to attack Iran? And I think, to be honest with you, firstly, there is no real direct or clear-cut position on this. It will be very much of an assessment. Secondly, I think it will also be depending on two variables. One variable will be the duration of the war.
All right, taking you now to the U.S. Secretary of State in Washington, D.C., Marco Rubio, who's speaking.
Field commanders. It was automatic, and in fact, it bared to be true because, in fact, within an hour of the initial attack on the leadership compound, the missile forces in the south and in the north, for that matter, had already been activated to launch. In fact, those had already been pre-positioned. The third is the assessment that was made that if we stood and waited for that attack to come first before we hit them, we would suffer much higher casualties. And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act. Going back to the purpose, The purpose of this is to destroy that missile capability. Why does Iran want that ballistic missile capability? What they are trying to do and have been trying to do for a very long time is build a conventional weapons capability as a shield where they can hide behind, meaning there would come a point where they have so many conventional missiles, so many drones, and it can inflict so much damage that no one can do anything about their nuclear program. That is what they were trying to do, is put themselves in a place of immunity where the damage they could inflict on the region would be so high that no one can do anything about their nuclear program or their nuclear ambitions. They are producing, by some estimates, over 100 of these missiles a month. Compare that to the 6 or 7 interceptors that can be built a month. They can build 100 of these a month, not to mention the thousands of one-way attack drones that they also have. They've been doing this for a very long time, and by the way, they've been doing it under sanction. You see the attacks they're conducting right now? They're attacking airports. They're attacking hotels. They're hitting not just military bases. They're attacking our embassies directly. They're attacking facilities that have nothing to do with war or with military. And that's a weakened Iran. That's an Iran despite years of sanction. Imagine a year from now or a year and a half from now the capabilities they would have to inflict damage on us. It's an unacceptable risk, especially in the hands of a regime that's run by radical clerics. The Ayatollah was a radical cleric. That entire regime is led by radical clerics who don't make geopolitical decisions. They make decisions on the basis of theology, their view of theology, which is an apocalyptic one. That has to be taken very seriously as well. So that was the purpose for what this operation is all about. That's what it's focused on. As the President said earlier today, it is on or ahead of schedule. I will defer to the Department of War to discuss the progress being made at a tactical level, but it was the right decision and an important decision for the safety and security of the world.
Does Congress have to weigh in? Does Congress have to weigh in? Is the President declaring war, and does Congress have to weigh in? And was there an imminent threat? Did you tell lawmakers that there was an imminent
There
threat?
absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded, because the Department of War assessed that if we did that, if we waited for them to hit us first after they were attacked, and by someone else, Israel attacked them, they hit us first, and we waited for them to hit us, we would suffer more casualties and more deaths. We went proactively in a defensive way to prevent them from inflicting higher damage. Had we not done so, there would have been hearings on Capitol Hill about how we knew that this was going to happen, and we didn't act preemptively to prevent more casualties and more loss of life.
The U.S. was forced to strike because of an impending Israeli action?
No, well, let me two things I would say. Number one is, no matter what, ultimately this operation needed to happen. That's the question of why now. But this operation needed to happen because Iran in about a year or a year and a half would cross the line of immunity, meaning they would have so many short-range missiles, so many drones, that no one could do anything about it because they could hold the whole world hostage. Look at the damage they're doing now. And this is a weakened Iran. Imagine a year from now. So that had to happen. Obviously, we were aware of Israeli intentions and understood what that would mean for us, and we had to be prepared to act as a result of it. But this had to happen no matter what.
Secretary, President Trump said overnight that his top choices to now run Iran were killed in the strikes. Does the United States have a firm plan for how they intend to handle this power vacuum in Iran to ensure that an Iron hardliner does not take power?
So two things, and two things can be true. Number one is our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's our objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and of their naval capabilities.
How do you manage it, Mr. Secretary?
Yep.
Secretary, so are you saying, based on that, are you saying that there is no responsibility, no plan for the U.S. to at least play a role in whatever government comes next?
We might. We'll see how circumstances play out. But I'm telling you what the objectives of this operation are. The objectives of this operation are to destroy their ballistic missile capability and make sure they can't rebuild it, and make sure that they can't hide behind that to have a nuclear program. That's the objective of the mission. That said, abundantly clear, we would love for there to be an Iran that's not governed by radical Shia clerics, as I've said myself repeatedly for years. the leadership of that country does not reflect the people of Iran, and I think that's been pretty apparent in the protests that you've seen. If there's something we can do to help them down the road, we'd obviously be open to it, but that's not the objective. The objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capability.
Regime change has not gone well for the United States.
The what now?
Regime change has not gone well for the United States for many, many decades. How do you assure the American public that things will not get worse for the next regime that comes in there and replaces the actual?
We would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the president has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer. As the president has said, he would love for the people of Iran to use this as an opportunity to rise up and remove these leaders. They've been wanting to remove them from a long time. We've seen successive waves of protests, and we've seen them slaughter people. Okay? But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons that can threaten us and our allies in the region. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. And while we would love to see a new regime, the bottom line is no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission, is to deny them the ability to use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition. We were not going to let them hide behind that, and that's why this was such a critical mission to undertake now while they were at their weakest point, and not a year from now where they could inflict even more damage and perhaps already be behind that point of immunity. Go right here behind. Go ahead, you and then you. Yes.
Your critics in Congress have said that they should have a role, they should be able to weigh in here, and there are going to be war powers resolutions votes in Congress later this week. Why not notify Congress ahead of this, and does Congress...
Well, we did. We notified Congress. I mean, we notified the Gang of Eight. We notified congressional leadership. There's no law that requires us to do that. The law says we have to notify them 48 hours after beginning hostilities. We've done that. I think the notification went today. But we did notify members of Congress in advance. But we can't notify 535 members of Congress.
Vote to authorize the war.
Well, the Congress can vote on whatever they want, but there's no law that requires us to do that. And I want to say something, because I see people on TV. Look, that's fine. If they want to take a war powers vote, they can do that. They've done that. They've done that a bunch of times. But there's no, people keep saying that there's no law that requires the president to have done anything with regards to this. To begin with, no presidential administration has ever accepted the War Powers Act as constitutional. Not Republican presidents, not Democratic presidents. That said, we have followed the notification at 48 hours, and we're here today. I've done more Gang of Eight briefings than I got in the 4 years that Biden was president and I was a member of the Gang of Eight. All of that said, we've complied with the law 100%. And we're going to continue to comply with it. We've done the notification, and we officially to Congress, but we did notify members of Congress. We just can't notify 535 people. That's not possible, but we did the Gang of Eight twice. I briefed them last week, and then I called them the night before the operation.
Can you tell us what you know this Secretary of the Administration knows about the strike on a building in southern Iran? The Iranians saying it's a school, reports of large civilians, including children killed.
Yeah, I've seen those reports. I would refer you, not because I'm not trying to answer your question, but I don't want to get it wrong. The Department of War would be investigating that if that was our strike, and I would refer your question to them, and I'll make sure they're aware that you have that question. But we'd like to know. Well, clearly, the United States would not deliberately target a school. Our objectives are missiles, both the ability to manufacture them and the ability to launch them, and the one-way attract drones. That would be our focus, and that's what we would be focused on. We would have no interest and, frankly, no incentive to target civilian infrastructure. The Iranians are, on the other hand, targeting civilian infrastructure. You guys have seen it. I'm sure you've seen it. They're hitting hotels. They're hitting embassies. They're hitting airports. They're hitting oil infrastructure. Well, it'd be very tragic, but I can't speak to the details behind it because I just don't have it. It would be a tragic outcome if it's happened. I don't have the details as to what led to it. But what is clear is that the United States would not deliberately target a school. They are, on the other hand, deliberately targeting civilians, as you've seen, because you know why? They are a terroristic regime. They sponsor terrorism and they participate in terrorism.
What's your message to Americans who are concerned about rising energy prices given the spiking of oil prices today?
Yes, and we knew that going in would be a factor, and so we have a program in place that will begin to be implemented by Secretary Wright, Secretary Bessent. We talked about it last night, again, about this program. We talked this morning, and starting tomorrow, you will see us rolling out those phases to try to mitigate against that. Obviously, markets are going to be reacting to news about what's happening. And again, a reminder, think about it, okay? This terroristic regime, led by radical clerics, has the ability, potentially, to shut off 20% of global energy. That's the kind of leverage they have because of their Navy. We're going to destroy their Navy. But there is a plan in place. We anticipated this could be an issue, and Secretary Wright and Besson will begin to roll out those steps starting tomorrow to mitigate against the impact that could have. I got to do this briefing, so I got a couple more. Yeah.
Do you anticipate putting boots on the ground, and how long do you anticipate the conflict to last?
Well, we don't. Let me say two things about it. Number one, the president always has the options to undertake whatever operations he decides to do as the commander-in-chief. That said, we believe the objective that we have set for this mission, which is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities, both launch capability and manufacturing, can be achieved without ground forces. Right now, we're not postured for ground forces, but obviously the president has those options. He's never going to rule out anything. But right now, our focus is on the destruction of their ballistic missile launchers, their ballistic missile stockpiles, and their ballistic missile manufacturing capability, as well as their one-way attract drones and their Navy, because of the threat it poses to global shipping.
How long is
All right, I can only do one more. Right there in the middle. Yes, sir.
Is there a diplomatic exchange going on right now between U.S. and Iran? Any exchanges whatsoever outside of
No, not at this time. I mean, look, we always have people that reach out from inside of governments. You don't know if they're authorized to reach out or not. They're suffering a tremendous amount of damage. Honestly, again, I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts, but the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now. Someone was screaming, how long will it take? I don't know how long it'll take. We have objectives. We will do this as long as it takes to achieve those objectives, and we will achieve those objectives. The world will be a safer place when we're done with this operation. All right? Thank you, guys. Thank you.
That was US Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaking there on Capitol Hill, saying that the US and Israeli operation against Iran needed to happen. He went on to say it was the right decision and an important decision for the sake of the entire war. He said the mission is to destroy Iran's ballistic missile capability. We're going to go to Paddy Culhane, who has been standing by for us at Capitol Hill and has been listening in there to Marco Rubio. Can you just give us an idea of what you made of that? Because it was incredibly combative, wasn't it?
It was, and I think you're seeing this administration starting to feel a little bit of pressure because, according to polls, the vast majority of Americans did not want to see this happen. They don't want it to continue. And we're seeing sort of shifting stories as to why the Trump administration felt compelled to do that. I don't know we've heard any of these things before, but we heard now from Secretary of State Marco Rubio that they had to do this for several reasons. He first said, well, we can't let them get to the line of impunity. What does that mean? He said, well, if we waited any longer, if we waited a year to a year and a half, the amount of drones, the amount of missiles, ballistic missiles that Iran would have, even though it's contentious as to whether or not that's actually true. But he argues that they'd have so many that the U.S. and Israel, no one would be able to intervene in Iran. So again, the intelligence on how close Iran was to having those sorts of missiles doesn't really seem to be matching with the rhetoric from the administration, but that now is a new reason they said that they had to act. The other, and this again is a new line, is that they were convinced that if Israel acted, struck Iran, that the Iranians would strike U.S. assets in the region. So he's saying if we did that, then there'd be hearings about why we didn't prepare for that. So saying because Israel was going to strike Iran, that Iran they thought would hit back, that's why the U.S. had to get involved at the time that it did. Very interesting that he said that Iran has been hit hard, but that the worst is yet to come. We've heard that said, hinted at by U.S. President Donald Trump, but to have the Secretary of State come out and say, I'm not going to talk about operational details, but we're going to hit Iran much harder than we have already, that could be some posturing, trying to send a message to the Iranian regime. But he's now, when we talked about the ultimate objectives, because that's a question that they've been getting a lot. What is success? The president had said earlier that he wanted to see regime change. Now they're saying the Navy decimated, so as well as ballistic missiles.
OK, thank you so much for that, Paddy. Paddy Culhane for us there on Capitol Hill. Well, it is 21 GMT, that is midnight here in Qatar, and you're watching Al Jazeera live from Doha. I'm Tom McRae with our continuing extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. Now, with air and drone strikes sweeping throughout the Middle East, Iran has added another twist. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has announced that the Strait of Hormuz is closed and Tehran will set any ship trying to pass on fire. Well, still, Tehran says it doesn't want to escalate tensions with countries in the region.
We are not fighting our neighboring countries. We are fighting American forces that are based in these countries, and the Americans and Israelis who are attacking us in every way, day and night. For the American bases in the region to move their soldiers to, for example, a hotel, it's natural that this causes an issue. We will use every method to defend our people. Our enemies attack us in many different ways, and we will do the same. In our view, this is not a regional war. This is a war between Iran and the U.S. that has unfortunately spread in the region.
This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime.
Well, US President Donald Trump has defended his decision to attack Iran and said the military operation could last about 4 weeks. Trump said the US will do whatever it takes to destroy Iran's missile capacity and nuclear program. He said Washington is ahead of its time projections in the conflict, saying the US eliminated Iran's top leadership in just a matter of hours. Well, 6 Americans have now been killed in the conflict. Speaking just a few moments ago, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio said Iran was going to target the US regardless of who attacked the country.
It was abundantly clear that if Iran came under attack by anyone, the United States or Israel or anyone, they were going to respond and respond against the United States. The orders had been delegated down to the field commanders. It was automatic, and in fact, it bared to be true, because in fact, within an hour of the initial attack on the leadership compound, the missile forces in the south and in the north, for that matter, had already been activated to launch. In fact, those had already been pre-positioned. The third is the assessment that was made that if we stood and waited for that attack to come first before we hit them, we would suffer much higher casualties.
Well, a day of escalation has seen Tehran target energy infrastructure in Gulf states, triggering a surge in global gas and oil prices. Now, Qatar's state-owned petroleum company has halted all production of liquefied natural gas, LNG, after attacks on 2 of its facilities. Well, Al Jazeera is live in Ramallah, Beirut, Doha, Capitol Hill, the White House. But first, we're going to speak to Mo Val, who is in Tehran. And Mo Val, the Strait of Hormuz has been closed. That's according to the Revolutionary Guard. Can you just run us through the repercussions of this move?
Well, this is the new phase of this war. At the beginning, we have it limited to direct reciprocated strikes between the United States, Israel on the one hand, and Iran on the other hand, related to military facilities, either in the Gulf or here in Iran. But now we have seen this quick development of the war into a kind of war again, an energy war, because the Strait of Hormuz means energy, not only for the region, but for the international, for the whole world, because a huge percentage of international traffic of oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has been promising, or it has been threatening for several years now, that if it is attacked in this huge manner, it is going to close the Strait of Hormuz. And that's a part of a strategy to make the world feel the heat of this war, and to make it clear that if Iran is attacked, then the world will bear the loss. The loss will be not only in Iran, but also across the region and the world. And that means high energy prices and so on. So now they are showing that they are true to their promise. They have announced the closing of the Strait of Hormuz. We have seen tankers in the Strait of Hormuz being attacked. We have seen them on fire, and that has been reported by the Iranian authorities here over the last 3 days. And now they are announcing the total closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which means that this war is going to get more and more costly to everyone.
OK. Mohammed, we heard from Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister. He was giving an interview to, I believe, Iranian state television, basically restating that it's not attacking Gulf states, but the US bases that they house. Can you just run us through what else he had to say in regards to that argument?
Well, Abbas Araghchi has reiterated that Iran has been stretching a hand for peace over the last several weeks and months, and that it has been for the second time attacked by the US and Israel when it was when there was a promising approach for the negotiations for peace, and that now the only choice that Iran has is to defend itself. And again, he has reassured or tried to reassure the neighboring countries, particularly in the Gulf region, that there is no ill intent and there is no intent of aggression against those countries, and that they are not the target of these attacks, but rather it is the US bases and any facilities related to those bases. But when we look at the developments over the last 24 hours, we see that oil facilities in Saudi Arabia and in Qatar and in other countries have been attacked. How is that going to be reconciliated with what he said that Iran is targeting only US bases and facilities that are helping those bases? Well, it depends on the interpretation. Iran is interpreting that those countries that host bases for the US, everything in those countries that is strategic has to do with interests of the United States. I mean, they haven't said this, the same words that I said now, but it is implied in what they have been doing over the last couple of days. But there is an interesting news line that came from the Tasnim news agency today, saying that a source that is close to the Iranian government has said that Iran hasn't been behind the attack on Aramco, and that it is Israel that has been behind that attack in order to stoke fire and create more chaos and more international hatred against Iran. And it also said that they have intelligence information that Israel might be about to attack Al Fujairah port in the United Arab Emirates for the same purpose. So there is this conflicting situation, this confusing situation about who is behind some of the attacks, not all of them. Iran hasn't denied all the attacks that have taken place across the region and touched oil facilities, including the tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. But at least now they are saying that Israel is trying to complicate the situation further by attacking the most important facilities, particularly the one in Saudi Arabia.
OK, thank you for that update, Mohammed Val, for us there in Tehran. We're going to go to Mike Hanna, who is in Washington, D.C. for us. And we heard from President Trump a little while ago about how the war is going and how potentially how long it could last, up to a month. He also outlined the objectives that the US and Trump is actually seeking here. Can you run us through that? Because it has been quite confusing. There has been criticism of the administration that hasn't been that clear.
Yes, indeed, there has been criticism that there is no indication as to what its final aims are, at which point do they declare mission accomplished and take the exit ramp. There has been popular dissent about that particular issue, but President Trump insists that things are going well. It's the first time he's spoken directly live to the American public. His previous messages have been pre-recorded and put out on his social media page. But he struck an optimistic note, saying that it was going well and that the US would continue for 4 weeks or even longer, is what he added. As to the aims, this is what President Trump had to say.
Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their Navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
Mike, can you just talk us through some of the domestic ramifications of what Trump has said today? And we've also just got confirmation that 6 US service members have now been killed in this conflict. How is that being received there in the US?
Well, this is a key issue because as these casualties mount, then so too likely is going to be public dissent. We've seen that in the past in the various wars that the US has been embroiled in. But the Washington Post has the most recent poll, which it has just published. And interestingly enough, the nation is completely divided, which is not unexpected. But it's a degree of the division that is unexpected. And that is that only 22% of Americans strongly support President Trump's action in Iran. 17% support somewhat. Some 9% are unsure. And those who oppose are over 52%, nearly 40% of whom oppose strongly. So these are very, very stark figures. And one must remember, too, that this poll was done after the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei was announced. So that did not kind of hit the pendulum at all, it would appear, from the results of public reaction, despite the fact that President Trump hailed that as a great success. So this is a nation clearly divided, but also weighing heavily towards disapproval. And that in itself is going to be a very big problem for President Trump politically in the months ahead and potentially in those midterm elections in November.
OK, thanks so much for all of that, Mike. Mike Hanna at the White House for us. We're going to cross over to Patty Culhane, who is at Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. And we heard Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, a little earlier give quite a combative press conference to the media on the Hill. Can you just run us through the highlights from your point of view from that media conference?
Of course, he was here to brief the so-called Gang of Eight. That's the leaders of the most important, powerful committees and the leadership when it comes to national security. He was very defensive, and I think we're starting to see the administration react because they have been saying, we'll stop when our objectives are met, but they haven't really been able to lay out their objectives. So we heard a little bit more from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, a little bit more for the justification. Now, he said the U.S. had decided that if another country, for example, Israel, attacked Iran, that they were going to attack Iranian assets, so that the U.S. had to get involved. A little bit of flaw in the logic there. Obviously, if the U.S. didn't want Israel to attack Iran, it does have some influence there. Then he said, well, we had to attack now because and keep in mind, they've been saying, the president's been saying, because Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States, they haven't been able to actually back that up. So what he's saying now is that because Iran is weak, in a year and a half, they would have crossed this line of impunity, basically, that they would have had so many ballistic missiles and so many drones that the U.S. or Israel would not have been able to attack Iran. Again, intelligence very not clear that is in fact would have been the case in a year to year and a half. He did send the warning that the worst is yet to come. Now, whether that'll bear out or whether that's rhetoric meant to scare the Iranians in some way, unclear. But he did say the objective is to end the missile program in Iran and to basically get rid of its navy so that it can't a threat to shipping in the region. So those are the two objectives. He was asked about, well, what about a new government? He said, that'd be great. That we're hoping the Iranian people do that, but trying to downplay the idea that this was about regime change. That's been a shift because the president himself basically said it was about regime change. And what now we're hearing from the Secretary of Defense, Marco Rubio, saying that that really wasn't the goal. It'd be great, but it's not the goal. One thing he did talk about, and the reason we're here on the Hill, is we expect this week the House and Senate will take up a bill that basically says the president has to stop his actions in Iran because under the War Powers Resolution Act, he gets 60 to 90 days. Then he has to get approval from Congress. Marco Rubio said no president has ever believed the constitutionality of that, but it is, in fact, the law. So he says, go ahead and vote. What the administration clearly believes is that even if it does pass the House and the Senate, the president's going to veto this, and they wouldn't have the numbers to override the veto. But he'll be back here on the Hill in about 24 hours. Briefing all the members of the House and the Senate. We'll get a clearer picture after that where the vote might land.
OK, thank you so much, Patty. Patty Culhane for us there at Capitol Hill. Well, for a third day, Iran has continued its attacks right across the region. US bases, ports and energy facilities have been targeted. Kulsum Sharif reports.
Iran has continued to attack several areas right across the Gulf. Energy facilities have come under attack. Now, these are the energy facilities that have taken a hit. We've seen an oil refinery in Kuwait, one in Saudi Arabia. We've seen oil ports in Oman, the UAE, and facilities in Qatar that have taken a hit. Here's a look at what's happened in Saudi Arabia. An Iranian drone was intercepted at a major oil refinery. The concern is the falling debris and the damage that it can cause. So here's what's happened here. The Aramco Ras Tanura oil refinery had a fire. It was contained, but authorities decided to shut the biggest domestic oil refinery as a precaution. Now in Qatar, we're seeing two facilities that have also come under attack: the Ras Laffan oil refinery and the Maisid power plant. Now, Qatar Energy, the state-owned petroleum company, says it has stopped complete production of liquefied natural gas and other products because of these attacks. Now, this is important because it can have global ramifications when it comes to gas supplies. Qatar is one of the biggest producers of LNG, and it operates the biggest gas field along with Iran. This is North Dome, South Pass, and this area closer to Qatar is what it operates. And this area closer to Iran is operated by Tehran. But there's no production happening right now. We also spoke of the oil tankers that have been hit on March 1st in the Strait of Hormuz, an important passageway. An oil tanker took a hit. There's a fire on board. People were injured. And another ship was hit in the Gulf of Oman. One person has been killed. Now, the US, 6 Arab and Gulf states have condemned the repeated Iranian drone and missile attacks. They've reaffirmed their right to self-defense.
Going to go to Axel Zaimovic now, who is here for us in Doha. Axel, that is a growing list of targets that we saw Kulsum lay out. So how much concern has really grown now in the region after another day of attacks on energy infrastructure, not just here in Qatar, but Saudi as well?
Tom, it's quite concerning because we're talking about an energy region under attack now. Two separate attacks, two different countries, Qatar and Saudi Arabia. Kulsum already explained what happened in Qatar, and Qatar stopped producing liquefied natural gas. And right after that announcement, we've seen the energy prices surging across Europe and Asia. And that's really significant to know this one. Across the border in Saudi Arabia, domestic refineries also shutting down some of the units because of the Iranian attacks. But what's really unsettling here is the question, what's next? What's going to be targeted next? Because if Iran is willing to target Qatar's LNG facility and Saudi Arabia's oil facility, so the calculation here has changed, because we're talking about the region that supplies a significant portion of the world's energy. Qatar is the largest LNG producer in the world, and it feeds that gas into European homes, global markets, global supply chains, but also Saudi Arabia on a daily basis shipping millions of barrels of oil. So if there's any prolonged disruption, it doesn't just hurt the region here. Everybody else will feel the consequences.
OK, thanks so much, Axel. Axel Zaimovic in Doha. Well, Israeli strikes on Iran have continued for a third day. Well, these are attacks that hit the capital, Tehran. The US and Israel has hit infrastructure across the country. Well, this is the aftermath of an attack which destroyed a police station in the surrounding residential area. And Iran has targeted sites across Israel. The Israeli military says missiles were intercepted above West Jerusalem, Tel Aviv and Eilat. At least 10 people have been killed since Saturday. Anita Ibrahim is joining us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Anita, can you just bring us up to date with the latest strikes there in Israel? Well, what effect that they have had?
Well, we could say that it's been pretty calm in the past few hours, except for a drone alert that was just sounded off in the application that is usually prepared by the Israeli home front. It's been relatively calm, although we are waiting to see the impact of these strikes that took place not just earlier today, but also in the daylight during the day on Monday, and just a few minutes before sunset, where we've seen the latest wave of Iranian-led missiles. Now, in general, the Iranians have said that they're launching the 12th wave towards the region, but they did not specify whether that will be affecting Israel indeed as well. But for now, we can say that it's been a situation of relative calm. The discussion in Israel these days is about whether Israel knows how it's going to be heading towards ending the war. Because, yes, they are praising what they call a huge operational success that not only targeted the head of the regime in Iran, but also they're talking about sustaining severe injuries of the second man in Hezbollah in Lebanon. They're talking about the intention to head into a ground invasion. And we've seen several evacuation threats by the Israeli army towards people in Lebanon, but also in Tehran as well. But the question remains is whether they will know how to move forward beyond the initial strike of the Supreme Leader Khamenei, because they are saying that there are other layers of the Iranian regime, that the government there has been working on a succession plan, knowing the risks that it would entail given the US and Israeli threats against them. So the question is now for Israel that the Israeli army, yes, is talking about a prolonged readiness for maybe a campaign that could take weeks, but whether they will know and whether they will find an appropriate solution, an appropriate agreement that both sides, the US and Israel, will agree on in addition to the region as well when it comes to ending the war.
Nida, we also heard from Donald Trump that this is likely to last 4 or 5 weeks. From the view from Israel, how is that going down there, not just with its leadership, but with the population as well, being under threat of Iranian airstrikes for more than a month?
That distinction is very important, Tom, because yes, we talk about the Israeli army talking about readiness, calling up around 100,000 reservists and saying that they've been preparing themselves for several scenarios, including what we believe is an intention to head into a ground invasion in in Lebanon, and that has been clear ever since the 3 projectiles were launched from Lebanon. The Israeli army was swift and very immediately struck Lebanon and started a wave of strikes that is continuing until now. But you have the population to take into account. Yes, this part of a psychological war. The Israeli Broadcasting Authority says that the whole population is united in this war. But it will remain to be seen whether the Iranians are going to be continuing with their strikes. That, of course, will always have a negative toll on the population, given the fact that if we compare this time to the last war in June, the number of times that the Israelis were forced to go to the shelters and stay there is much longer, and that could tip the scales against the government if the population feels that it can be heading towards a prolonged war inside these shelters as well.
Thank you so much, Nida. Nida Ibrahim there for us in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. There have been more Israeli strikes on the Lebanese capital, Beirut. Earlier, Israeli attacks killed at least 52 people, including a senior Hezbollah official. At least 154 people were injured. There have also been Israeli strikes across southern Lebanon. The Israeli army says it targeted more than 70 Hezbollah facilities, including weapons storage facilities. Israel says the attacks are in response to the rockets and drones Hezbollah fired into Israel earlier on Monday. Well, the group says its attack was in response to the assassination of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, after the strikes. Lebanon's Prime Minister Nawaf Salam says he has banned all Hezbollah military and security activities. Heidi Pett is in Beirut for us with the latest. In just the last hour or so, there have been more evacuation orders. What more can you tell us? it looks like we're having some technical difficulties. There we'll try and go back to Heidi a little later on in the bulletin. Well, as we have been saying, Iranian attacks on Qatari gas and Saudi oil facilities have forced their closure. Well, this is giving rise to fears of the worst energy crisis the world has seen in decades. Osama bin Javed reports from Brussels.
This is Ras Tanura, Saudi Arabia's largest domestic oil refinery after a drone strike. It's now shut down and no longer producing 550,000 barrels a day. Drones also hit Qatar's Ras Laffan complex and Mesaid industrial zone. That stopped Qatar's LNG production, effectively wiping off about 20% of global supply. Qatar Energy's majority clients are from Asia, and it's set to declare force majeure on its LNG and petrochemical shipments. Explosions were reported on Iran's Kharg Island, which handles 90% of Iran's crude exports. In addition, companies in Iraqi Kurdistan and Israel's Leviathan gas field have also suspended production. The EU's warning of far-reaching consequences as Iran's attacks and the US-Israeli assaults continue.
From energy to nuclear, from transport to migration to security, we must be prepared for the fallout from these recent events.
All this as one of the world's major supply corridors, the Strait of Hormuz, remains closed by Iran. Peter Chase is a former US diplomat who witnessed the 1970s energy crisis. He says a prolonged conflict and closed shipping lanes could have major reverberations.
So the prices of energy long term, if they are raised long term, that will have a large impact on the European economy. I would have another look at this issue of their imports and exports and their overall trade with Asia, because that is the area that's most affected by this.
Rising attacks on energy facilities, major supply routes being shut, and shockwaves through the energy markets is being seen as a perfect financial storm. And if the United States and Iran do not stop the war soon, the entire world is likely to have to pay for it. Osama bin Javed, Al Jazeera, Brussels.
Well, for more on this, we're joined now from Tehran is Fawad Azadi. He is professor at the University of Tehran's Faculty of World Studies. Thanks so much for being with us here on Al Jazeera. We've heard in the last hour or so that Iran's Revolutionary Guards commander has closed the Strait of Hormuz, saying that Iran will set fire to any ship that it tries to pass. Can you just talk to us a little bit about the repercussions of that decision?
You know, this is a war zone. The school that was hit, the girls' school, the primary school, is just a few kilometers from the Strait of Hormuz in southern Iran. Missiles are flying everywhere. It would not be a good idea for ships to pass through. And the suggestion is that the ships should avoid this war zone until we have a normal situation. So this is a statement asking ships not to go through.
In the last, less than 24 hours, we've seen Iranian attacks on Qatari gas and Saudi oil facilities, many saying that this could potentially be the start of the worst energy crisis the world's seen in decades. That's a deliberate action, isn't it, by Iran? To do this, to try and put pressure on these countries, to then put pressure on the United States to stop this conflict?
You know, the consensus here among military sources, intelligence sources, is that these attacks on in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia, in these areas, are actually done by the Israelis. The Israelis have managed to fight Iran using American soldiers. They want to use Qatari soldiers, Saudi soldiers to join in. Iran has been hitting US military bases and a few other things. For example, the US government evacuated some of these bases, and they have used hotels in these countries to house these military personnel. That becomes a legitimate military target.
But those hotels,
or CIA headquarters.
How can you say that those are legitimate targets when clearly they are civilian hotels? There are civilians working and staying there.
The information that we have is that because of security reasons, The hotels that are being used by the U.S. military have moved the civilian guests to other hotels. So the whole hotel is given to the U.S. military for U.S. Soldiers to be housed there while this war is continuing, because they don't want to have them in U.S. bases. If that is the case, which normally that's how it works, you wouldn't have U.S. soldiers next to families, in a hotel. If that is the case, which is the logical way of doing it, then that becomes a legitimate military target, because that's where U.S. soldiers are. Iran is supposed to kill enough U.S. soldiers, so the U.S. Thinks twice before attacking Iran again.
That's a major escalation, though, to go from targeting US bases in these Gulf countries to targeting civilian infrastructure, if you're saying like hotels or airports that we have seen in Qatar and the UAE as well.
We talked about hotels already. There are other things within cities, like CIA headquarters. That's legitimate military target. They are not. CIA is not based in bases. They are based in office areas. They are present in all these countries, and CIA is orchestrating a war against Iran. The intelligence on where to hit generally comes from the CIA. So that becomes a legitimate military target. As you know, Iran was interested in a diplomatic solution. The Omani foreign minister, I'm sure you have covered his interview with CBS News. He was basically begging the Trump administration not to attack Iran for good reasons, because once wars start, then these type of things happen. Iran was trying to avoid that. Oman was trying to avoid that. I think the Qatari government was trying to avoid a regional war, but the United States is doing Israel first instead of America first. They decided to attack Iran. We have lost over 550 civilians in the last few days. Iran is fighting for its survival. They want to overthrow the Iranian government so they can disintegrate Iran, balkanize Iran, and get rid of Iran. And Iran has to defend itself. We are very sorry that the situation has come to this situation, but this is not something we have started.
Thank you so much, Fawad Azadi. We do appreciate it there in Tehran. OK, well, if you're just joining us, here's a reminder of the very latest developments in the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has announced that the Strait of Hormuz is closed and Tehran will set any ship trying to pass on fire. The channel accommodates the world's largest crude carriers. Still, Tehran says it doesn't want to escalate tensions with countries in the region. Well, President Donald Trump has said the Iran operation is likely to last about 4 weeks, but the US will do whatever it takes to destroy Iran's missile capacity. He said his objective is to ensure that Iran never develops nuclear weapons. Tehran has targeted energy infrastructure in many Gulf states, triggering a surge in global gas and oil prices. Qatar's state-owned petroleum company has halted all production of liquefied natural gas, LNG, after attacks on 2 of its facilities. And across the border in Saudi Arabia, the kingdom has shut its biggest domestic oil refinery as a precautionary measure. 2 drones targeted Aramco's Ras Tanura facility but were intercepted. We're going to go back to Mohammed Val, who is in Tehran. And Mo, understand that the United States and Israel, they're continuing to strike Iran. Just in the last couple of minutes, we've had an alert come through saying that the Israeli military has begun a new wave of strikes on the capital. What more can you tell us?
Yes, I can tell you that just as you have been asking the question, there have been blasts and heavy sounds of bombardment here in Tehran. I don't know if it was caught on the mic, but it is going on right now, and also it has been going on for about 30 minutes now. So there are strikes right now ongoing on the city of Tehran. As we speak, we have heard a number of loud explosions over the last hour or so, and the latest was like just half a minute ago. we don't know the location so far. We don't know the target so far. But the Israeli army has also issued a warning and an order of evacuation to people in the district of Evin, which is to the north of the city. That was just a little while ago. That area has the National TV Broadcast Corporation in it, and also it has the most important prison in Iran, in Evin. We don't know exactly why the Israeli army has issued that evacuation order. We don't know the specific targets they are going to strike at now or later this evening, this night, but it is a campaign that is ongoing. The bombardment is ongoing right now in Iran, and it has been ongoing over the last 3 days now. Many cities have been targeted, not only Tehran, but also Kharaj. Kharaj, which is a city to the north of Tehran, has just been hit during the last hour or so. We still don't have the details about the specific targets, but apparently, according to the estimations, mainly military facilities and security facilities and institutions related to the government are the main target of this campaign of bombardment.
OK, thank you so much, Mohammed. We will come back to you as and when we get some more information about the latest strikes on the capital. Thank you. We're going to go to UN headquarters now, where Gabriel Elizondo joins us from. And Iran's ambassador to the UN spoke a little earlier, I guess reiterating that it's not going after Gulf countries, despite evidence to the contrary. What more can you tell us about what he said?
Yeah, that's right. Iran's ambassador to the United Nations came here to the UN Security Council stakeout, where he gave a statement and answered one brief question. That one question was to him, what is the rationale by Iran striking its regional neighbors? And the ambassador said, we are not striking or attacking our neighboring countries. We are defending ourselves, targeting the facilities, bases, and assets of the United States in the region. That continues to be the official line from Iran. This is a little bit more of what the Iranian ambassador had to say.
Iran does not seek war. Iran does not seek escalation, but Iran will not surrender its sovereignty. The issue before the international community is clear. Can a powerful state attack another sovereign member of the United Nations with impunity? If the answer is yes, then the Charter is meaningless. If the answer is no, then this aggression must be condemned and stopped.
Iran's ambassador also said, make no mistake, Iran was not an imminent threat to anybody. He said that his country was in what he called serious talks with the U.S. about its nuclear program, which he called all used for peaceful means. And he said it was the United States that closed the door to diplomacy and left the world where it is right now.
Thank you so much, Gabe. Gabriel Elizondo for us there at the UN headquarters. We're going to bring in our diplomatic editor, James Bays, now, who joins us in the studio. And as we've seen over the last day, Iran change its strategy somewhat and go after energy infrastructure in the region, not just the US bases in the Gulf. That's sending shockwaves not just around the region, though, right around the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not entirely sure that Iran currently has a master plan, because it's had so much damage, so many commanders and leaders have been killed. But yes, you're right. It seems that they're not seeking diplomatic negotiations with the United States now, but they are seeking a way to end the war. And the only leverage they've got, I think, is economic leverage. Of course, it's also down to the military tools that they've got right now. We know that they've got fewer long-range missiles, and it's much harder to send a missile all the way to Israel, much easier to target things that are much, much closer in the Gulf. And clearly, the Straits of Hormuz are an economic choke point, the economic choke point, the number one economic choke point in the world, with 20% of the global oil trade going through that narrow part of the Gulf. And they've decided, I think, now, to choke it. Already, shipping has not been going through the Straits of Hormuz. Some tankers have been going through. The majority haven't because of the insurance costs, the insurance risks. But now it seems the Iranians are saying you must not go through. And that is going to cause problems. It's going to cause problems for the oil price, the gas price, for the insurance prices, the global economy, potentially inflation around the world, particularly, I think, going to affect Asia and China, but also Europe will be very worried. Now, I think Iran is hoping that these countries will put pressure on the United States to do something about the situation. The problem for Iran is that they are going to further alienate their neighbours, their Gulf neighbours, who had been pushing for diplomacy. Although, having said that, I think their Gulf neighbours might like the international attention too, because they too want to bring this to an end as soon as possible.
Yeah, just on that, obviously from a diplomatic point of view, you're talking about Iran trying to put as much pressure on everyone to, I guess, then put pressure on Donald Trump, who has the final say here on when or if strikes stop on Iran. The Gulf states, they've put out words of condemnation about what Iran is doing. They also speaking to the Trump administration, though, and really trying to find a diplomatic solution still here.
Yeah, they're speaking to the Trump administration, and they have very, very good relations with the Trump administration. And they'll be hearing, and I think trying to piece together what's coming from the Trump administration. And we're in a very strange situation where we have a war, a major war underway, and yet the strategic objectives of the United States aren't really entirely clear. Yes, it was clearly a decapitation operation, but that has happened. What else is the US trying to achieve? They seem to be trying to remove the whole of the apparatus of the Iranian system. How far are they going to go? When will they be happy? Who will they hand over to? Will they even send in ground troops? Donald Trump, again, not ruling that out in recent hours. I don't think we're going to see a sort of invasion like we saw in 2003 in Iraq, but it raises the prospects that there may be special forces going in on the ground. Maybe even already there, Tom.
Indeed. Thank you so much, James. As we heard from many of our correspondents in the US, just about the lack of clarity from the Trump administration when it comes to what they are actually trying to do right now. James, we'll leave it there for the moment, though. We do appreciate it. As we've reported a little earlier, Donald Trump has been speaking at the Medal of Honor ceremony to commemorate 6 American soldiers who have died in the Iran operations. Trump said US forces are capable of stretching the campaign as long as it needs.
Somebody said today, they said, oh, well, if the president wants to do it really quickly, after that he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media, I think he'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now, I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through. We also projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour, so we're ahead of schedule there.
Well, we have 2 guests from Washington, D.C. to discuss America's Iran offensive. Harlan Ullman is a former US naval officer and a senior advisor in the Atlantic Council. And Ross Harrison is a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute and author of the book Decoding Iran's Foreign Policy. Thanks so much for joining us. Ross, if we can go to you first. Did you get a sense that Donald Trump there has a clear game plan or a longer-term plan for actually what he wants to achieve right now?
Well, I think we have to make a distinction between a plan and a goal. I think he seems to have articulated a goal, though it moves a bit, and that is basically regime collapse or regime transition, regime change. But in terms of a plan of how to get there, I don't think they've thought that far ahead, frankly. I think part of the plan, part of the belief is that they can achieve regime collapse from the air militarily. And that remains to be seen. That's you might be able to cause a crack in the regime if the conflict lasts for a protracted period of time. But in terms of managing through a change process, that's pretty much impossible from the air. So no, I don't think there is a real strong plan for, should the regime collapse, how to transition, have a peaceful and stable transition to a new outcome. I don't think there's a plan there. And if there is, we've seen no evidence of it.
Yeah, just on that point, Harlan, we've heard from Marco Rubio, Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth in the last few hours, and it doesn't seem like they were all on the same page. Is that the sense that you're getting?
Oh, the administration is in chaos. There was a briefing on the Hill to staffers in which the Pentagon said that there was no imminence of threat. And now that the Strait of Hormuz is closed and global energy is lacking access to about 20% of its petro supplies, this comes at a great surprise. It seems to me it was self-evident what Iran was going to do, and it would seem that the administration has been caught completely sleeping about all this, with Trump saying we want to negotiate with somebody in Tehran. And as I've noted before, we may come to regret the death of Khamenei, because right now Ali Ranjani is in charge, and this is a fairly competent guy. So I'm not sure the administration fully has a plan yet of what it's going to do, whether it had one. And it seems to be already falling way behind in terms of what Iran is able to do in terms of its counteroffensive.
Yeah, Ross, just on that counteroffensive, we've obviously been seeing that the strategy from Iran doesn't seem to be that they're singularly targeting US bases in the Gulf region, but also now the energy infrastructure in Saudi Arabia as well as here in Qatar, obviously designed to inflict as much economic pain, and not just regionally, but globally as well. Do you think that that is a sound strategy?
Well, I think given that the regime believes at this point that it has an existential threat, I think it believes that the risk of this kind of a strategy is lower than it was for perhaps in the June war, where it was much more of a calibrated, measured response to US and Israeli attacks. So I think it's a sound strategy. I think it depends upon what the threshold of pain is for the United States and for Israel. I think Iranians are banking on the fact that at some point, the economic pain and possibly even the political pain, and then the prospects of more loss of life on the American and Israeli side will cause some kind of de-escalation and some reconfiguration of our approach to maybe even a readjustment of our goals as to what kind of outcome the United States is actually looking for.
Harlan, we've seen 6 US service members already killed in this conflict in the last couple of days. If, as Donald Trump says, this is going to go on for 4 or 5 weeks, that number is likely to rise. What sort of effect is that going to have on, I guess, how the US domestic viewers actually view this war?
Well, several points. First, the fact that there have been relatively few casualties so far, less than 600 in Iran reported, and about 150 of those were apparently girls at a girls' school. And so far the casualties are low. However, if there's a catastrophic attack on one of our ships and you have massive casualties, that will make a difference. But let me make 2 other points. Iran is now in a very interesting position because its bargaining chip is, we will reopen the Strait of Hormuz. How do the Americans react to that? And if the Iranians really want to put the Gulf in complete chaos, they might attack the water supplies because, as I think people know, there's only about 4 days worth of water that's available in terms of reserves throughout the Gulf, and 95% of the water comes from desalination. Suppose Iran is going to attack those desalination plants. I'm not sure the administration considered that, but to answer your question, as long as the casualties are relatively low and there's not a catastrophic event, as there was in Beirut in October of 1983, when 241 American service personnel were killed, the toleration for pain will be, I think, acceptable in the United States, barring a cataclysmic effect.
Ross, just on that point, obviously Gulf countries are very nervous about what is occurring right now. They're speaking on a daily basis to the Trump administration to try and find a diplomatic off-ramp here. What leverage do they have to try and put pressure on Donald Trump at this point in time?
Well, it's not clear. I mean, before the conflict, we were told that the Saudis, the Emiratis, the Qataris were working to urge caution and forestall this kind of military action, whereas the Israelis were basically shouting that now is the time, because of the weakness, the perceived weakness of the Islamic Republic at this moment, the Israelis were pushing for a military action. So it appears, if we can believe the reports, that the Saudis, the Emiratis, and the Qataris were working and trying to urge caution. We would assume that the Saudis, the Emiratis, sort of lost out to the Israelis. But as you know, in the last couple of days, there have been reports that the Saudis actually, privately, publicly, they were pushing for diplomacy. Privately, they were urging Donald Trump to take advantage of the weakness of the Islamic Republic. So it's unclear what kind of leverage they have. I think right now, I think Harlan spoke to this before, and that is, I think the leverage is going to come in terms of pain. If, in fact, the pain is de minimis in terms of loss of life and economic disruption, then I think the United States and Israel can maintain its current course. And the Saudis, the Emiratis, and the Gulf Arab states are not going to have much leverage in terms of stopping. I mean, listen, it's a lot easier to get into a war than it is to stop a war. So I don't think they're going to be able to forestall the next phase of this conflict. But I think the Iranians may be counting on this. If there's a compounding effect of economic pain, closing the Straits of Hormuz, if the Iranians can actually do that, and possibly greater loss of life, and then some kind of economic catastrophic kind of impact, either on the energy markets or on the global equity markets, I think then at that point, the Saudis, the Emiratis, and the Gulf Arabs may be able to have a louder voice than the Israelis. But at this point, I think it's the main dynamics are between Washington and Jerusalem.
Okay, Harlan, just before we go, can you just give us an idea from a military perspective what you're looking for over the next day or two?
Well, I think we're running out of targets in Tehran and in Iran. And we're going to be lowering our magazines or magazine loads. So there's going to be an issue here of attrition. Over the next couple of days, I'm seeing raids, but then going to be stopped to get bomb damage assessment and then to continue. But the issue right now is closing the strait is going to cause huge pressure. And if gasoline goes up to $3.50 a gallon, which it easily could in America, then I think you're going to see Trump trying to find some kind of negotiation to get his way out of this. And it may be the Houthi solution where we just declare victory and pull away. But the consequences could be extreme. And I think, as Ross points out, we have underestimated what we've gotten into in the Gulf. And I'm afraid that's a great weakness in this administration of not anticipating what Donald Rumsfeld called the unknown unknowns that are part of warfare and the fog and friction of war.
Thank you so much, Harlan.
May I make one more comment? Is it possible?
Oh, yeah, quickly, Ross. Yes, you can.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that I think is important to understand is that if the Iranians cannot win militarily. So I think if they can hold on for the next couple of weeks and at least deny Israel and the United States from a victory, that is a win, even if they are depleting their military assets. So they don't have to win militarily. If the regime can survive and stay roughly intact, that is a victory for the Islamic Republic and a loss in many ways for the United States and Israel. How Donald Trump will portray that and spin it at that point, that remains to be seen. But I think that dynamic is an important one to look at.
Okay, thank you so much, Ross.
Ross
Harrison.
Correct.
And
right.
Thank you. We'll have to leave it there. We're out of time, but we do appreciate your insight. Harlan Ullman and Ross Harrison for us there.
Thank you.
Israel is carrying out another wave of strikes on Beirut. These are live pictures from the capital of Lebanon. We are going to go to Heidi Pett, who is live for us in Beirut. And what more do we know about what's been hit so far, Heidi?
So a very short while ago, the Israeli military's Arabic language spokesperson issued another warning to residents in Dahia in the southern suburbs of Beirut, a forced evacuation order once again, indicating that they would be striking targets there in the very near future. And so we expect that these airstrikes that you're just seeing and hearing now are the result of that. Israeli media is reporting that they were planning to target the offices of Al-Mana, which is a local television station here. We don't yet have confirmation as to whether that has happened, whether these strikes that you've just seen are indeed that one, or whether there are further strikes to hit the capital of Lebanon tonight.
OK, thank you so much, Heidi. We will talk to you, no doubt, in the coming hours as the story develops. The Israeli military says it's begun a new wave of strikes on Tehran after issuing forced evacuation warnings for residents in parts of the capital. These are live pictures from Tehran now. We understand that Iranian state media say 2 explosions have been heard around the headquarters of its state broadcaster. Well, the US Central Command says it's destroyed the headquarters of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, stating it has, quote, cut the head off the snake. But Iran's military structure is notably complex. The country has parallel armies, multiple intelligence services and several command structures, all answering to the supreme leader. Ali Hashim explains how the institutions operate and why they are structured as they are.
Iran does not rely on a single military chain of command. Its security system is layered, duplicated and intentional. At the top sits the supreme leader, the commander-in-chief of all armed forces. Below that authority are 2 parallel militaries. The Artesh, Iran's regular army, is responsible for territorial defense, borders, airspace and conventional warfare. Alongside it, there's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, known as the IRGC, and its role goes beyond defense. Given its ideological structure, it's responsible for protecting the revolution politically and militarily. Within the IRGC, the Aerospace Force controls Iran's missile and drone arsenal. This forms the backbone of Iran's deterrence strategy against Israel and the United States. Iran avoids merging these forces by design. Duplication here is a safeguard against coups, internal threats and sudden collapse. Inside the IRGC sits the Basij, a mass mobilization force used for internal security, crisis response and ideological enforcement. Iran also maintains parallel intelligence services, while the 2 main branches remain the Ministry of Intelligence that follows the government and the IRGC intelligence unit. There are around 16 services that operate under the Council for Intelligence Coordination. Beyond its borders, Iran projects influence through a specialized force. The IRGC's Quds Force manages Iran's regional networks, including in Lebanon, Palestine, Yemen and Iraq, and previously Syria. It operates with tactical flexibility but within limits set in Tehran. Military command is organized through separate entities known as Maqar. The Khatam al-Anbiya unit coordinates joint military operations during wartime and national emergencies, while the Muhammad Rasulullah bloc is responsible for defending Tehran and managing internal emergencies. Both the IRGC and the army maintain their own joint staffs. They coordinate. Above the battlefield sits the political security layer, the Supreme National Security Council, which brings together senior military commanders, intelligence chiefs, and political leaders to align national security policy. It coordinates strategy, but it does not replace military command. This system may appear complicated and fragmented, but this is done on purpose, and it's central to how Iran manages power. Even after the killing of senior IRGC commanders and joint staff figures, transitions have been orderly. Iran's military structure is built to absorb shock, but it's not clear yet whether it can adapt to faster and more complex changes. Ali Hashim, Al Jazeera.
Well, US President Donald Trump on Monday again warned Americans without evidence that Iran was building a missile that could soon reach the United States. That's why he intends to continue attacking Iran. White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett reports.
Speaking for the first time from the White House since launching military strikes against Iran, U.S. President Donald Trump explained why he deployed U.S. forces.
This was our last best chance to strike.
At a medal ceremony honoring American soldiers, Trump laid out his objectives for the mission, dubbed Operation Epic Fury.
We're destroying Iran's missile capabilities. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
Following U.S. strikes on Iran in June of 2025, Trump says Iran defied warnings to halt pursuing a nuclear weapon and was using its conventional ballistic missile program to shield nuclear ambitions. Trump also explained why he gave up on diplomacy.
We thought we had a deal, but then they backed out. And they came back, and we thought we had a deal, and they backed out. I said, you can't deal with these people.
Well, good morning.
Hours earlier, the defense secretary acknowledged there have been U.S. casualties. He explained how Iran broke through U.S. defenses, killing 4 soldiers.
Every once in a while, you might have one, unfortunately, we call it a squirter that makes its way through. And in that particular case, it happened to hit a tactical operations center.
And the chair of the Joint Chiefs cautioned there could be more deaths.
This is not a single overnight operation. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve, and in some cases will be difficult and gritty work. We expect to take additional losses.
President Trump insists combat operations are ahead of schedule. Still, he's not ruling out sending U.S. troops into Iran. He's also cautioned Americans that combat operations could last more than a month. Kimberly Helkett, Al Jazeera, the White House.
Well, it's 22 GMT and you're watching Al Jazeera live from Doha. I'm Tom McRae with our continuing extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran, which is rapidly expanding across the region. Well, this hour, the Israeli military says it's begun a new wave of strikes in Tehran after issuing forced evacuation warnings for residents in parts of the capital. The warnings are focused on areas near major broadcasting headquarters. In Lebanon, residents in southern Beirut have also been told to leave ahead of expected military action. Well, this follows heavy airstrikes on Hezbollah-controlled suburbs earlier on Monday. The strikes came in response to a Hezbollah drone and rocket attack. At least 52 people were killed and more than 150 others wounded, according to officials. And there have also been Israeli strikes across southern Lebanon. The Israeli army says it hit more than 70 Hezbollah targets, including weapons storage facilities. Israel launched the attacks early on Monday after the Iranian-backed group fired rockets into northern Israel in response to the assassination of Iran's supreme leader.
This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime.
US President Donald Trump has defended his decision to attack Iran and said the military operation could last about 4 weeks. Trump said the US will do whatever it takes to destroy Iran's missile capacity and nuclear program. He said Washington is ahead of its time projections in the conflict, saying the US eliminated Iran's top leadership in just a matter of hours. And a day of escalation has seen Tehran target energy infrastructure in Gulf states, triggering a surge in global gas and oil prices. Qatar's state-owned petroleum company has halted all production of liquefied natural gas, LNG, after attacks on 2 of its facilities. And across the border in Saudi Arabia, the kingdom has shut its biggest domestic oil refinery as a precautionary measure. 2 drones targeted Aramco's Ras Tanura facility, but were intercepted. Okay, well, Al Jazeera is live right across the world in Ramallah, Doha, the Capitol Hill, the White House, as well as Beirut, where we go to first. Heidi Pett is standing by for us in the Lebanese capital. As we mentioned, there have been more strikes in the last half hour or so on Beirut. Can you just talk us through the very latest there?
Yeah, so in the last hour, there was another forced evacuation order for residents in the southern suburbs of Dahia, which is just the southern part of the capital here in Beirut. These strikes were evidently a little smaller, a little bit more limited. They weren't like the ones that we've been hearing earlier this evening, about 6 hours ago and this morning, which shook the entire city. These ones were evidently a little bit smaller, but Israeli media, Channel 15, has been reporting that they were planning on targeting the headquarters of a TV channel, which they say is associated with Hezbollah, Al-Manal. And so we are waiting for confirmation as to whether these strikes, these recent ones, are indeed the ones that have targeted the headquarters of a television station here in Beirut, or if that is still to come, and we're expecting to see further strikes across the capital this evening.
Okay, Heidi, Israel's also saying it's killed the head of Islamic Jihad.
Yeah, just a short while ago, again, we get all of the news here in Beirut from the Arabic language spokespeople of the Israeli military. That's how people learn that they're supposed to leave their homes. It's how they learn whether or not people have been assassinated. It's the middle of the night here, and you've got a country that is glued to Twitter to find out what is going on and what the Israeli military has been up to. So they have just announced that in a strike earlier on Monday that they killed the leader of Palestinian Islamic Jihad somewhere here in Beirut.
Okay, thank you so much, Heidi. We will come back to you as and when we get some more information. Heidi Pett for us in Beirut. Well, Israeli military has conducted strikes across Tehran, saying this hour it has targeted the state media broadcaster. It follows a social media announcement for civilians to clear specific areas. Mohammed Val is in Tehran with more.
This is the new phase of this war. At the beginning, we have it limited to direct reciprocated strikes between the United States, Israel on the one hand, and Iran on the other hand, related to military facilities, either in the Gulf or here in Iran. But now we have seen this quick development of the war into a kind of war again, an energy war, because the Strait of Hormuz means energy, not only for the region, but for the international, for the whole world, because a huge percentage of international traffic of oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has been promising, or it has been threatening for several years now, that if it is attacked in this huge manner, it is going to close the Strait of Hormuz. And that's a part of a strategy to make the world feel the heat of this war, and to make it clear that if Iran is attacked, then the world will bear the loss. The loss will be not only in Iran, but also across the region and the world. And that means high energy prices and so on. So now they are showing that they are true to their promise. They have announced the closing of the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, joining us now from Tehran is Fawad Azadi. He's a professor at the University of Tehran's Faculty of World Studies. Thanks for being with us once again. We'll get to the ramifications of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz in just a moment. But first, we've been talking and seeing some pictures out of the capital there of more Israeli strikes. Understand it's on the state media complex. Can you just give us a bit of an update, if you have one, on what's happening there in the capital right now?
You know, I'm in Tehran. I'm at home. We are in middle of the city, and we had heavy bombardment a few minutes ago. As you reported, the Israelis are hitting Iranian television stations. They did this last night as well. We had one of your colleagues, a journalist, killed last night. But tonight it's much heavier. And they have been trying to disrupt Iranian television stations. So the only source of information for Iranians are television stations run by the US government or the British government or the Pahlavi outlets. And they want to control the flow of information for propaganda purposes, which is very sad, but this is what we have tonight.
In the last couple of hours, Iran's Revolutionary Guards commander has said that the Strait of Hormuz is closed, and Iran will set fire to any vessel that tries to pass through it. Can you just talk us through the ramifications of that decision?
You know, this is a war zone, and it would not be a good idea for ships to go through a war zone. some of the missiles that are used on both sides sometimes go astray, and making sure that people are not hurt on these ships becomes important. So what Iran is saying is that staying away from the Strait of Hormuz until the U.S. president decides to end its war of aggression against Iran would be a good idea.
Fahd, can you also talk a little bit about the new leadership in Iran since the supreme leader was killed? Do they currently have control over the Revolutionary Guards and the military? Who's making these decisions at this point in time, or where to strike and how to strike?
You know, because of the sophistication that both United States and Israeli militaries have, communicating with different cells, military cells, is a challenge because that's the best way of finding out where they are if you are the enemy. So before the start of the war, realizing that U.S. and Israel may attack Iran, they have made decisions on what needs to be done, and some of these decisions are trusted in local military leaders, and generally they may decide without instructions what needs to be done. And this is the only way Iran could safeguard their ability to function. If they wanted to be on the phone all the time, that would be the way of finding where they are, and the U.S. and Israel would be able to kill them. And this is one reason Iran wanted to avoid a military confrontation with U.S. and Israel, because their militaries are stronger than Iranian military. So you don't want to be fighting with them. That's why Iran was interested in a diplomatic solution. That didn't happen. Trump wants to change Iran's government, and they have started the war. It is very sad. We have lost over 550 civilians already. And they're saying that they want to continue this war for a few weeks.
Indeed, 4 weeks, Donald Trump said a few hours ago. Now, in the latest interview that the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi gave, he said that Tehran is not in a war with regional countries, but it's moved its targets from US bases in the Gulf to not only airports, but energy infrastructure, which we have seen productions shut down in Saudi Arabia as well as here in Qatar. Is there a risk, though, that Iran is actually going to make enemies of its Gulf neighbours?
The hope that Iran has is that the Persian Gulf countries realize that Iran wants to have good relations with them. With countries like Oman or Qatar, Iran's relations has been good. You remember, I don't know if you were in Doha in 2017, but when Qatar faced the blockade from Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, UAE, Egypt, the borders were closed in west, east, and south of the country. North was the only way that they could travel, and it was Iran that helped Qatar. So there is this history of cooperation. The Qatari government was very helpful in trying to reach a diplomatic solution. We had the Amir going to Washington, doing basically what the Omani foreign minister was trying to do, avoid the war. Unfortunately, the war started against Iran. These American bases are located in these countries, and Iran cannot reach proper United States. So if they want to inflict cost to the United States, the only option Iran has is to hit these bases and wherever U.S. soldiers are. So if they're in a hotel, that hotel would be a target. CIA headquarters would be a target. And some of these missiles are shut down. And when you shoot down a missile, the debris falls in places that were not intended to be hit. And that Iran cannot do much about that.
We'll leave it there for the moment. Fahd Azadi for us in Tehran. Well, the Trump administration has responded to growing pressure to clarify its objectives in the conflict. Mike Hanna is joining us from Washington, D.C. Mike, we've heard President Trump talk about how long the war is going to go on, potentially 4 or 5 weeks. But can you just outline exactly what he said about what the United States wants to achieve here?
Well, his phrase was 4 weeks or more this conflict is expected to carry on. He says that it will continue until the U.S. achieves its objectives. Well, what are its objectives? That's the question that many have been asking in recent days. And President Trump did address this in a sentence, and this is what he had to say.
Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their Navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
It's important to note that this was the first time that President Trump has addressed the U.S. public live. This was a medal ceremony being held at the White House, but his previous comments to the American public have been via pre-recorded videos put out on his social media channel. So this is the first time the American people have heard him speaking live about the decision that he took.
Okay, thank you so much, Mike. Mike Hanna for us there at the White House. We're going to go to Patty Culhane, who's also in Washington, D.C. on Capitol Hill, where Secretary of State Marco Rubio has also been speaking in the last couple of hours. Can you just give us a rundown of what he said and what was a relatively combative media conference?
Yes, it was definitely. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is walking into the secure room where he's going to be briefing, or he is currently briefing, the Gang of Eight, as they're called. Those are the top leaders, both Republican and Democrat, on key national security committees. He was a bit defensive. And again, as Mike just mentioned, the question has been repeatedly posed to these officials, what is the objective? And he basically said, I don't know how hard this is for you to figure out. Let me tell you this again. He went on to say some of the justification, and some of it was a bit new. He talked about that the U.S. believed Israel was going to strike Iran and that Iran's response would be to strike U.S. targets. He didn't bring up the fact that if the U.S. didn't want Israel to strike Iran, it had some leverage. And then he did say that they needed to make sure Iran didn't cross, in his words, the line of immunity. He said in a year to year and a half, the U.S. was afraid that Iran would have so many missiles and so many drones that nobody would be able to target them or their nuclear program. So that's a bit of a new justification. He also said that the goals, getting back to the goals, the goal is to, as the president just said, get rid of the Navy and also make sure that missile facilities are destroyed. And he also had a pretty dire warning for the Iranian people.
The objectives of this operation are to destroy their ballistic missile capability and make sure they can't rebuild it, and make sure that they can't hide behind that to have a nuclear program. That's the objective of the mission. That said, abundantly clear, we would love for there to be an Iran that's not governed by radical Shia clerics, as I've said myself repeatedly for years. I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts, but the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now.
Patty, obviously we heard Marco Rubio there. We've also heard Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump all speak in the last few hours. Are they all on the same page, though? Because there has been some criticism, hasn't there, that there's a lack of clarity from the Trump administration at this point.
Well, and that's the thing. If you look at the history of this country, Donald Trump came to office saying, if you elect Kamala Harris, there'll be World War III. He promised that the U.S. would stay out of foreign wars. And that is the big, real question here in Washington. That's why you hear them talk about days, weeks, not, a shorter time. And Pete Hegseth said that this isn't a forever war because Americans don't want this. They don't want another military invasion in the Middle East. They've learned their lessons from Iraq, from Afghanistan, where again, the pretext was that the U.S. was at risk when it turned out, in fact, the U.S. was not at risk from Iraq. So they're trying to tamp down expectations of just how long this will take, because this move has been very unpopular. 1 in 4 Americans agree with this decision. Even some Republicans now saying in polls that they believe Donald Trump is too quick to use force.
OK, thank you so much, Paddy. As always, we do appreciate it. Paddy Culhane for us on Capitol Hill. Well, joining us from Washington, D.C. now is Adam Clements. He's a former Pentagon official. Thanks very much for being with us again, Adam. We've seen the number of the US service members killed rise to 6. I mean, we're only 3 or 4 days into this conflict. Is that to be expected? And what's your response to how Donald Trump and the administration has handled that aspect of this conflict?
Thank you, Tom. I think any time that any military in the world conducts such operations that are ongoing right now, I think there's some type of understanding of what could happen. This could be from our service members in the Air Force, or as you've seen in some of the retaliatory attacks on the ground, or Navy. So I think it's a hard question to answer, because you always can anticipate that this could be a problem. Military planners, of course, anticipate what costs could be in both personnel and material and other things. But this is the story as well of what I think you've been discussing with others before I've come on to the interview, of the administration clearly articulating the justification and reason why this operation is worth American blood and treasure. And that's what always has to be clearly defined. And I realize that the administration, several officials have tried to clarify that a little bit better in the past few hours. But I still think there's a lot of uncertainty, or a lot of these objectives are still the strategic end state, let's say, is still, I think, a big question mark for me.
Why do you think that is? Obviously, there've been talk of this happening, the US striking Iran for weeks, if not months. So why do you think there is that ambiguity around exactly what the United States is wanting to achieve?
Well, I think it'd be natural in any type of military operation, no matter what administration, Republican or Democrat, will be in the White House, that there'd be some type of ambiguity, that no one in the Pentagon, and the White House, and the State Department, at U.S. combatant command around the world will give away everything. But I do think, though, however, at the same time, there have to be clearly stated goals, not only to the U.S. public of why an administration is going about conducting such military operation, to the U.S. Congress. So I think it's a little both. And so perhaps we're seeing a little bit of catching up here, of the administration trying to catch up to its messaging. And so that's maybe some things we'll see also in the coming days. But there's still, as I said, I think there's still some ambiguity strategically of what it is exactly the U.S. wants to achieve, because the Defense Secretary, Hegseth, has walked back some of the comments that Trump said himself about some type of regime change.
Also, Marco Rubio did say, though, that the US is not postured for ground forces in Iran at this moment, but President Donald Trump has those options open to him. What did you make of a comment like that? Obviously something that up until this point had all but been ruled out by the Trump administration.
Well, I think the administration, just as I said, any administration, any military operation will leave that open. I will just say as well, just have to look at a map as far as the logistics of what would be required from anything from a major ground operation to something more limited, to something more precise that we saw in Venezuela. But the logistics in Iran are much more difficult as they were in Venezuela. So I think it's difficult to compare apples to apples, if you will, using that term for there. So I still think that there's a lot in the air campaign and destroying some of infrastructure and Iran's Navy capabilities that I think probably seem to be the current priorities.
OK, Adam, thank you so much. We'll leave it there for the moment. We do appreciate it, though. Adam Clements for us, former Pentagon official out of Washington, D.C. Well, the conflict is affecting energy prices. European gas prices have surged by around 35% after Qatar's state-run energy company halted LNG liquefied natural gas production. Now, the suspension follows Iranian attacks on two major facilities. Qatar shares the world's largest natural gas reservoir with Iran. Oil prices are also up. Brent crude was trading at about $82 a barrel on Monday. That's the highest since January last year and up 13% from Friday's close. Well, here's a look at the energy installations and transport facilities Iran has targeted so far. Explosions were reported at Ras Laffan Industrial City in Qatar. It houses two major LNG refineries as well as energy processing infrastructure. The Ras Tanura plant in Saudi Arabia is one of the world's largest oil refineries. It handles more than 500,000 barrels a day. And in Dubai, debris from an attack fell near Jebel Ali port, disrupting energy and logistics operations there. Well, in the Gulf of Oman, a projectile hit an oil tanker transporting crude, while another tanker caught fire after an attack in the Strait of Hormuz. The head of the IRGC says it will attack any ships trying to pass the critical shipping lane. We're going to cross now to Axel Zajmovic, who is here for us in Doha. And as I'm reading through there, that's a growing list of targets. So how much has concern grown now in the region in the aftermath of these attacks on energy infrastructure in Qatar, Saudi and the UAE?
Quite concerning, Tom, because we have a situation now we're not seeing only U.S. military bases targeted, but also energy infrastructure. You explained what happened in Qatar, two different attacks in the region, one Qatar, one Saudi Arabia. What happened in Qatar? We see that they stopped producing liquefied natural gas, and prices already reacted across Europe, across Asia, and in Saudi Arabia, neighboring Saudi Arabia, we also see that they are shutting down some of the units there. But what's really unsettling here in this situation is the question of what's next. So if we see Iran targeting this energy infrastructure across the region, the calculation here has changed. And now we're talking about the region that's significant for producing one of the largest energy supplies across the world. So Qatar is producing LNG, and that natural gas is being fed into European homes, global markets, global supply chains. Saudi Arabia is shipping millions of barrels of oil every single day. So any disruption, if it continues, it doesn't just stay here. So it grows, and it definitely will affect the rest of the world.
Indeed. Thanks so much, Axel. Axel Zajmovic in Doha. Well, Iran has targeted sites across Israel. The Israeli military says missiles were intercepted above West Jerusalem, Tel Aviv and Eilat. At least 10 people have been killed since Saturday. Well, Nida Ibrahim is joining us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, and strikes are going both ways. We've heard in the last hour that Israel is hitting both Lebanon and Tehran. What more has Israeli leadership said about both of those?
Well, they are continuing to say that they will continue their strikes not only in Iran, targeting the media channels, including the main TV station, saying that they will also target Al Manar TV station in Lebanon. This is a Hezbollah affiliated news channel. And they are also talking about another warning, an early warning that came just now, targeting the northern side of Israel, the northern areas. We don't know yet whether this missile is being fired from Lebanon or from Iran, but we know that we are expecting sirens to be sounding off in the northern part of Israel soon. In general, there are talks in Israeli media about a success, an operational success, if you may, by eliminating the head of the Iranian regime. We're talking about Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader. So there's a lot of military success as far as the political analysts in Israel are concerned. But there are also many questions that are being raised about the scope of the war, about the ability for the population to handle such heavy strikes. Again, we don't know the scope and the impact of many of these strikes, as Israel keeps saying that they intercepted them. But from previous experience, Israel does not fulfill its duties to the people, let's say, and does not really tell the audience and the public the true reality of the damage that has been incurred through or by these Iranian missiles. And as we've seen in the past war in June, there have been so many leaks about potential damages that were caused to military sites and military areas that were not disclosed to the population. Now, again, I guess the key question is how much more can Iran send? How much more missiles can they direct towards Israel? And that will probably give us a guideline or give us an indication, really, about the future of this war and how it's going to end and when.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Nida. Nida Ibrahim for us there in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Well, this hour, the Israeli military says it's begun a new wave of strikes on Tehran after issuing forced evacuation warnings for residents in parts of the capital. Iran's state media is reporting explosions around major broadcasting headquarters after Israeli warnings. In Lebanon, Israel has carried out heavy airstrikes on Hezbollah-controlled suburbs after ordering forced evacuations for residents earlier on Monday. At least 52 people were killed and more than 150 others wounded, according to officials. The strikes came in response to a Hezbollah drone and rocket attack on Israel. And Iran has targeted energy infrastructure in Gulf states, triggering a surge in global gas and oil prices. Qatar's state-owned petroleum company has halted all production of liquefied natural gas, LNG, after attacks on 2 of its facilities. Iranian attacks on Qatari gas and Saudi oil facilities have forced their closure, raising the possibility of the worst energy crisis the world has seen in decades. As the death toll rises and economic damage worsens, diplomacy to avert disaster becomes more and more urgent. Osama bin Javed reports from Brussels.
This is Ras Tanura, Saudi Arabia's largest domestic oil refinery, after a drone strike. It's now shut down and no longer producing 550,000 barrels a day. Drones also hit Qatar's Ras Laffan complex and Mesaid industrial zone. That stopped Qatar's LNG production, effectively wiping off about 20% of global supply. Qatar Energy's majority clients are from Asia, and it's set to declare force majeure on its LNG and petrochemical shipments. Explosions were reported on Iran's Kharg Island, which handles 90% of Iran's crude exports. In addition, companies in Iraqi Kurdistan and Israel's Leviathan gas field have also suspended production. The EU's warning of far-reaching consequences as Iran's attacks and the US-Israeli assaults continue.
From energy to nuclear, from transport to migration to security, we must be prepared for the fallout from these recent events.
All this as one of the world's major supply corridors, the Strait of Hormuz, remains closed by Iran. Peter Chase is a former US diplomat who witnessed the 1970s energy crisis. He says a prolonged conflict and closed shipping lanes could have major reverberations.
So the prices of energy long term, if they are raised long term, that will have a large impact on the European economy. I would have another look at this issue of their imports and exports and their overall trade with Asia, because that is the area that's most affected by this.
Rising attacks on energy facilities, major supply routes being shut, and shockwaves through the energy markets is being seen as a perfect financial storm. And if the United States and Iran do not stop the war soon, the entire world is likely to have to pay for it. Osama bin Javed, Al Jazeera, Brussels.
Iran's foreign minister says Tehran doesn't want to escalate tensions with countries in the region.
We are not fighting our neighboring countries. We are fighting American forces that are based in these countries, and the Americans and Israelis who are attacking us in every way, day and night. For the American bases in the region to move their soldiers to, for example, a hotel, it's natural that this causes an issue. We will use every method to defend our people. Our enemies attack us in many different ways, and we will do the same. In our view, this is not a regional war. This is a war between Iran and the U.S. that is unfortunately spread in the region.
Okay, we're going to go to Tawhid Asadi, who is standing by for us in Tehran. And Tawhid, we know Israel warned of a new wave of strikes there in the capital. Can you just give us an update of what's happening there right now?
Well, I was out a short while ago driving through downtown, and I can say that the scene is dominated by three elements: the smoke that was drifting through the air, as well as the lingering echo of several explosions, and of course the concern and anxiety among some people who were rushing out of their houses at the time being. Also, we know that based on the latest reports, the complex related to the state TV IRIB was attacked. We saw thick smoke from the footages coming out of that complex, even though the head of IRIB came out to say that he doesn't have any update about the casualties, but we may expect casualties, seeing the scope and the sounds of explosions that we heard from the scene. Also, the latest update is that until the moment that we are speaking, the broadcasting of the channels related to IRIB is still ongoing. And of course, this is not just limited to that. Initial reports following the past 1 hour or so said that at least 8 places in the Iranian capital were targeted, even though after those reports we heard continuous sounds of explosion, which means that there are several more points. And on that, we know that the former building of the Iranian parliament, not the current one, was also said to be targeted, as well as we've got other reports about a building belonging to the Expediency Council of the country in Mir Damad, which is said to be also attacked in Vali Asr Street, which is the longest street of the capital. There are several reports of explosions taking place as a sign of course, the continuation of the American and Israelis strikes on Iran. And of course, again, in the capital, we've got other reports on different locations being targeted, but that does not stop there. Obviously, in Karaj, also a city which is located in the western part of Iranian capital, also reports are coming about the massive sounds of explosions being heard in other cities such as Qom and Dezful. In Dezful, it has been reported that the radio station belonging to IRIB is hit by these strikes. And of course, this is a very critical ongoing situation, an ongoing development, and we from time to time, starting from, I would say, 1 or 2 hours ago, can hear the sounds of massive explosion. Again, as I was explaining, the smell of the smoke is drifting through the air. It was quite tangible when I was coming to the bureau on my way in different parts of the city. And added to that was the buildings, some of them belonging to the political centers, some of them belonging to police stations, and some of them belonging to ordinary citizens, were actually damaged, in some cases demolished. And that is the continuation of the attacks that started. And now we see this continuation of these attacks.
Tawhid, also, we've seen in the last hour or so the Iran Revolutionary Corps Guard say that the Strait of Hormuz is closed, that it will fire on any ships going through there. Can you just talk us through the repercussions of that decision from them?
Well, it's a part and parcel of Iran's retaliatory actions, and it is something that they warned about even before the initiation of these strikes. They said that this is a possibility that is being seriously considered. We have to keep in mind that right now we have the reports about the 13th
wave of the IRGC's retaliatory actions targeting the Israeli territories as well as the American bases in the region, with every time with new weaponries. And a part of that strategy, of course, was the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. That is a strategically significant choke point, seeing the transfer of oil and then the commercial aspect of that, and of course the military aspect of that as well. Right now, Iran says that it is closing it, and this is just part of their strategy to deal with this situation. And of course, the continuation of Iranian strikes on U.S. military bases is something that is said to be still happening. On that, we've got reports about downing of U.S. fighters, downing of U.S. drones, and of course, hitting missiles at the bases in the region.
Okay, thank you so much, Tawhid Sadi, there for us in Tehran. I'm going to go to Gabriel Elizondo, who is at the UN for us. And Gabe, can you just give us an idea of how Iran is justifying attacking its neighbours? Because I can tell you, just in the last few minutes, there have been another 5 or 6 huge booms that we could feel right through our newsroom here. So what's Iran been saying there at the UN?
Iran's ambassador to the UN, Amir Saeed Iravani, held a media stakeout here behind me. He was asked that very question: what is the rationale for attacking neighboring countries in the Gulf? And he denied it. He said, "We are not attacking neighboring countries. We are defending ourselves." He said, "We are targeting the facilities, bases, and assets of the U.S. in the region." That is the message from Tehran, and that is the message from their ambassador here at the UN. They simply deny that they are at war with neighboring countries or that they are specifically targeting civilian infrastructure. Now, this is a little bit more of what Iran's ambassador had to say.
Iran does not seek war. Iran does not seek escalation, but Iran will not surrender its sovereignty. The issue before the international community is clear. Can a powerful state attack another sovereign member of the United Nations with impunity? If the answer is yes, then the Charter is meaningless. If the answer is no, then this aggression must be condemned and stopped.
Okay, Gabe, what is Iran saying about potential talks? Is there any chance of a diplomatic solution here?
Well, he certainly left the door open, but there was no talk about any sort of immediate return to the negotiating tables. I think you heard from the Iranian ambassador saying that they are essentially defiant, defending themselves. And he said that Iran was no immediate threat to anybody, and that Iran was at the negotiating table, but it was the United States, for the second time, he said, that has closed the door to any sort of diplomacy. And he said that the talks that they were in with the U.S. were, in his words, very serious talks, but of course that is now all over.
Okay, thank you so much, Gabe. Gabriel Elizondo for us there at the UN. Well, US President Donald Trump on Monday again warned Americans without evidence that Iran was building a missile that could soon reach the United States. That's why he intends to continue attacking Iran for as long as it takes to ensure Iran never builds a nuclear weapon. The White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett reports.
Speaking for the first time from the White House since launching military strikes against Iran, U.S. President Donald Trump explained why he deployed U.S. forces.
This was our last best chance to strike.
At a medal ceremony honoring American soldiers, Trump laid out his objectives for the mission, dubbed Operation Epic Fury.
We're destroying Iran's missile capabilities. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
Following Following U.S. strikes on Iran in June of 2025, Trump says Iran defied warnings to halt pursuing a nuclear weapon and was using its conventional ballistic missile program to shield nuclear ambitions. Trump also explained why he gave up on diplomacy.
We thought we had a deal, but then they backed out. And they came back, and we thought we had a deal, and they backed out. I said, you can't deal with these people.
Well, good morning.
Hours earlier, the defense secretary acknowledged there have been U.S. casualties. He explained how Iran broke through U.S. defenses, killing 4 soldiers.
Every once in a while, you might have one, unfortunately, we call it a squirter that makes its way through. And in that particular case, it happened to hit a tactical operations center.
And the chair of the Joint Chiefs cautioned there could be more deaths.
This is not a single overnight operation. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve, and in some cases will be difficult and gritty work. We expect to take additional losses.
President Trump insists combat operations are ahead of schedule. Still, he's not ruling out sending U.S. troops into Iran. He's also cautioned Americans that combat operations could last more than a month. Kimberly Helkett, Al Jazeera, the White House.
Well, as we mentioned a little earlier, residents in southern Beirut have been told to leave ahead of military action by Israel. This follows heavy airstrikes on Hezbollah-controlled suburbs earlier on Monday. Now, the strikes came in response to a Hezbollah drone and rocket attack. At least 52 people were killed and more than 150 others wounded, according to officials. Well, Heidi Pett is live for us in Beirut. And Heidi, I understand there's been more strikes there in Beirut this evening. Can you just talk us through exactly what's been happening in the last half hour or so?
Yeah, we're here in downtown Beirut. So what strikes there have been in the last half hour have clearly been a little bit more limited, because the ones that we were hearing earlier this evening and across today were shaking the entire city. These are a little bit smaller, but people are still on watch, waiting and watching to see what is going to happen after the Israeli military has ordered these forced displacement orders, not just for the southern suburbs of Beirut, but just before midnight, they issued forced displacement orders for more than 30 villages in southern Lebanon. That's in addition to more than 50 locations from this morning. And so the scale of displacement for Lebanon's civilian population is huge as this war continues to expand. Now, just in the last couple of minutes, Hezbollah has actually issued a statement. This comes after the Lebanese Prime Minister today basically outlawed any military action by the group. He's restricting them to a more political role, saying that that Lebanon maintains the right to make these kinds of decisions. And just in the last few minutes, we've got a statement that has come in from Hezbollah saying that we have repeatedly warned that aggression without response cannot continue and that assassinations and destruction cannot continue. And they're saying that what is required is to put an end to the aggression by all available means with determination and effective action. And so people here are now on watch, not just for these incoming Israeli missiles and airstrikes, but whether there is going to be further action by Hezbollah this evening or into tomorrow.
OK, thanks for that, Heidi. Can you also just give us a bit of context around this? What's led up to this point? Because it comes after Israel also hit southern Lebanon earlier.
Yeah, there's been widespread strikes across Lebanon for a little more than the last 24 hours. It began just before 3 o'clock in the morning last night with significant strikes on Dahia in Beirut's southern suburbs. And those ones came with no warning. People were asleep in their beds or perhaps just waking up for sahur, in order to prepare to fast, because it is the middle of Ramadan here. And then across the course of the day, we saw those strikes expanding. So southern Lebanon and also sites in the Bekaa towards the Syrian border in the east of the country. And yes, we've seen 52 people killed. The Lebanese government has announced 154 people injured. Among the dead, Israel says, is a senior leader of Hezbollah's intelligence wing. And in terms of the civilian death toll and what the breakdown is there, we're not quite yet sure, but the impact is being clearly felt across the country as people are once again fleeing in the face of bombing or these forced displacement orders.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Heidi. Heidi Pett for us in Beirut. An emergency meeting has been held at the International Atomic Energy Agency. It follows concerns over US and Israeli actions toward Iran in recent days. The IAEA says nuclear facilities haven't been targeted in the same way they were last June. Bernard Smith reports from Vienna.
So Russia and Iran called for this emergency meeting of the IAEA because they want its board to address what they call the unprovoked acts of armed aggression by Israel and the US on Iran.
It is for the second time that they invade our countries during negotiations. Today, we are supposed to hold technical meetings here in Vienna. Based on such deceptions and unfounded allegations, they targeted our peaceful, safeguarded nuclear facilities.
The Iranians say that one of its facilities at Natanz has been targeted again, although the IAEA's Director General says he's seen no evidence that attacks on the scale of those last June have been carried out this time.
We haven't seen major military activity targeting the nuclear facilities. We have been looking at different satellite images. There might be something there, but not significant.
The IAEA says Iran has 4 declared uranium enrichment facilities, but it has lost continuity of knowledge about stockpiles. There's 440 kilos of enriched uranium at 60%. It takes just a small technical step to get it to 90% and weapons grade. The IAEA has no one on the ground in Iran. It needs to know where that uranium is. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Vienna.
Okay, we're going to go back to Axel Zajmovic, who is standing by for us in Doha. And Axel, maybe 10 or 15 minutes ago, if that long, there was a rolling booms that we felt here in the newsroom. I'm sure that you felt them out there. Can you just bring us up to date? Do we have any details about exactly what has happened?
Well, Tom, you're right. Like throughout the night, we've been hearing Qatari's army helicopters swirling overhead. But as you said, not long ago, what we know so far, there was several loud bangs coming from the direction. So I'm not quite sure whether was it a drone or a missile approaching and was it taken down. But what we saw was a trail of that object going down, falling on the city, and it was intercepted. So that's the information what we have right now, but we're still waiting official confirmation from the authorities here to get a clearer picture of what really happened.
Yeah, Axel, can you just talk to us a little bit about how the Qatari military is actually taking down these missiles and drones further out to sea rather than with its surface-to-air defence systems?
Well, since the conflict started, we've seen that Qatar has been deploying the Patriot system that seems to be very effective in taking down missiles and drones coming from the Islamic Republic of Iran. But also from Sunday, we've seen that the Qatari officials have also decided to deploy army jets flying around and trying to take that fight outside the coastline. They want to take it offshore because they want to minimize the risk of debris falling down. And that's what we saw tonight as well, that we saw that these planes have been flying really low, helicopters been swirling around, and that's the strategy that the Defense Ministry, we also got a confirmation from them, they are trying to utilize these strategies to minimize any potential risk for the civilian population across the city.
Thank you so much. That's Axel Zajmovic there for us in Doha. Well, for a third day, Iran has continued its attacks right across the region. US bases, ports and energy facilities have all been targeted. Kulsum Sharif reports.
Iran has continued to attack several areas right across the Gulf. Energy facilities have come under attack. Now, these are the energy facilities that have taken a hit. We've seen an oil refinery in Kuwait, one in Saudi Arabia. We've seen oil ports in Oman, the UAE, and facilities in Qatar that have taken a hit. Here's a look at what's happened in Saudi Arabia. An Iranian drone was intercepted at a major oil refinery. The concern is the falling debris and the damage that it can cause. So here's what's happened here. The Aramco Ras Tanura oil refinery had a fire. It was contained, but authorities decided to shut the biggest domestic oil refinery as a precaution. Now, in Qatar, we're seeing two facilities that have also come under attack: the Ras Laffan oil refinery and the Maisid power plant. Now, Qatar Energy, the state-owned petroleum company, says it has stopped complete production of liquefied natural gas and other products because of these attacks. Now, this is important because it can have global ramifications when it comes to gas supplies. Qatar is one of the biggest producers of LNG, and it operates the biggest gas field along with Iran. This is North Dome, South Pass, and this area closer to Qatar is what it operates. And this area closer to Iran is operated by Tehran. But there's no production happening right now. We also spoke of the oil tankers that have been hit on March 1st in the Strait of Hormuz, an important passageway. An oil tanker took a hit. There's a fire on board. People were injured. And another ship was hit in the Gulf of Oman. One person has been killed. Now, the US, 6 Arab and Gulf states have condemned the repeated Iranian drone and missile attacks. They've reaffirmed their right to self-defense.
I'm going to go to Patty Culhane, who is at Capitol Hill, where the Secretary of State has been speaking a little earlier. We've also understand that the State Department has put out a statement urging all Americans to leave the Gulf region as soon as possible.
Well, that's normally what you would see when they make that advisory, but that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing a tweet from the Assistant Secretary of State, Maura Namdar, and basically these are the list of countries she says Americans should make their way out of these countries using commercial transportation, from Bahrain, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, the West Bank, Gaza, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, UAE, and Yemen. So basically the entire region. And when we asked the State Department, is this official State Department policy, they referred us back to the tweet. And I can tell you that some of the Americans in the newsroom in Doha, they normally would have gotten a notification that the U.S. thinks it's time for you to leave. That hasn't happened. So the fact that the State Department is referring us to a tweet from an Assistant Secretary of State, and this isn't necessarily official policy, but perhaps they're saying it is official policy. This is not at all how it is usually done. Not quite clear exactly what this means and exactly how any Americans could leave the entire Middle East, since commercial traffic has been interrupted so much because of all of the missiles and all of the air traffic. That said, this is a developing story. We're going to try and figure out exactly what it means. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, we believe, has left Capitol Hill, but this is going to be a very big question, especially for all the Americans in the Middle East. Is this a policy, or is this just an Assistant Secretary of State making a recommendation on Twitter?
Yeah, it seems like more
It
seems like more confusion, Patty. We're just getting a couple of new lines into the newsroom. The United Arab Emirates says its air defences are dealing with a new barrage of ballistic missiles from Iran. That's from its defence ministry. We also heard and felt a barrage of booms here in Qatar as well in the last 10 or 15 minutes. Obviously, there's many Americans live in the Gulf. Many more would have been flying through and have been stuck here since the airspace has been shut for days now and doesn't really show any signs with Iranian attacks continuing of reopening anytime soon. How big a concern is that for the Trump administration?
Well, this really hasn't been a priority for the Trump administration. They put out some signals in the run-up to this that this might happen. We haven't seen them take any steps to actually help Americans get out of the region. And again, we still don't know if this is the official policy of the U.S. government, because it's not being done through official channels. It's being done by an Assistant Secretary of State on social media. I think the bigger concern for this president is, as you see these attacks in the the Middle East, as you see them drive gas prices up, as you see them the stock market have issues, this is not a popular action. 1 in 4 Americans said that they agreed that they're happy that the U.S. president attacked Iran. So obviously, he is going to be under increasing pressure as this starts to impact Americans here at home. He's already unpopular because everything is so expensive, that there is an affordability crisis in this country, which he seems to deny is happening. So we heard from Secretary of State Marco Rubio that they expected some of these disruptions to the energy supply and that they'd be announcing something tomorrow from the Department of Energy. They do have the strategic stockpile that they can release from. In the past, that's really never been able to drive gas prices down more than a few pennies. And we're expecting to see a pretty marked increase in the price of gas in this country, especially when it comes to diesel gas. And diesel gas is obviously what fuels the economy because it powers the trucks that move goods all around the country. And people are going to see it. And this is why politicians worry so much about the price of gasoline, because you see the billboards every time you drive down the street. Every gas station has a display that changes that says the price of a gallon of gas. It's already been seen to be too high. This is going to obviously raise prices. Just how much is going to matter because it'll affect how much the American public can take.
Thank you so much, Patty. Patty Culhane for us there on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. It's 23 GMT. You're watching Al Jazeera live from Doha. I'm Tom McRae with our continuing extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran, which is rapidly expanding right across the region. Israeli strikes in Tehran and southern Beirut are ongoing at this hour. More than 600 people, including dozens of civilians, have been killed in both Iran and Lebanon since the start of the war. In Lebanon, Israel has carried out heavy airstrikes on Hezbollah-controlled suburbs of Beirut. Israel has been ordering forced evacuations for residents in several parts of the country. At least 52 people were killed and more than 150 others wounded, according to officials. Now, the strikes came in response to a Hezbollah drone and rocket attack on Israel. There have also been Israeli strikes across southern Lebanon.
This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime.
US President Donald Trump has defended his decision to attack Iran and said the military operation could last about 4 weeks. Trump said the US will do whatever it takes to destroy Iran's missile capacity and nuclear program. A day of escalation has seen Tehran target energy infrastructure in Gulf states, triggering a surge in global gas and oil prices. Qatar's state-owned petroleum company has halted all production of liquefied natural gas, that's LNG, after attacks on 2 of its facilities. The move is to draw the region in and extract an economic cost for major powers that have largely stood behind the US and Israel. Well, Al Jazeera is live in Doha, Capitol Hill, the White House and Beirut. But first, we're going to speak to Tauhid Asadi, who is in Tehran. Tauhid, as we've been talking about, there's been a new wave of strikes there in the capital. Do we have an idea of what damage they have done?
Well, actually, over the past 2 hours, starting, I may say, from the midnight, we have been witnessing a new wave of massive explosions as a result of the continuation of the Israeli and American strikes in the Iranian capital, Tehran, and also across the country in different cities. And I can say, compared to the previous nights, it seems to be much heavier than before. And on that, we've got several reports. But speaking of the entirety of the context, I can say that the smoke of the smell is felt drifting into air. As I'm speaking, even at the bureau, we can just feel it. And of course, the echo of lingering explosions, massive explosions that is being heard from time to time over the past 1-2 hours. And of course, anxiety and concern among the people as these strikes are going further and further. But speaking of the damages, we know that the state TV IRIB complex was targeted. We saw footages showing thick smoke coming out of the scene. The head of IRIB just came out a couple of minutes ago saying that he doesn't have any update about the casualties. However, seeing the scope, it might be anticipated that there might be fatalities on that, but it is not the only place. The initial reports said that at least 8 places were targeted in the Iranian capital, but more explosions happened after that. We know that the building of the Expediency Council, which is one of the most important political bodies of the Iranian political establishment, is said to be targeted.
And Tawhid, the death toll continues to rise. More than 600 now confirmed to have been killed since the start of this conflict.
Well, actually, speaking of the casualties, both civilian and military, it's early to jump into any definitive conclusion. But one of the tragic scenes goes to the Minab, where an elementary school was targeted in the very initial parts of these strikes, and of course leaving more than 160 girl students killed, and that doesn't stop there. We have also reports from different sources. Last night it was Nilufar Square, which was targeted, a civilian area in which at least they're saying that 20 people were killed. But today we've got more reports from different cities such as Isfahan and elsewhere about more and more casualties as a result of the continuation of these strikes. And we have to keep in mind that it is not just the military headquarters or the political centers or police stations that are being hit, but also the civilian and residential areas, specifically those in the vicinity of those targeted places, are also being impacted. We saw, and I personally saw footages, and I personally saw the scenes of the buildings belonging to very ordinary people, some of them damaged, some of them even fully demolished, and that is showing the depths of the disastrous situation that is being felt here in Tehran and in other cities across the country.
Okay, thanks so much, Tawhid, for all of that. Tawhid Asadi for us there in Tehran. Well, as we mentioned earlier, in Lebanon, Israel has carried out heavy airstrikes on Hezbollah-controlled suburbs of Beirut. There have also been Israeli strikes across southern Lebanon. The Israeli army says it hit more than 70 Hezbollah targets, including weapons storage facilities. Israel launched the attacks early on Monday after the Iranian-backed group fired rockets into northern Israel in response to the assassination of Iran's supreme leader. Well, Heidi Pett is live for us in Beirut. And Heidi, as we said, there's been more strikes there this evening. Can you just talk us through what, if any, damage we know that they've caused?
It's still not clear what damage has been caused by the strikes this evening, and we're actually waiting for the results of a further forced evacuation warning by the Israeli military for residents in Dahia, a couple of specific buildings. Israeli media is reporting that they're planning on striking the headquarters of a local TV channel here. We, along with the residents of Beirut, are watching and waiting to see if there will be further impacts this evening. There was a large round of strikes a couple of hours ago in Dahia, which shook the entire city. And we're also seeing strikes throughout the day, throughout the morning, across southern Lebanon, across the Bekaa. And Israeli media, Channel 12, is actually reporting a ground incursion towards the town of Khiam in southern Lebanon right now.
Heidi, we also heard that Israel said it's killed the head of Islamic Jihad. Has there been any confirmation, though, of that?
Not at this stage. What we have is the word of the Israeli military. They have made this announcement. They've said that they have killed the head of Islamic Jihad in a strike earlier on Monday on Beirut. We haven't yet had any confirmation from people within Palestinian Islamic Jihad or indeed any other sources in Lebanon as to whether or not that is true. But the pattern that we have seen, with the number of these assassinations, whether it is of leaders of Hezbollah or indeed in Iran, is that the rumors begin to circulate. Sometimes the Israeli military makes an announcement, and it can take some time until that is confirmed. And once it is, of course, we'll update you once we know for sure.
OK, thank you so much, Heidi. Heidi Pitt for us there in Beirut. The US Congress is conducting a war powers debate over President Donald Trump's authority to bomb Iran. At least 6 US military personnel have already been killed in the conflict. Well, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, said he was very satisfied with the briefing and gave more details on the rationale.
The most critical point is that this was a defensive measure, a defensive operation. And why is that? I took some notes, and this is not classified, so I'll tell you what I think is important. Israel was determined to act in their own defense here, with or without American support. Why? Because Israel faced what they deemed to be an existential threat. Iran was building missiles at a radical and a rapid clip to the point where our allies in the region could not keep up. As you know, Iran has long vowed to take out Israel, wipe it off the map, and they have long seen that as a critical threat to their very existence. Because Israel was determined to act, with or without the U.S., our commander-in-chief and the administration and the officials I just named had a very difficult decision to make. They had to evaluate the threats to the U.S., to our troops, to our installations, to our assets in the region and beyond, and they determined, because of the exquisite intelligence that we had, that if Israel fired upon Iran and took action against Iran to take out the missiles, then they would have immediately retaliated against U.S. personnel and assets. We have troops in harm's way, and we have many Americans in the region, and that was of great concern. If we had waited for all of those eventualities to take place, the consequences of inaction on our part could have been devastating.
We're going to go to Paddy Culhane, who is on Capitol Hill, where the briefing was taking place. Paddy, earlier we heard from Marco Rubio before he gave the Congress, or some members of Congress, that update, that briefing. Can you just give us an idea of what he said? Because it was quite a robust debate with the media, wasn't it?
It was quite combative, but I really want to take a step back before I will get to Secretary of State Marco Rubio in a moment. And he did say that the same thing that Speaker Johnson just said, that Iran was going to act, and so the U.S. would have been more vulnerable. So that's why they had to act. But Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, right there, was very specific. He said Israel was going to strike with us or without us, and so we had to act. This is going to become a point of contention because Democrats have been asserting that in the media, but it hasn't been getting a lot of traction. For the Speaker of the House to come out and say, well, we had no control and Israel was going to do it regardless, even though the U.S. is Israel's biggest benefactor, supplies the weapons and money and cover on the world stage, to say that Israel wasn't going to listen to the U.S., so we had to act, this is not going to go over well, obviously, with Democrats who are growingly frustrated here on Capitol Hill with the behavior of the Benjamin Netanyahu government. This is going to really divide the Trump base because let's not forget, he said this was America first. Now for the leadership to come out and say, well, we did it because Israel was going to do it, there's a growing fracture within the mega base. We've seen commentators like Tucker Carlson come out highly critical of Israel's actions and the U.S. response to Israel. It's going to be really interesting to see if that continues to grow, because that is a remarkable admission from the Speaker of the House. Now, as to Marco Rubio, he did try to go in with the reporters to say, we have our objectives, because the White House has been saying, we'll stop when our objectives are met. So the question is, what are your objectives? And he said very clearly now the two objectives are to destroy the Iranian Navy so that they can't impact shipping, and to destroy the missile program completely. Then he said the objectives would be met, but he also issued a bit of a dire warning.
The objectives of this operation are to destroy their ballistic missile capability and make sure they can't rebuild it, and make sure that they can't hide behind that to have a nuclear program. That's the objective of the mission. That said, abundantly clear. We would love for there to be an Iran that's not governed by radical Shia clerics, as I've said myself repeatedly for years. I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts, but the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now.
And Paddy, adding to the confusion, the State Department is warning US citizens to actually leave the Gulf region if they can. What more can you tell us about that?
Well, this is really, truly bizarre. Can't say that I've ever seen anything like this in my very long time covering Washington. This is a social media post from the Assistant Secretary of State, Mora Namdar, and urging Americans to leave by commercial means if possible. And she lists the countries, and I'm going to go ahead and read it for you. Bahrain, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, the West Bank, Gaza, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, UAE, and Yemen. That is a widespread call to evacuate. The State Department, my colleagues asked the State Department, is this official policy? Because it's not on the official webpage of the State Department. It's not on their social media. And they said, we'll refer you back to the social media post. This is not how this is done. The State Department has very complex processes to notify Americans in these places that they need to leave. That hasn't happened. It's not official government policy, at least it doesn't appear to be yet, because this isn't how they announce official government policy. That said, if they really wanted Americans to leave, it's not clear how they're going to, because there isn't a lot of commercial planes getting out of that region. So still very confused picture, but we're going to work to find out more.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, Paddy. We appreciate it. Paddy Culhane for us on Capitol Hill. Well, the Trump administration has responded to growing pressure to clarify its objectives in the conflict. Mike Hanna is joining us from Washington, D.C. Mike, Donald Trump spoke a little earlier on. Can you just give us an outline of exactly how he managed to do that, if he did, that he was able to explain exactly what the United States is trying to achieve here?
Well, President Trump was speaking at a Medal of Honor ceremony, and it's important to note that this is the first time he's spoken live and direct to the American public. Previously, he put out pre-recorded interviews on his Truth Social pages. But President Trump clearly now attempting to defend his actions, and he made very clear his belief that this Exodus operation could continue for 4 weeks or longer, as he added, saying as well that there's been great successes, but finally as well outlining what the objectives are. This has been an issue that many have been questioning. What exactly is the end point of the U.S. operation? What is its objectives? And this is what President Trump had to say.
Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their Navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
Well, the US Central Command says it's destroyed the headquarters of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, saying it has, quote, cut the head off the snake. But Iran's military structure is notably complex. The country has parallel armies, multiple intelligence services, and several command structures, all answering to the supreme leader. Ali Hashim explains how the institutions operate and why they are structured as they are.
Iran does not rely on a single military chain of command. Its security system is layered, duplicated, and intentional. At the top sits the supreme leader, the commander-in-chief of all armed forces. Below that authority are two parallel militaries. The Artesh, Iran's regular army, is responsible for territorial defense, borders, airspace, and conventional warfare. Alongside it, there's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, known as the IRGC, and its role goes beyond defense. Given its ideological structure, it's responsible for protecting the revolution politically and militarily. Within the IRGC, the Aerospace Force controls Iran's missile and drone arsenal. This forms the backbone of Iran's deterrence strategy against Israel and the United States. Iran avoids merging these forces by design. Duplication here is a safeguard against coups, internal threats, and sudden collapse. Inside the IRGC sits the Basij, a mass mobilization force used for internal security, crisis response, and ideological enforcement. Iran also maintains parallel intelligence services, while the two main branches remain the Ministry of Intelligence that follows the government and the IRGC intelligence unit. There are around 16 services that operate under the Council for Intelligence Coordination. Beyond its borders, Iran projects influence through a specialized force. The IRGC's Quds Force manages Iran's regional networks, including in Lebanon, Palestine, Yemen, and Iraq, and previously Syria. It operates with tactical flexibility but within limits set in Tehran. Military command is organized through separate entities known as Maqar. The Khatam al-Anbiya unit coordinates joint military operations during wartime and national emergencies, while the Muhammad Rasulullah bloc is responsible for defending Tehran and managing internal emergencies. Both the IRGC and the army maintain their own joint staffs. They coordinate. Above the battlefield sits the political security layer, the Supreme National Security Council, which brings together senior military commanders, intelligence chiefs, and political leaders to align national security policy. It coordinates strategy, but it does not replace military command. This system may appear complicated and fragmented, but this is done on purpose, and it's central to how Iran manages power. Even after the killing of senior IRGC commanders and joint staff figures, transitions have been orderly. Iran's military structure is built to absorb shock, but it's not clear yet whether it can adapt to faster and more complex changes. Ali Hashim, Al Jazeera.
Well, to discuss all of this further, I'm now joined in the studio by David Deroche, who is a professor at the Thayer Marshall Institute, and Alam Saleh. He is a senior lecturer of Iranian studies at the Australian National University. Thanks so much for being with us here at Al Jazeera. First of all, if I can start with you, Alam, who's actually in control of Iran at the moment? With the new leadership, who's controlling its military and the IGRC? Who's making those decisions?
I think the duties are kind of shared between at least three different sectors. Military sector, your Revolutionary Guard is in charge, and you have also political is in interim council, the president, the head of the judiciary office, and one religious man from the Guardian Council that has been selected. So this is according to the institution. They will rule and they will make some of the key decisions that usually the supreme leader should take. And also you have the Supreme Council. They also try to coordinate between these different actors in such a very kind of difficult time for Tehran.
David, we've had a change in strategy, or at least targets from Iran. Obviously seen hits on Saudi Arabian as well as Qatari energy infrastructure. What do you make of that? And do you think that, I guess, what impact is that going to have in the short to medium term?
Well, the impact immediately is not as big as we might expect because it comes in conjunction with the shipping insurance through the Strait of Hormuz rising. So nobody can export from those terminals because they're both on the Gulf. They have to go through the Strait. Nobody's going into the Strait because they're renegotiating maritime insurance. So paradoxically, Iranian action has created a window to effect repairs. That will only last 2 or 3 days. So what we've seen is the price of a barrel of Brent crude is, I think it was $77 the last I saw today. That is high, but it's below, it's been higher than that twice in the last year. So I think if the closures remain, if the attacks remain, we'll see a little bit of issue primarily on Europe, which is still trying to diversify itself from its ill-advised dependency on Russian oil. But paradoxically, and this is interesting, Iran's biggest backer, China, which, China is the biggest importer of Iranian oil. They're one of the biggest importers of Gulf oil. And they're seeing a country that is relying on them for military upgrades, for diplomatic support, is starving their industry of oil. So I think we'll see price rise, and it may not last as long as we think it is.
OK. Alam, I also just want to shift the focus slightly, because in the last half hour or so, we saw Mike Johnson, the US Speaker of the House, speak to media after a briefing that he had had from Secretary of State Marco Rubio about the Iran conflict. He said that Israel was going to strike Iran with or without the United States. Is that a remarkable admission? Does it sound like the United States was really forced to take action by Israel?
Well, I wouldn't say that Israel can alone attack very effective kind of strikes on some of the key important strategic targets in Iran, for sure. In terms of intelligence, they are very capable, but when it comes to military, they are dependent on the United States in one way or another. This is particularly important since Iran actually is adopting as a war strategy the so-called balance of threat and not the balance of power. So Iran uses different means, different methods that are symmetrical or not necessarily traditional, and therefore that would exhaust Israel, not even in the long term, in a very short term. We know that, and we see that how these even missiles that are used are effective in terms of creating internal and domestic issues for Israel in a short time.
But David, do you think that it shows that the United States is being dictated to about starting a war by another country?
Well, so there is a commonality of aims. There might have been a difference of tactics. There is a recognition, I think, in the Trump administration that Israel is more committed to this problem than we are. It's an existential issue for them, where it's a high-level irritant for us. President Trump did say in January that he was going to do something to Iran in response to the massacres of the protesters, and he didn't have the ability to do it then. He had to do something. There was a fraught meeting with Netanyahu in Washington where they didn't have any public events, which is very unusual. So presumably these issues were hashed out. But it's not like the United States said, don't do this, we don't want to do this. It's more like we may not want to do this now, and Israel was doing it. I agree with Alam. One of the key factors that the United States provides to Israel is air-to-air refueling. That allows the Israeli fighter fleet, strike fleet, to remain on station closer to Iran and increases the op tempo in a way that really has pretty much destroyed the Iranian air defense network and severely degraded the Iranian missile launch network. But they would still do it. It would just be focused on senior leaders, I think, without us.
I just want to draw your attention to something that is happening right now. This is a live shot of Beirut. There have been fresh strikes there. The Israeli military is saying that it is striking Hezbollah command centres and weapons storage facilities in Beirut. I know that picture is quite dark, but you can see the outline of the smoke rising, the plumes of smoke rising above the capital of Lebanon. Alam, what are we to make of this? Obviously, this is now just drawing in more and more countries right around the region, isn't it?
Well, Iran's strategy is to escalate, but gradually, based on the context or the way that it's been treated by United States and Israel. What is important about it is that Iran is reaching a point to expand the geography of the confrontation from its territories into the region, as they promised. This will be a regional war. It won't be limited to the Iranian territories. And for the first time, we see that this is, of course, Hezbollah alone and Iran alone had many confrontations with Israel directly. But this is the first time that we see that Iran and Hezbollah at the same time are in war with Israel, and they are coordinating. Tonight we saw that both actors at the same time launched missiles towards Israel.
Okay.
So this is something new. So Iran wants to prolong the war. They want to expand the geography, and also they want to raise the cost for United States in particular, because they know that President Trump is responsible and accountable somewhere, sometime in Washington.
Thank you so much, Lam and David. We do appreciate you coming in and sharing your insight and what is another fascinating day in this conflict. No doubt many more to come. Thank you so much. Well, the conflict is affecting energy prices. European gas prices have surged by around 35% after Qatar's state-run energy company halted LNG, that's liquefied natural gas production. The suspension follows Iranian attacks on two major facilities. Qatar shares the world's largest natural gas reservoir with Iran. Now, oil prices are also up. Brent crude was trading at about $82 a barrel on Monday. That's the highest since January last year and up 13% from Friday's close. We're going to go to Axel Zajmovic, who is in Doha for us. And we've seen a growing list of targets that have been from Iran. So can you just give us an idea of the concern around the region in the aftermath of these attacks, especially on energy infrastructure?
Well, Tom, it's quite concerning, and given the fact that these attacks are now spreading from U.S. military installations to energy infrastructure, it's really, really concerning. We're talking about two different attacks, two different countries, Qatar and Saudi Arabia. In Qatar, we had this announcement that they are halting all production of natural liquefied gas. And very shortly after that announcement, we're seeing that the prices have surged across Europe and Asia. In Saudi Arabia, a neighboring country, we also hear that some units of the largest domestic oil production company, they're shutting down some of the units because of latest Iranian attacks. But what's really concerning, what's reassuring for many people here, that lingering question, what's going to happen next? People are genuinely concerned because now they see that Iran is targeting Qatar's LNG infrastructure, Saudi Arabia's oil infrastructure. So the question is, what is going to happen next? Because we're talking about the region that's globally really important because it's one of the biggest contributors to the world's largest energy supplies. You already mentioned Qatar has the largest LNG production in the world, and a lot of that gas is being fed into the European homes, global supply chains. Saudi Arabia is shipping millions of barrels of oils every single day. So any disruption, really, it's not just going to be felt here in the region, but also across the world.
Okay, thank you so much. That is Axel Zajmovic there in Doha for us. Well, here, just a few moments ago, there were new strikes in southern Beirut. The Israeli military says it has been striking Hezbollah command centres and weapons storage facilities in Beirut. This obviously comes after Israel ordered forced evacuations for residents in several parts of the country. That's all from me, Tom McRae. Up next is Inside Story, which asks about the risk for Israel in opening another battlefront with Iran. That's next. Stay with us.
Israel's assault on Iran comes while it's still attacking Gaza and Lebanon. After bombing Syria, Yemen and Qatar in the past year, what are the risks for Israel opening another battlefront and the risks from the collapse or survival of the Islamic Republic? This is Inside Story. Hello, welcome to the programme. I'm Rashad Salamat. Israel is at war yet again, and for the second time in a year, against Iran. It comes as Israeli attacks continue in Lebanon and Gaza, where it's killed more than 72,000 Palestinians. Since 2024, it's also bombed Syria, Yemen and Qatar. Israel says it wants regime change and to stop Iran from developing a nuclear bomb, something the Islamic Republic denies doing. Only two outcomes are possible. Iran either survives or falls, but Could both scenarios pose dangers for Israel? Could a more emboldened or hardline Iran emerge? Or could regional chaos unfold with widespread humanitarian and economic impacts which could hit Israel's Western allies hard? We'll explore more with our guest shortly, but first, this report from Alexandra Byers.
Israeli attacks are expanding across the Middle East, now drawing in Lebanon and Iran's ally, Hezbollah. The Israeli military is warning all options are on the table there, including a ground operation. On Monday, Israel bombarded Iran with a fresh wave of strikes, hitting a hospital in the capital Tehran, as well as police stations. Both the U.S. and Israel say they want regime change. The first attacks, launched on Saturday, assassinated the supreme leader and wiped out much of Iran's top military command. But the Red Crescent says the death toll is far greater, more than 550 people so far. Among the victims, children, killed in a joint U.S.-Israeli strike that hit a girls' school. And the Iranian government hasn't fallen. It's created an interim leadership council and is working on choosing the next supreme leader. Apparently unswayed, the Israeli prime minister is promising an escalation.
We are in a campaign in which we are bringing the full force of the Israeli Defense Forces as never before. But we are also bringing into this campaign the assistance of the United States. And this enables us to do what I have long hoped to do for 40 years, to strike the terror regime decisively.
Benjamin Netanyahu has long viewed Iran as Israel's most dangerous existential threat. But the consequences of yet another war are quickly being felt. Iran has launched drones and missiles at Israel, sending many people into underground shelters. In one attack on the city of Beit Shemesh, several people were killed and others are still missing, believed to be buried under the rubble.
It's just devastating, really devastating. People are killed here, not only in the synagogue, but also mother and daughter who live in that house.
Israeli reaction to yet another war is mixed.
The situation is the best that can be for the Middle East and all the world, all the free world, because now we are in the path to a different regime in Iran.
I think this war was no needed. It's only for political things, only for Bibi to stay on the government.
As the death toll rises and instability continues, Netanyahu will need to be clear about how these conflicts benefit Israelis. He's facing an election this year, an ongoing corruption trial, and is wanted at The Hague, accused of war crimes and crimes against humanity in Gaza. Alexandra Byers, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Let's bring in our guest. Alon Pinkas is a former ambassador and consul general of Israel in New York. He joins us from Tel Aviv. Rami Khouri is a distinguished fellow at the American University of Beirut. He joins us from Boston. And in West Jerusalem is Mitchell Barak, founder of Kivun Research, Strategy and Communications, and a former aide to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. A warm welcome to all of you. Mitchell, going to start things off with you and just get us a broad brushstroke of how you see things unfolding.
First of all, I'd like to wish a Ramadan Kareem to all of the people watching who are celebrating and commemorating this holiday. It is also a fast day in Israel, the Fast of Esther, which commemorates, ironically and interestingly enough, the victory of the Jewish people over an evil Persian empire 2,500 years ago. So this is a holiday week for everyone. Kids are off from school anyway, tomorrow and the next day. So now they have the full week off. And it really is coming to life, this whole Purim story, this whole story of Persia and defeating an evil empire. But I must say that a lot of people are really behind this effort because they believe the words of the Islamic Republic of Iran that has been saying for many, many years that Israel has no right to exist. Death to America, death to Israel, like we just heard the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of War of the United States say in a live press conference.
Rami, it's very easy to start a war, but it's very hard to end one successfully. So one has to look at the aims here.
Well, I think the aims are pretty clear from the American and the Israeli side, and they've been talking about this for years. There's nothing hidden. They want to get rid of Iran's nuclear enrichment capabilities, make sure it never has a weapon, which is the aim that Iran itself says it never wants a weapon, but that's secondary because the Israeli and American governments tend not to deal with the reality, but they tend to deal with what they perceive to be dangers to them or ancient myths from thousands of years ago. In either case, the clear aim is to get rid of the nuclear capability, no more missiles, no more linkages for Iran with its allies across the region, who the Israelis and Americans call proxies, but we call them their strategic allies. And they want, I think what most people would want is to live a normal life in peace. But there's a bigger dimension to what Israel is doing, which is not often sufficiently discussed or analyzed, and the Israelis have to clarify this. They would like to make sure that nobody in the whole Middle East and all of West Asia can possibly threaten them, which in itself is a kind of reasonable aim. Every country in the world wants that. But they also want to be able to determine how things are done in Lebanon, in Syria, in Iraq, in Iran, in Palestine, in Yemen. They want to have a strategic hegemonic dominance in the region without formally occupying these countries. And this coincides with a rising right-wing messianic religious ethnic nationalist extremist militant trend in Israel, which is in the government now. And even government officials have talked, some ministers have talked about, oh yeah, it's okay, so mirroring what U.S. Ambassador Huckabee said, oh, Israel should go and, it's okay if he wants to take over Iran or Syria or Iraq, or whatever the Bible says. We have these wider dimensions that are troubling, and the immediate issues of nuclear and missile issues, those can be resolved. I think there's no doubt about that. But the wider Israeli goals are much more problem.
Alon, the UN nuclear watchdog chief Rafael Grossi said on Monday that his agency stands by their assessment. There's no indication that Iran's nuclear facilities have been damaged in this latest barrage of strikes on the country. So does it make it even more clear that this is all about regime change fundamentally?
Well, look, President Trump, Rashid, went on record in June saying that, quote unquote, we obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities after the American/Israeli attack on three major nuclear installations. Furthermore, American intelligence has indicated, under the Trump administration, by the way, that Iran has not pursued or has not developed its military nuclear program beyond what it did since the U.S. left the agreement, unilaterally withdrew from the JCPOA in 2018. In May of 2018, that was under Trump's first term. Now, ostensibly, yes, both the U.S. and Israel claim that this is about regime change. How they plan to go by this, look, there's no instance, there's no example in history for regime change being induced via air power and missile attacks. Bar one example, one unique example, and that's Japan in 1945 under the threat of a very credible land invasion and following 2 atomic bombs. So that is definitely not the case. How the U.S. and Israel plan to induce regime change or just weaken the regime remains unclear. Look, we're only 48 hours into this war, and making any kind of broad brush assessments or conclusions that this is going into X or toward Y would be seriously and wildly premature. But yes, in terms of what you just asked, it looks like regime change, and Mr. Netanyahu attested to that himself in that video that you just, in that footage that you just showed a moment ago, that this has been his dream, his yearning, he called it, for 40 years to change the regime. He's, in his defense, he's been consistent and adamant about this, but this is not about nuclear power. This is about regime change.
Mitchell, how does killing the supreme leader move the needle?
Well, this is the head of the snake for many, many years. This is the person that has sponsored terrorism all over the world and has proxies. You know, you can call them, Rami, strategic allies, but many of them are terrorists. We've had diplomats, people that Alon Pincus knew, who were killed in Argentina. I mean, based on operations and funding from the Islamic Republic of Iran. And, you know, there's talk about the destroying of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. What revolution are they protecting? What Islamic Republic actually lobs missiles at innocent civilians in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia? Who does this? Meaning, why would people stand for this? Why would the world stand for this kind of threat? This man was a dangerous menace to humanity, and he cloaked himself in religion. It's a very, very difficult thing. And it was directly threatening, said that Israel has no right to exist, and on many occasions said Israel will one day no longer exist, and he will make that happen. And, you know, sometimes you have to take neighborhood bullies like the Islamic Republic of Iran at their very words. And if they say they're going to do it, and everything indicates that they will, then they actually will. And the sad part of this whole thing is when the revolution started in 1979, they've poured hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars and know-how into better ways to kill Jewish and Israeli people and better ways to promote terror. And imagine what would have happened if they invested all of that money. And they're very, very smart. They've developed some great missiles that have hit Israel and gotten through our defenses. What if they invested that money in healthcare, finding a cure for cancer, you know, agriculture, poverty? They could really have a great place in Iran, but instead they invested in death and destruction and ideology. It's sad.
Rami.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fascinating explanation from Mitchell about what, you know, is traditional Israeli Zionist perspectives. Well, most of it is exaggerated, diversionary. Some of it is not true. And most of it is not really relevant. It's just the traditional way that the Israelis and pro-Israeli groups discuss these issues. I mean, the idea that it's bad to fire missiles at civilians after Israel has been called by the International Court of Justice a genocidal state for killing tens of thousands of civilians in Gaza. So, but we don't have time to get into these point by points. We should do that one other time over coffee somewhere. The reality is that the state of Israel is the power in the region with the United States. They're the ones that have been going around, and essentially one after the other, starting with Iran and then Syria, Libya, Iraq, starting with Iraq, I mean, and the Palestinians and Lebanon, hitting anybody who they think threatens them. It's fair enough for countries to want to live in peace, and the Arab countries, including Iran, by the way, Iran has said for many years that they will live with whatever agreement the Palestinians agree with Israel on. And the Palestinians, through their institutions, have said they're willing to live with a Jewish majority Israeli state if it lives with a Palestinian state. So we should focus really on what actually is happening on the ground. And the bigger threat, I think, that we see is Israel trying to destabilize countries and fragment them into smaller entities. We've seen it in Lebanon, we've seen it in Iraq, we've seen it in Syria, we've seen it in Palestine. They try to make deals with minority groups in different countries. They don't want any strong, stable, legitimate countries around them that could challenge them, not necessarily challenge them to destroy them, but challenge them to force the Israelis to do things they've never done, which is to define their borders, implement the UN resolutions that Israel said it would implement. Israel never implemented terms of acceptance into the UN in 1948. So we really should focus on how can these people live together, Iran, Arabs, Israelis. They can, I believe.
Alon, have a look now at, well, if there is regime change, you know, how does it affect Israel itself?
Well, depending on the regime. I mean, people were talking about regime change in Iraq and Syria, and we got ISIS. People were talking about regime change in Egypt, and we got the Muslim Brotherhood. Israel has been arrogantly pursuing regime change in Lebanon, and look where that led to. And so the question is, what is the new regime going to look like? If anyone is looking for a Thomas Jefferson to take over the reins from the Ayatollahs from the Islamic Republic, that's not going to happen. If anyone is thinking in terms of reverting back or going back to the Shah days, that's not going to happen. Regime change in history is something that is a bottoms-up process. It does not and cannot be affected by an outside power unless that country is occupied, as was Iraq, as was Japan or Germany post 1945. So I don't see regime change in the absence of a clear opposition in Iran, with which Israel and the U.S., and I hasten to say Israel because I think that having strategic delusions of grandeur has damaged Israel in the past. This is not to say anything about Israel's enmity and justification for this war, justifications, plural in this sense, or in this war. But I really find it very difficult, and I think it is extraordinarily not viable to think of regime change right now.
Mitchell, if we do see a change in the regime there, what is a win for Israel? What is a lose for Israel?
Well, first of all, I like to just give a little history. I know people don't like the history so much, but, February 1979 was the last time El Al had a direct flight from Tehran to Tel Aviv. In the 1970s, we had 4 flights a week. I mean, we had relations with Iran, okay? But, so Israelis and Iranians were very, very closely connected. We had a lot of businesses together, a lot of tourism, and so forth. So for a lot of Israelis, there are still Israelis of Persian descent that are looking forward to going back and looking forward to, helping develop that country. But back to your question about a win for Israel is getting rid of the threat. And they are very, very capable with the missiles that they've developed, with the nuclear capability, which we think they might have, or they were getting close to. So that first has to be stopped. That's automatically a win. And we already won, because when Israel went together with the United States, it's not like the last war in June when it was Israel first, then the United States joined. Israel and the United States started this operation together, this war together. This is absolutely unprecedented, and it is very, very important. It's an important message that the security of Israel and the United States is aligned, and both are putting their firepower and troops and people and civilians on the line. A lose? I don't see how that happens, meaning even if there isn't exactly a regime change, as Secretary Hegseth just said in the live press conference, after June, when the nuclear capabilities were pretty much destroyed, they said to the Iranians, it's destroyed, now let's make a deal. Let's make a deal. They could have stayed in power. All they had to do was make a deal, and they were given chance after chance after chance, including last week and the week before, to come make a deal. And there would be no talk of regime change, and none of this would have happened.
How do you respond to that, Rami?
Well, I disagree with most of it, but it is a very accurate reflection of Israeli government views, which reflect the right-wing Messianic militant majority that now seems to dominate Israel, which is supported by the American right-wing government. So the deal, I think making deals is good. We should definitely make deals between Israel and all the Arab countries and Iran, but any deal has to serve the legitimate rights and interests of both sides. We can't have, when you go in and bomb somebody and destroy them and try to bring them to their knees and then make a deal, that's not a deal. That's colonial subjugation, and we've done that. We've experienced that for hundreds and hundreds of years, and the Iranians have suffered under colonial manipulation for many years. The Israelis and the Americans, by the way, for the last 75 years or so, have prevented 2 people in the region mainly from practicing their self-determination to live in their own system. The Israelis have hit it, and the Americans have done it to Iran, and they've done it to the Palestinians. And that's why Palestinians and Iranians today are the 2 groups that most vehemently resist Israel and the U.S. But it this all can be resolved through negotiations, but only if the negotiations legitimately address the rights of both sides. And this is what Israel has refused to do. Israel has always put its own security as the priority, and if its security is assured and guaranteed, then the Israelis will give something to the other side. They've done this, they've tried this in other places with the Palestinians, for instance, with Oslo and other things. And look what they've got. They've got now a rampant annexation in the West Bank and a genocide in Gaza. So people don't trust the Israelis or the Americans now to keep their word. And this is why it's so critical to get some really serious mediation internationally underway, because a negotiated peaceful resolution is the ideal. And we should all work for that. This constant warfare.
Yeah.
I'm 77 years old. I was born in 48. I've lived with this all my life. I'd rather have a normal relationship, and it can be done if the Israelis accept that, which they don't.
Alon, could the first impact on the Israeli body politic be the upcoming election, which could see this war actually help the incumbent Benjamin Netanyahu?
I think it's premature to seriously assess that. There's no question, Rashad, that Mr. Netanyahu is trying to remove himself from his responsibility for the worst catastrophe and debacle in Israel's history. That is October 7, 2023, and somehow engineer or manipulate reality, geopolitics, and turning that debacle into some kind of a strategic triumph via defeating Iran. I understand the logic of that. Whether or not that would translate into electoral benefits or gains remains to be seen. There's no election date right now. Supposedly, legally, it is scheduled for October, but it could happen, if the war ends and Mr. Netanyahu concludes that it was a resounding victory, he may try and call for a snap election within 90 days. And we're already in March, so 90 days would take us to June. And we're not far away from the legally binding date or scheduled election of October. So it really depends on how this evolves, because as you began at the outset of this program, this show, we all know how wars begin, and we can all analyze and see clearly what the absolute interests and benefits of each side, but we have zero idea how they evolve. We have no idea how bad things can get, or for that matter, how quickly positive they can turn. I don't know. I think it really is premature to assess any political implications.
Rami, is the worst case scenario for Israel essentially a regime change in the sense that you get an even more emboldened regime, perhaps one which is run by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the IRGC?
That would definitely be something that Israel would not want, but we essentially have that now. I mean, you can't get much more emboldened than the government that has existed in Iran since 1979. But the idea of totally removing the Islamic government concept and replacing it with something milder is a little bit naive, I think. The majority of Iranians would like to have a better government, a more efficient government, a less corrupt government, and less autocratic government. There's no doubt about that. But at the same time, the Iranians have lived over the last century with a lot of foreign manipulation from from Russians, from Americans, from British, from Israelis, and they're fed up with it. And they just want to define themselves. The Islamic Revolution was the first one that sort of did this in a way, but it's pretty harsh kind of government. But that's not the point. It's not for Israel to determine the degree of kindness or harshness of any government. The responsibility of governments is to abide by the law and not be belligerent to each other. So I think the Israelis are going to have to live with whatever comes out of Iran. But if you look at Palestine as an example, or Lebanon, for years, Israel has bludgeoned the Palestinians and the Lebanese, and they've only continued to resist more fiercely. So there has to be a better way than military superiority.
Mitchell, how do you respond?
Well, first of all, Rami has said some things about the Netanyahu government and some of the Messianic people here. So the good news is, Rami, that in October there will be an election, and of the 9 million people that are going to vote here, 2 million of them are Israelis of Palestinian descent, Arabic speakers. So you should encourage all of your friends, relatives, and anyone you know to go out and vote in the election. It's a democracy, and there are many, many Arabic-speaking Israelis of Palestinian descent serving in the Knesset, and they certainly have the right to criticize, and they do that. And I think a lot of Israelis are not particularly thrilled with this government, especially when it comes to not that, but the draft of and the service of all Israelis equally, all Jewish Israelis equally in the army, and not giving an exemption to any Israelis for not doing that. So I think we're going to see some changes.
Sorry, Alon, you're trying to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to add to what Ami said about, meddling in Iranian politics. Let's not forget that Iran is not monolithic. There are 93 million inhabitants in Iran. Only 60% of them are Persians. There are Azeris, and there are Turks, and there are Turkmenis, and there are Baluchis, and what have you. So when we're talking about the Islamic Republic and post-war Iran and regime change, yes, no, maybe, or to what extent and along what lines, let's not forget that Iran is not a monolithic country. A lot of things could happen there. Things, for example, that the U.S. never thought of or considered seriously when it dismembered Iraq in 2003. So you never know what's going to come out of this. It could be hell, and it could be paradise. But it's it's an even chance for both, either.
Thank you so much. Thanks to our guests, Alon Pinkas, Rami Khouri, Mitchell Barak, and thank you too for watching the program. And you can, of course, see this program again anytime by visiting our website, aljazeera.com. And for further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. You can also join the conversation on X. Our handle is @AJ Inside Story. From me, Rashad Salamat, and the whole crew right here in Doha. Bye for now.
It's just gone past 00 GMT. You're watching Al Jazeera live from Doha. I'm Imran Khan with our continuing extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. Moments ago, US congressional leaders were briefed on why the Trump administration launched strikes into Iran. The answer they received, the US was only following Israel's lead. Israeli strikes in Tehran and southern Beirut are ongoing this hour. Iran's state broadcaster reported 2 explosions near its Tehran headquarters about an hour ago. Israel has carried out heavy airstrikes on Hezbollah-controlled suburbs of the Lebanese capital, Beirut. Israel's been ordering forced evacuations for residents across the country. At least 52 people were killed and more than 150 others wounded, according to officials. The strikes came in response to a Hezbollah drone and rocket attack on Israel. More than 600 people, including dozens of civilians, have been killed in both Iran and Lebanon since the start of the war. In response, Iran has targeted energy infrastructure in Gulf states, triggering a surge in global gas and oil prices. Qatar's state-owned petroleum company has halted all production of liquefied natural gas, LNG, after the attacks on 2 of its facilities. We have correspondents covering all of these developments live in Tehran, Beirut, Washington, D.C., Ramallah and Doha. But first, let's speak to Tawhid Asadi in Tehran. Tawhid, there's been a series of strikes in Tehran in the last hour or so. Just bring us up to date.
Yes, Imran. In fact, starting from the midnight here local time, we have been witnessing a continuous series of blasts in the Iranian capital, Tehran. We heard the aftersound of multiple blasts across the city. Of course, we've got the reports about the state TV IRIB's building being targeted, while there are no updates, according to the head of IRB, when it comes to casualties, and the broadcasting of the channels related to IRB is still goes on, but that does not obviously stop there. We've got also reports about the building belonging actually the Expediency Council, one of the important political parts of the Iranian political establishment, was said to be targeted as well. This was heavier, I can say, compared to the previous nights with the sounds of explosion that we heard, and of course the smoke that's just rising into air, and it can be felt and smelled across different parts of different neighborhoods of the Iranian capital, including here where we are located. And of course, speaking of other casualties, we know that over 600 people were said to be killed as a result of these strikes that are happening over the past few days, and there are also growing concerning numbers in that regard. Speaking of the other updates, we've got the evacuation warning from the Israeli side on Evin neighborhood, and of course we've got other cities including Karaj, Qom, Desful, and other cities across the country in which reports of a heavy bombardment have been reported. This is what we have so far from the Iranian side, but from the other side of the story, we've got this recent statement from IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, explaining the 13th wave of their retaliatory action. And on that, they're saying that they have attacked the U.S. base in Kuwait with 10 drone attacks.
Tawhid Asadi, live for us there from Tehran. Now, as we mentioned earlier, in Lebanon, Israel has carried out heavy airstrikes on Hezbollah-controlled suburbs of Beirut. There have also been Israeli strikes across southern Lebanon. The Israeli army says it hit more than 70 Hezbollah targets, including weapons storage facilities. Israel launched the attacks early on Monday after the Iranian-backed group fired rockets into northern Israel in response to the assassination of Iran's supreme leader. Now, Heidi Pett is live for us in Beirut. A lot more strikes going on in Beirut this evening. Take us through the picture that is unfolding.
Yeah, just a short while ago in Beirut's southern suburbs, the area known as Dahia, we saw another round of strikes. Israel said that it was going to target, well, Israeli media said that the Israeli military was going to target the building housing Al-Manar, which is a local TV station here associated with Hezbollah. We understand that that has indeed happened, but they are back on air, presumably broadcasting from another location. And this strike is, of course, just the latest. Over the last 24 hours, we have seen multiple strikes across not just Beirut, but southern Lebanon, and also in the east, in the Bekaa Valley towards the Syrian border. 52 people killed, 154 injured, and thousands are displaced. We're still getting reports from southern Lebanon of people stuck in traffic who are trying to flee these forced evacuation orders that the Israeli military has been ordering in waves across today. This evening, we had 30 villages in the south that they told people that they needed to leave immediately for their own safety. Earlier this morning, it was 50 locations across the country.
Now, Heidi, 24 hours ago, you and I were speaking about the initial wave of attacks that Israel took place on Beirut. There were rumours then that the Israelis were attempting an assassination operation. Now, we're hearing that Israel is confirming, it's saying it's killed the head of Islamic Jihad. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, about an hour or so ago, the Israeli military announced that in a strike earlier on Monday in Beirut that they had killed the head of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad organization. They've also been saying that in these strikes they've been targeting senior members of Hezbollah, and they say that they have killed the head of the intelligence wing as well. So far, we haven't had confirmation of that from Hezbollah, but just in the last couple of hours, they've actually issued a statement in response to this move by the Prime Minister of Lebanon to ban all military activity by the group, to outlaw them. He was saying, you know, that the rocket launches that sparked this wave of airstrikes by Israel were irresponsible. But Hezbollah has made pretty clear that they intend to continue responding.
Heidi Pett, live for us there from Beirut. Now, the US Congress is conducting a war powers debate over President Donald Trump's authority to bomb Iran. At least 6 US military personnel have already been killed in the conflict.
The objectives of this operation are to destroy their ballistic missile capability and make sure they can't rebuild it, and make sure that they can't hide behind that to have a nuclear program. That's the objective of the mission. That said, abundantly clear, we would love for there to be an Iran that's not governed by radical Shia clerics, as I've said myself repeatedly for years. I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts. We're punishing on Iran than it is right now.
Now, Mike Hanna is joining us live from Washington, D.C. Mike, it's obvious now that the Republican talking points have been disseminated to key players, and that's what they're talking about. And we've also heard from President Donald Trump about how the war's going and how long it could potentially last.
Yes, we have. We heard that from the Secretary of State. Another reason for this ongoing operation, stating somehow that Iran was hiding behind its missile batteries to continue to develop a nuclear weapon program. U.S. intelligence would have some issues with that, certainly what it has stated publicly in recent months. However, President Trump spoke for the first time live to the American public. His previous comments about this operation have been on pre-recorded videos posted out on his social webpage. However, he held a medal ceremony at the White House during which he addressed his decision to attack Iran and what the objective was. And this is what he says were the operation's aims.
Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their Navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
Donald Trump's there saying that this could go on for a number of weeks, 4 to 5 weeks. Now, as that happened, some advice, Mike, has been issued to US citizens in the region, but somewhat through unorthodox channels?
Well, very much so. Travel advisories are normally pushed through the State Department via its official page or else through a smart travelers enrollment program. Very seldom would you get a generalized travel advisory coming from an Assistant Secretary of State sitting in D.C., and that is precisely what has happened. The Assistant Secretary, Maura Namdar, has issued a travel advisory covering a large number of countries, an exceedingly large number of countries. And this is completely against normal protocols. You do have individual embassies in individual countries who may issue an individual travel advisory for that particular country. But seldom, if ever, would you have an Assistant Secretary of State listing a host of countries to be covered under travel advisory. That is the job of the State Department. That would be published on the official State Department page. This is not the case. This advisory was posted by the Assistant Secretary of State on X, of all things.
Mike Hanna live for us there from the White House. Now, Mark Warner, the US Senate Democrat, says that Donald Trump needs to explain clearly to Congress what the objectives of the attacks on Iran are.
When we are talking about putting American soldiers in harm's way, when we have American casualties and expectations of more, there needs to be the proof of an imminent threat to American interest. I still don't think that standard has been met. I think the president needs to come before the Congress, and for that matter, the American people, and decide amongst these 4 or 5 goals that have been laid out, what is the real goal?
Now, Iran's foreign minister says Tehran does not want to escalate tensions with countries in the region.
We are not fighting our neighboring countries. We are fighting American forces that are based in these countries, and the Americans and Israelis who are attacking us in every way, day and night. For the American bases in the region to move their soldiers to, for example, a hotel, It's natural that this causes an issue. We will use every method to defend our people. Our enemies attack us in many different ways, and we will do the same. In our view, this is not a regional war. This is a war between Iran and the U.S. that is unfortunately spread in the region.
Now, Iran's ambassador to the UN says the attack on his country is a violation of international law. Amir Saeed Iravani has called on the UN Security Council to intervene and reiterated Iran's right to defend itself.
Iran does not seek war. Iran does not seek escalation, but Iran will not surrender its sovereignty. The issue before the international community is clear. Can a powerful state attack another sovereign member of the United Nations with impunity? If the answer is yes, then the Charter is meaningless. If the answer is no, then this aggression must be condemned and stopped.
Now, joining us from Tehran is Hassan Ahmadian. He's the Associate Professor at the University of Tehran. I want to begin with you, Hassan, with that soundbite that we just heard there from the United Nations. China called a United Nations Emergency Security Council meeting where strong words were exchanged, and now you have this wording, very careful wording, saying that this is a violation of international law. Do you think anybody in the UN, in the Security Council, is actually listening to Tehran at the moment?
I think they are listening to what the White House has to offer more than them listening to what the Iranians are saying. So far, the United States didn't offer any real explanation as to why it attacked Iran. The foreign minister of the United States spoke about imminent threat, but when asked, he said, because we thought that if Iran is attacked, it will retaliate. That's why we were facing an imminent threat. The U.S., explanations are really vague. They don't have a case to make to the world. And ergo, I think the Iranian case is way stronger. It was attacked by the United States. Civilians are being bombed. School kids were bombed. Hospitals are bombed. So the world is watching what is happening. They don't need to listen to Iranian officials. It's a clear violation of international law. It's unprovoked and unlawful. I mean, that's very clear to Iranians and I think to the world.
Now, Marco Rubio was just saying earlier that if the US didn't attack, then Israel was going to attack anyway, so that's why it joined in the war. The prevailing kind of sentiment that I've heard from Iranians is that the Americans are simply fighting Israel's war for them. That seems to be becoming clearer as we go on throughout the days, but that still doesn't mean that you have a chance to negotiate right now, because you've got to capitulate to what Israel wants right now. There's no space for negotiations at the moment, right?
I don't think there is any appetite for negotiations. Iran negotiated in good faith 2 times, and both times led to a war in the country. I haven't heard from any official at this point, after the war started, that they are willing to negotiate with the United States and the aggressors. Actually, the head of the Supreme National Security Council, just hours after President Trump said that they want to talk to me, meaning the Iranians, said, no, we're not talking to them and we're not willing to talk to them. After all, the country is under aggression, continuous, and the Israelis are starting carpet bombing in Tehran and other cities in the country. In such a circumstance, strategic culture in Iran tells us that they will not negotiate. They will stand firm and fight back, and then after a ceasefire, they will see where things go.
But Hassan, in order to get to a ceasefire, you need your allies on board. Now, the GCC states, the Gulf Arab states, Qatar particularly has been a very strong ally when it comes to, mediating with Tehran and the US. But Qatar's just shot down 2 Iranian fighter jets. The GCC's issued a statement saying military options are on the table. You're isolating the very people you are going to need if you're going to get to a ceasefire.
Well, of course, that's a very complicated situation for Iran. It had to make a decision, and I think they made it already before the war, that U.S. bases and forces and interests in the region, in Iran's vicinity, are to be if Iran is attacked. Now, that comes with, of course, complications with Iran's relations with Arab countries. That, I think, a price that Iran chose to pay to keep its enemies at bay and hurt them further, not for Iran to receive attacks. I'm sure there is no case for Iran to target Arab countries other than inflicting pain on the United States and its forces and its interests. That's clear to me. But of course, these countries are also very much unhappy with the reality that Iran is targeting bases within their territories. This difference to Iranians doesn't matter to a large extent because they are under existential threat. There's a big war waged against them. The main priority now is to hit back and force the aggressors to stop their war. And then comes the time for a remedy of relations with neighbors.
Okay, so that's the remedy to the, the relations with the neighbors. But you've still got to negotiate a ceasefire with the US, and at some point you're going to have to talk to Israel as well. Is that going to work in any way, shape or form? How does that work?
Well, it works based on the previous ceasefire that happened in June 2025, worked based on a balance of threat Iran imposed after receiving really deadly attacks in the first days of the war. There was a balance. Now Iranians are establishing a stronger balance, hitting back really harder than the previous time. They are suffering harder hits as well, but they believe, to my understanding, that the cost for establishing such a balance that would deter further aggression, deter further threats after the war is very important. And ergo, the balance would bring ceasefire. I think the widening of the war to Iran's mindset is that it is going to lead to a broader ceasefire. That is to include other parties in the region and also the United States and Israel as the two aggressors against the country. That is, if Israel is to attack Iran or its allies in the future, after a broad ceasefire, the Iranians and their allies would hit back hard as they are doing now, because this lesson was taken from the previous ceasefires, separate from one another. Iran and its allies had ceasefires, but then saw all of them violated. Now I think they see a broader ceasefire the way out, and for that to be achieved, they need to establish a stronger balance of threat vis-a-vis the United States and Israel.
But getting to that stronger balance of threat is going to be difficult because of the issue of miscalculation. I'm going to give you a scenario that happened. The UK said it was not going to allow America to use UK bases to attack Iran. And then Iran attacked a UK base in Cyprus, in Akrotiri, which forced the UK Prime Minister to reverse that decision. Now, Britain is in the war as well. NATO has said that it's not going to join in, but individual countries may well join in. That has to be dangerous for Iran because you're just creating more enemies that are centered around the coalition with Israel and with the US. It's a miscalculation, surely.
The EU has basically extended.
Hassan, we're going to try and get...
was working against Iran.
Sorry, Hassan, I'm going to ask that question again very quickly because we lost you there, and it is a very important question. There's a dangerous miscalculation here, right? And this is got to be in the minds of the Iranian authorities.
Of course, that can drag and expand even further. But I was saying that the EU, the entire NATO supporting Israel and the United States back in June. And the Iranians, as I hear from debates here, believed that Britain was involved in refueling U.S. and Israeli fighter jets already before being hit. And when they basically were being targeted, that was a retaliation against them. But another calculus is that the EU does not have much to add to what is already unfolding by the Israelis and the United States against Iran. They don't have capacity. They don't have much to add to the aggression. And as such, the Iranians are going heavy against those who stand with the Israelis and the Americans and support them. There is, of course, a scope for miscalculation. There is a lot of scenarios to be reckoned with. But at this point, the Iranians see the United States as the prime target for their retaliation and Israel as a secondary one, and they want to force them to stop their aggression by force, be it through targeting them or those who support them in Europe or in the region. That has been the case that has been made by the Iranian officials, and I think it's working according to this case. I mean, the military apparatuses within the country is working against the aggressors according to this case that the officials have made.
Hassan Ahmadian, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for your thoughts. Now, in response to Israel's attacks, Iran has been targeting several sites across Israel. Israeli police say one person was injured in Tel Aviv after shrapnel from an intercepted missile fell onto the street. Earlier, the Israeli military said missiles were intercepted above West Jerusalem, Tel Aviv and Eilat, and at least 10 people have been killed since Saturday. Nida Ibrahim is joining us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Now, Israel said it's striking both Lebanon and Tehran. Any more details on why and where?
Well, these strikes have been focused tonight on the media outlets that the Israeli forces are saying that they're used as propaganda. These are the words of the Israelis for both the Iranian government as well as Hezbollah. That's why we've seen them send a warning that they're going to be striking Al-Manar TV station in Dahiya, which is in the southern suburb of Beirut, and that did not stop the channel from broadcasting after the strike happened. Al-Manar had been broadcasting from another location. We've seen also an attack against the area where the TV station, the main TV and radio broadcasting authority in Tehran was being struck. Now, at the same time, missiles from Iran made their way into Israel, causing, as you said there, Imran, shrapnel injuries for one Israeli, according to the Israeli police. The general feeling among Israelis is that the injuries are minor, that the ambulance service has mostly dealt with people who have been dealing with panic or injuries while they were heading to the fortified areas. But even though for around 6 hours after sunset, it was relatively calm, these waves of strikes continued again from Iran. And in the beginning, there was a confusion because of the Hezbollah announcement that they're going to be joining this war, that are these missiles coming from Lebanon? Are they coming from Iran? Ultimately, the confirmation from the Israeli side came that these missiles were targeted from Iran. And again, as we always say, there's this heavy